Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for that. I had some little technical issues with the server config and the stream, but we're back up and running now. You should be able to see some driving going on. We're looking forward to getting this show back on the road. Hobbsy and I have just been discussing some of the hardest to pronounce towns in Australia as our sort of 10 a.m. rubbish chat. So yeah, hopefully everyone's come back with a cup of tea and we're ready to go soon.
Yeah, we'll head back on track soon. We'll get the racing underway here for the delayed 12 hours of Misano. No matter, we are going to get underway. Can't wait to see how this goes for take two. Of course, we didn't get much further around on that little formation lap, but can't wait to get this one going this time.
Yeah, I think we had someone claimed the victory in the 2 minutes of Misano that we just ran. Let's quickly remember who that was. That was car 676. So congratulations, you can add P1 at the 2 minutes of Misano. We'll absolutely give you that one, well deserved.
Yeah, and Glenn's not going to like what I have to say because we're still having the same problems before.
We just see be right back on our Discord stream.
Well, I can see the stream on the stream side, just not in Discord here. So I'm just going to commentate what I can see, and that's Mayan Taufik is in the grass at the moment, just deciding he doesn't like Sector 1 anymore. Fair enough. Sector 1's a pain in the ass here, I must say.
Well, us YouTube buddies, we've just joined the grid, so a minute or 15 or so to go. So looking forward to the guys just sort of getting their heads in the game again after a bit of a disruption, which is always what you really want at the start of a race.
Righto, on the grid now. Can't wait.
Track is greasy.
So it's just rained. Awesome. Fuck. Wow. All right.
Did you do any wet practice?
No.
Me either.
I know a couple, one or two of our drivers have, but I haven't.
At least you got the Aston, which takes about 70 years for that power to actually make it to the wheels. So
yeah, look, that's right. Not that I would call that a huge advantage, but it will certainly help us die less.
Yes, and if you decided you put throttle down on the curb, you've got time to actually get off the curb before it actually becomes a problem.
Yes, that's right. But 45 seconds now for take two here, the 12 hours of Misano. Drivers getting their strategies ready. Has just rained, so greasy track. Drivers should be on dry tyres anyway. It should go out to green track pretty quickly, considering I can barely see many puddles or watermarks on the track now. So unfortunately, I have a feeling that's going to give us a bit of an indication, Thomas, to the upcoming weather.
Yes, and for our viewers, I reckon a bit of rain every now and then is going to make your 12 hours much more interesting. But for the drivers who are going to be frantically working out when to stop,
that upsets me.
But formation lap underway. Philippa Bakita leads the cars off. Paul Britt with a pretty spectacular banker lap took P2.
Yeah, that was a cracking lap.
That was a ridiculous lap. Luke Johnson in the car to start the race, and Corey Sweet.
Let the leaderboards updates first before you say
true.
that.
Yes, yeah, true. Actually, I think actually.
At least we know he's the number one driver in the team in terms of the entry list. So there you go. We know that. But yeah, we'll just let the leaderboards update coming through the first sector, which will give us a bit more of an indication of who is actually starting the race. They come and get their tyres warm, server fixed, they're getting ready to
Paul Britt,
go.
there you go.
There you go, Paul Britt, Ben Floyd, Kevin Lai, Brad Cook, Hignett, all in the car for this first bit of the race, first hour or so. So we're going to see, I reckon, some pretty exciting racing off the start.
Absolutely. That interesting to sort of see what the approach is. 12 hours, do you sort of try and take that track position off Philippa, who, if she's left to do her own thing, will probably just scoot off into the distance. So I think Paul will be looking to at least make her think about what she's doing, at least turn 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried though. Those Astons are pretty terrible off the line, and the M4 was pretty decent off the line. So, kind of expecting the M4 to probably scamper away on the start, but the Astons should catch up a little bit later. That Porsche, they watched Brad Cook off the start. I've got a feeling he's going to possibly jump that McLaren of Kevin Lai, jump up the inside maybe, or just a bit further, push him out wide. He's in a bit of a McLaren sandwich there. There's 3 McLarens in a row. Porsche there ahead, Paul Brad. You got a couple of Ferraris behind, Astons, Bentleys there, more McLarens, Ferrari. So good stuff overall. Driver's going to go double file here. Can't wait to see how this played.
Yeah, you can definitely see the patches of dampness on the track here. That'll. Philip is going to have the inside line, which will probably not be the grippiest part of the track either, which will make sort of part of that conversation interesting off the start. And Brad Cook with that Porsche's elite traction control will definitely keep an eye out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to come around to the start, Tom. Going to get ready for this one. Down the final corner. Coming through, see those splotches of wet part on the track. Paul Britt is going to have the outside for turn 1, but that, if he gets a good enough run, it could turn into the inside for turn 2. Could make a move there, but we'll see how we go. And we're going green now. That's a great start. Really bad start there from one of the McLarens. I think that's Kevin Lai. Bokita moves straight to the inside and cuts Britt off. That's a McLaren down the inside. That's Hignett that's just absolutely flown past Ben Floyd. What a great start from that car. No real issues at the back, so it's a nice start here down into... Oh, that's a big dive there from the 209 car, just pushing that Milk Racing team through wide. They're getting tapped again. So Bokita brings it through. Fast left-hander. Oh, there's another tap there between 2 McLarens. Love some tapping there. Cordier now just a bit further back in the field. Gives us a bit of an indication what's going on. Carpenter's fell back a bit. Maybe a bit of an incident there. Down to the mini straight in the middle of the track. There's a car possibly with an issue on the right-hand side here. Just need to get through past them without any issues. Cordier's doing that nicely.
That's the
I think that's a Kovacs purple car. I was just about to say. So the bad start for them. They qualified P8 or something like that.
P8,
So yeah, rough one for JP. I know he was not particularly happy with that lap. So he's dropped all the way down to the back of the field. Bokita still leading this one from Brett. So a reasonably clean start there. A couple of incidents. We see some drivers at the back. Ben Floyd's gotten through nicely, and I think Kevin Lyons got back to on Hignett after those little taps. So a little bit of a dodgy start for some green track. Cloudy though. I'm smelling rain coming here, Tom. I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, it's gotten dark. You can see those headlights are really starting to show up on the track. So the clouds are here, and no rain predicted as of yet. Track's just gone fast, so it's definitely drying up. But
for how long?
It's you can smell the ozone. That rain is coming. And Kevin Lai sort of up to P4, he got P5. Yilin up to P6 from P10. That is an excellent start there. And Taufik sort of keeping P10 there. So as you said, really clean, pretty clean start, all things considered. No safety cars or anything like that. No cars really stuck. It's just a couple of cars out of position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, unfortunately, I'll apologise in advance to Brad Cook. I have Comtaz cursed him on the formation lap. I said he was going to have a good start, and he's actually down about 3 positions. So yeah, I don't think you'll be particularly impressed with me on that one.
Contributed to that, I think.
Yeah, we've all contributed to that one. So down to the double right-handed, Tom. This is a really tricky corner to get the braking zone right, because it's a later apex, and you really want that exit onto the straight, which Paul Britt is absolutely nailing, but Bokita's nailing even more. We're literally second lap in and 1.5 seconds ahead of Britt.
Yeah, especially, you know, it's because you've already loaded the front axle up with sort of the right hand up. That sort of comes before it. That's easy flat, but it just makes it so hard to really pick your braking point and then get the nose of the car to tuck in to the apex, which you really need it to do. Really tough corner, but these guys are among the best in the world. They're going to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some of Australia's best here. Some have competed in SRO, Bokita being one of them. Was in the podium positions, I believe, or not far off in the pro class for them. So definitely some class drivers out here today. Ben Floyd now just following Britt at the moment. And it's actually interesting to see, Tom, the differing lines between some of the drivers. I'm really interested just to see, even in the similar cars, how some of them are taking it in comparison to others.
Absolutely. There's definitely this corner here, turn 4. A lot of cars sort of point the car into the apex and the braking zone. Some cars do this traditional sort of sweep in from wide. It's all about sort of maximising the way you get turn 6 to make it flat.
Yeah, absolutely is. You can take it flat in most lines. It just depended on which way you think's faster. So into the apex now, a bit of a later one there from Floyd. They've got a good gap to lie, 2.5 seconds, so they've got a little bit of time to battle. Bokita's just going to pull away from this battle. Grip, nice on the brakes. Use that curb, get the car rotated in. Nothing changed on the weather yet. That did actually change reasonably quickly from sunny to cloudy in those first few laps. So going to have to keep an eye on that one. Hignet's trying to fight Lie at the moment. Yi Lin's not too far behind. Drea's there too. Cook's on the back of Drea. Mags is in there as well. Taufik, there's a absolute battle going on in that midfield there. We'll have to go back to that. Look at this bloody line of cars, Tom.
Yeah, that's what you want if you're a JP Sonicus. You've been punched to the back of the field for the faster guys to really get stuck battling each other. That's probably the best thing they could hope for after that start. But you know, even Matthew Herod, P11 in the Porsche, that the bin chicken car is, you know, that group of guys racing together for the first time. So that's a start they'll be pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Leo Dreyer at the moment, you're certainly hooing out many bricks, Tom, to say the least at the moment.
There's some very, very fast people behind him, but
oh, absolutely.
He had a very, very good sprint season. I think he was sort of top 3 in the pro class in his split, so he's not slow. And if his teammates are good people, they'll be saying, don't worry about him, head down and just do some laps. And takes a fair bit of grass now. I think that'll be a track cut, but
yeah, that's another thing that we haven't touched on yet. I don't particularly want to touch on that, knowing some guys will be saying, don't you dare talk about track limits here. There's certainly a very tough one here through second one lap. Left-hander onto the straight is an absolute killer for them, both on the inside and outside. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one throughout the race as to who's got what warnings, who's got drive-throughs, how many have they got, have we had any yet? I don't think we'll see any for a good probably first chunk of this hour. I reckon most of the drivers will try and just hold back a bit, keep those warnings down where possible. Look at this line of cars coming down the straight.
That's nuts. Good to see, and you know, it's really good to see sort of the field staying close together. You know, and obviously 12 hours you can tend to spread out, but hopefully these guys will all sort of end up in the same part of the world in just under 12 hours time.
Yeah, absolutely, hoping that they're going to get up the field as far as possible. Good to see Macbeth actually up in P16 leading the M class at the moment. Sneakers has just snuck back into the top 23 onto our leaderboards there, making the start of their recovery drive. That's another killer for track limits, that whole sector 3 as well, Tom. Basically the whole track is just a track limit.
It is, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, the curbs are so flat that you can really sort of try and tease out absolutely every single millimetre, and if you get a good lap down to start with, then the game's got some good comparison to do it. But if you start cutting the track on the first couple of laps before you put a really good lap down, as Pickford has a bit of a look there on the inside of Rochford, you know, you can really sort of get yourself stuck in a place where you've got no room for error.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, put this out there again. Welcome to everybody, both on Twitch and YouTube. This evening we are doing a multi-stream, I guess you could call it, on both platforms. I'm currently monitoring the Twitch chat. I hope you're in the YouTube one, Tom, because I don't know what's going on in there.
I certainly do. We've got Steve Lewis saying, here we go, and that's about it. We'd love to see a bit more chat action. We'll definitely be having a chat with you guys across these 12 hours as well.
Yeah, we had Babsy in the chat before. Just have a quick look at the replay here. Let's have a look. This is the Sneakers car, Kovac's purple. Let's see what happens. So that was the Milk Racing Team car that they actually collided with. We saw this through turn 5 onto the straight. Let's see what happened. Oh, they had a bit of a drift. So they had to go wide and rejoined and dead. Yeah.
Oh.
Head in the wall. Ooh, I think we'll leave that one to the stewards because that's going to be a tough one to break down. But that is unfortunate for the Kovac's Racing Purple. They're going to have some damage. It's good to see they're coming back up, but they're going to have some damage to repair in that pit stop.
Absolutely, and I've just been told it's 20 plus seconds, so a bit of strategy to think about now for those guys. To 12 hours, you can make that time up, and just hearing that, you know, there's going to be drive-throughs aplenty, so heaps of opportunity, but still, it sort of throws out the just do 67-minute stints, whatever the optimum idea was.
Yeah, absolutely. Different strategies having to come into play. Babsy in chat 4 was open mouth, greasy track. That's right. And Babsy's also saying he's glad he does not have to make the call on that one. I think all of us are very glad we don't have to make a steward's call on that one.
Absolutely. You know, is it a rejoin? Was he pushed off track and wasn't given room to rejoin? It's definitely, there'll be a couple of eyes to look at it, a couple of volunteer eyes who will make a decision and sort of come out with what the best outcome is. And as Michael Young here gets a pretty good exit on Pickford, but the Bentley just decides, nah, you're going to stay behind me. And Pickford hooks the nose in on Rochford as well. Rochford gets spooked off the apex, and that's going to give Pickford the inside line for the back straight here. And if I'm Michael Young, I'm going to let these guys go side by side and try and pick up the remnants.
Yeah, absolutely. So that Bentley, you can see, just look at the straight line speed of that thing. It's one thing I think the Bentley's really underestimated for, even in 1.9, is its straight line speed. It just absolutely pulls away. It's certainly not good in other places, but overall, really good on the top speed, especially with that 40 kilos off ballast. I think it's got 40 kilos off.
Yeah, I think so. So funny story about Pickford in the Bentley. He's got a full-on motion rig and everything. With, I don't know if you've seen photos in the rig photos channel in OOR, but he's got an absolutely insane rig. He had to reconfigure it for the Bentley because it's right-hand drive.
Yeah. That certainly will help him out. Got Rochford now.
Kind of in no man's land, isn't he?
He is just around the outside. I believe this is actually Macbeth that they're fighting with. It is. So Young got through, and now they're fighting with Macbeth. Viney's behind as well.
And Convoy in the second Bentley in this race, just keeping an eye on things, waiting for anything to happen. Rochford doing an excellent job making that Aston an absolute brick wall, making it really hard for Macbeth to make his way through.
Yeah, absolutely. While you talk, I'm actually getting a Twitch prediction ready for the first drive-through. When will we see that? Will we see it within the first 30 minutes, after the first 30 minutes, or after the first hour?
The prediction last night from the shootout was lap 4, which unfortunately hasn't come true. But yeah, I would expect to see one in the first hour, to be honest. It's just such a, you know, we obviously, through no fault of anyone, had a bit of a disrupted start. Everyone sort of had to maintain their excitement for a little bit longer, and that can just make you a little bit tired and not in the same headspace you'd expect to be. John Muller saying 38 minutes before the first drive-through. We're up to 12 now, so not too far away.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie Convoy now for the Pixel Racers, just sitting behind Pete Viney. I reckon just getting a slipstream.
Absolutely. Save some fuel, extend your stint as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So down onto the mini straight now. They've got Holmes behind, Carpenter's there too. There's a bit of a slipstream train here going on. That's another Kovacs car in front of Convoy of Viney. Macbeth's ahead of them, trying to fight with Rochford. Young's getting away from this though, which is what he'll appreciate most, I guess. Hey.
Speaking of getting away, Bakita out the front, just looking at that track map, has Daylight back to P2, who's having a good old battle with P3 from what I can see. So that'll make the BS competition car pretty comfortable. Yeah, you can see there's absolute daylight and a bit of sun as well. So threat of rain subsiding.
Yeah, absolutely. Threat of rain subsiding. And Twitch wouldn't let me do the type of prediction I wanted to do. So you've got two options: within the first 30 minutes or after the first 30 minutes. And Sean Bubb now, the first person to cop a penalty in car 91, a 15
That's actually Pickford.
Collision. It's Pickford. It's probably going to pull up the driver 1 on the entry list.
I would say that's correct. So yeah, penalty starting to come through. As stewards have had a look at lap 1 and decided that's what we're going to do in 15 seconds. Tends to be pretty cut and dry on that one. So
absolutely, that's probably the minimum penalty you'll see on that one. Maybe a 10-second if it was only a minor incident. Of course, stewards will penalise the incidents a little bit harder on lap 1 because you're meant to just be taking it a bit easy and respecting the other teams on that lap 1. Back on board here. Paul Britt, they've already 5 seconds to Bokita in 15 minutes.
I wonder if that's fighting with Floyd or if that's just the BMW sort of switched its tyres on and...
both. That would be my guess.
Yeah, a bit of both. Fair.
The M4 certainly has its tyres turned on. I just want to keep an eye out for that car, or the M4 in general, not specifically Bokita's car, throughout the race, because I know that car's not the best for tyre wear in an endurance scenario. They might have that down pat now, but from the conversation I've had with Bokita, it's not necessarily the best on tyres going throughout the stints. I'm sure that'll more than happy to prove me wrong on that one. As we come down to the final corner, Britt's starting to pull away again. A couple of mistakes from Floyd, nothing major, just those ones that just lose those couple of tenths, which of course can add up over a few laps.
Absolutely, and even sometimes it's as much as sort of sticking on the car ahead, it is so intense on the brain to sort of keep your nose right on the car ahead of you. And sometimes that, you know, just even if you make a mistake, just that dropping back's not too bad to just sort of reset a little bit and get your head back in the space. As Pickford is defending from Young, that Porsche starting to work really, really well against the Bentley.
Yeah, absolutely. So Michael on Michael action here. Maybe to the inside goes Young and does. Sticks the nose up. Porsche really good on brakes. Pickford lets him through. I reckon
Don't do that. Generous. Don't do that, Picky. You'll get a warning for that.
Yeah, I reckon it was a little bit generous there from Pickford, but play on umpire.
Okay. Apologies to everyone. Michael's actually Michelle Young. So we'll make sure we keep that in mind going forward.
Oh, sorry, yep.
What sort of times is Pitt doing? Fast times, the latest of Howard's. Very fast times.
Fast one.
34.3.
Oh.
On a fast track, that is mighty.
It is indeed very mighty. Down the back straight now they come. Pickford just wanting to get back to him. He does have a 15-second penalty, so I don't think they're going to like that very much.
No, and just, you know, Sonic as well up into P20 now. That car's obviously a little bit second-hand, but, you know, still being able to make a little bit of progress back up through the field. And he'll be back on the tail of that sort of Convoy, Macbeth, Rochford fight pretty soon, you'd have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they'll be too far off. We've got a nice line of McLarens, though, from 4th to 7th. I really appreciate that from an OCD.
And 19th to 22nd as well.
Great, this is really good stuff. Well, good to see Sneakers, though, even with that 20 seconds of damages, back up into the top 20, in fact. But, they probably need to catch up to these drivers. Pickford just dropping back a bit from Michelle Young now, but still, Young needs to probably catch McNeil to have any sort of chance of... Oh, here we go.
So this is going to be Pickford, I think.
This penalty that Pickford picked up. Let's have a look. Oh, a bit of a tap. Yeah, so a bit of a domino effect. So, of course... Oh, so there was a little bit of instant there at the back. Okay.
I think it ended up pointing everyone around in the right direction in the end of the day, so...
I think it did, but unfortunately...
still someone's going to cause that, and Pickford, unfortunately, has copped the whack from the stewards for that, and you can see why. Just everyone sort of concentrated in front of him. And we'll see the unfortunate McLaren there on the right-hand side in the wall.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, down this hairpin, I find this one the most painful corners on the track, this one.
The slowest corner on the track tends to be like that, doesn't it? Just tends to be, seem to be there for an age.
Yeah, it's really awful braking zone and really awful turning. It's fantastic. What more could you want?
But then the corner after at 15, which is flat out if you get it right. And then I reckon this last corner is actually really cool. So it kind of makes up for it afterwards. But
yeah, got to watch out. So some drivers, I don't know if this is still something that's in the Misano circuit or not with the track limits, but that was almost a track limit. Holy moly. That's second last corner, turn 15. If you get that flat, but just use too much track limits, you can actually get a double warning.
Yeah, I think you can still do that. But it's more if you take it flat and then there's a little ridge on the grass after the curb. I don't know if you've managed to flip your car on it, Hobbsy, but it's pretty harsh if you've got your car stiffly sprung.
Don't plan to do that, I hope.
All right. Take that as a driver coaching. That'll be $50.
That's not mates rates. Come on.
Yes, it is. As we've got Carpenter here having a big old fight with Holmes, and Purple Car Sonicus is going to go, there's some opportunity here for me. And the Mercedes gives the position to that purple car and sort of admits defeat there. And we'll see the Kovacs purple car chasing down another purple car, the Convicts and Colonials car, down the back straight towards turn 13 and 14.
Yeah, Senekas is really trying to put the hammer down after that incident with the Milk Racing team on lap 1. Nice run through there. Turn 14 now. Really good line. Just trying to put all the pressure on Carpenter. Try and get them to cave in through turn 15. Everyone's favourite corner. Nicely within the track limits there. Let's have a look down to final corner. Oh, nice in the track limits. Don't want to hit too much of the outside curve there, or else you will get a warning, and no one likes warnings.
No, warnings are bad. Warnings are very bad, especially this early in the race. While it's funny to give your teammate a car with 3 track warnings,
I don't know if I call that funny.
it's really funny if you're the person giving the car. It's really funny.
That person. Something tells me you have some previous experience.
I've been given a car with 3 warnings at Donington Park.
Oh, that's bad. That's whoever that was. They are evil.
I think I may have given it to them with two warnings though. So.
So it's your fault. So that's okay.
It's 2/3 my fault.
2/3 your fault, but certainly what's not to fault here is Senekas' huge run back up into the top 20, especially with that 20 seconds of damage. I mean, it's a really good recovery from them so far in basically 28 minutes to get back up from, I reckon, what were they, 28th, 29th, basically back to the field. It's a really good effort.
Especially with that 20 seconds of damage. That McLaren is very area sensitive. So, keeping the pressure on Austin Carpenter there. Jamie Conboy just about a second and a half along further. And well within that sort of that 15-second penalty of Pickford. So, race hasn't come to them, but it's definitely not done and dusted.
No, absolutely not. Down to turn 1 now. Let's see, a little bit. I think maybe went a little bit deep there just at first, but did pull it back into line very nicely. Haven't seen any more penalties yet, Tom. I think the stewards are certainly hard at work after those few little ones maybe we missed. They haven't given any out for the 191, 1 and 600 car yet, so maybe just a racing incident there, but we'll hold on to see if the stewards have anything further to say. Down the little mini straight here, getting a bit of slipstream. Sneaker's going to stick the nose out, won't do anything about it yet, but certainly just wants that pressure on Carpenter. Sneaks is usually pretty good on putting pressure on drivers, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him pass Carpenter in the next couple of laps.
He's got Carpenter taking slightly narrower lines into corners. He's definitely thinking about sort of whether the car behind is a problem, which is always sort of the goal as the car behind, is just get them thinking about you, because that's when they start to make a mistake or let you through. We've got Taufik here ahead of Herod. Or is that? Sorry, Mags ahead of Taufik. And Herod just sort of sitting behind watching these guys have a battle. That's mighty close racing, and Cookie ahead just behind Leo Dreyer as well. Here's your DRS train for the first hour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to be a lot of slipstream trains, I reckon, for a while until we see maybe some differing pit strategies. Cook still behind Dreyer at the moment, was having some troubles earlier trying to get past. That Porsche is not the strongest on the straights. And Taufik just trying to get past Mags, so maybe it could be something here for Herod if they just hold on a little bit. Just keep in that slipstream, don't make any mistakes. If there's maybe an incident or two up here, they could get a couple of positions out of this.
Absolutely, and it's nice to be able to sit back and sort of, if your tyres are a little bit hot, or if you're sort of, your adrenaline's running a bit high, you can sort of sit back and let these guys, they're not slowing you down, just let the cars sort of fight along. And I'm just watching on board with JB here. It's side by side with Carpenter coming up to turn 10, and he's going to make that pass through. So still making progress, which is good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a couple of cars ahead of Sneakers before he makes it to this battle. We're now seeing go great. There's Matt Lamb.
There's your bird.
Burbs. I like burbs. You just get to see the lovely side of the livery. It's great. It's okay. We forgive Glenn. He's got many buttons in his technical department. Now down the inside of Convoy goes Sneakers. Absolutely no messing around there. Carpenter's going to try and take full advantage of that as well.
Convoy was running a little bit wide through the fast kink there. And he's unfortunately given up position to the Carpenter there too. So all these cars in such tight proximity, one mistake and you start losing positions left, right and centre. We saw that with Rochford before. Convoy has unfortunately fallen victim to the same.
Yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, just a couple of drivers not quite there yet, maybe just needing to get into that rhythm of racing. That's why there's a warning for JP, I dare say, down into this really painful part of the section through turn 4-5 now onto the straight. That's a nice run. No real issues there in terms of curbs for the car. You can see the damage on the front of that car.
Lappy bonnet well and truly underway, and the track's gone optimum. The sun is out. Italy has put on its absolute best weather for us. We'll grab a replay here and see what's happened here. All good. We are following Taufik on board, who has dropped a little bit back from Mags here, and still got Matty Herod hounding him, just waiting for a bit of a mistake. Everyone keeps well within the track limits coming down to the tightest corner on the track. And if we can have this for 12 hours, Hobbsy, it's going to be pretty good watching.
Yeah, look, this would be awesome to have for 12 hours, but of course we know there will be incidents. We will eventually see some blue flag cars coming around. Probably not for a little while. I'd give it probably 3 or 4 hours before we start seeing some of those really start to take effect. So I reckon this is what it'll be like at least for the next stint or so, Tom. So the next half an hour you'll see this sort of racing, and then hopefully into the next one you'll see some more of these.
Absolutely starting to see where cars are strong. Taufik gets the braking a little bit deep. That's opened up the door for Matty Herod, who's unfortunately managed to sort of catch up in the tightest part of the track. It's one at a time through there, and somehow Taufik didn't take the rear end off Mags's car. That was mighty close.
It was indeed close. Herod now, I think, just trying to play it a little bit safe. Wants to catch up. It's not trying to cause any incidents, but I dare say that if you're Herod, you need to get a bit of a move on. You've got McNeil just over a second behind. Michelle Young following along too. Pickford not far off too. So this is going to become, I dare say, almost a battle of 8 here.
Absolutely, and that is a pretty big gap back to Macbeth behind Pickford there. So yeah, this looks like it's going to be the battle for the top 10. And everyone's really settled in, it looks like. You know, no one's really sort of absolutely hanging it out, trying to sort of poke their nose out when they didn't need to. And I know you said that McNeil was catching up, but Michelle Young right on the back of him is really going to start making it difficult for him to focus on just putting the laps down and catching up to these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Driver's going to try and make it as difficult as possible to let the others pass. So this is Mags just trying to defend from Taufik. Taufik doing the right thing. Stick the nose out, put the pressure on. Herod doesn't need to do a whole lot other than just put a tad bit of pressure on Taufik, and I reckon there might be a bit of break in play there for him because Taufik's probably not paying too much attention. As soon as he sees that Porsche in his rearview mirror, I reckon he might have to start defending, which is what Mags wants. So it's just a bunch of mind games here at the moment. That was a lot of curb there from McNeil in the background. That's going to be a warning. Michelle Young's really on it now. Needs to get down into the braking zone here. Maybe try and make an overtake where possible.
Ferrari's sort of struggling to get the nose into corners. We've jumped back to McNeil and Michelle Young. But Taufik really kind of struggling to get that nose to tuck in.
Oh.
That is a dive and makes the apex. McNeil's going to get the better exit. We're going to go side by side down the back straight. Half an hour into the race.
I've done this before about 18 months ago in a race. It didn't go well. Oh, bit wide there for Young. Going to try and close up in the braking zone. I reckon McNeil's going to go wide. Oh, just pulled it up. I thought there was going to be a bit of wide movement there. Young, bit deep, but it's to prioritise the exit of the hairpin. Wants to get past before Pickford gets too close. I know Pickford has that 15-second penalty, so that's going to assist them a bit. Who's removed the 50-metre braking marker for the final corner? Who was that? Someone's done that, and I find them evil. It is a crime against Misano. Down into turn 1. Great use of the curb there from Young. Solid stuff. No real movement in that Porsche. So they've got that thing probably in the zone now. Down through to turn 3. Oh, just a little bit squirrely under those brakes. Probably running that brake bias quite a long way back, I dare say. Through to the mini straight. And just couldn't quite get the exit that McNeil had. So they're going to have to try and get back maybe under the braking zone or in a slipstream, because that Porsche really needs slipstream just to at least keep up, not even make a move. Well, really deep though, really deep.
I was going to say that judging by the dive that she made this time last lap, anything could happen here, but I think this is genuinely a little bit too far back. And you're seeing Herod there gets the apex of turn 10. Taufik and Mags both miss it, and we're going to see a bit of side-by-side battling right up ahead. We're going to get a pretty prime view of it. Everyone quite sensibly shuffles back into line there. Herod's got an interesting approach. He's going to have a look around the outside of turn 13.
Whoa!
The tail end of that Porsche says, you are absolutely kidding. You're not doing that.
Yeah, and, this is why we avoided using the Porsche, because I was worried about things like this. That is scary. So hats off to those driving the Porsche and doing well. Brad Cook's finally gotten past Dreyer. Just speaking of Porsches, some bigger gaps forming in the top 8 now. Drivers starting to plateau with their times, just be more consistent rather than just have those faster times coming in. Get those tyres. 7.6 seconds to Bokita is Britt, 1.2 is Floyd from Britt. So some, drivers starting to plateau out a bit, just get those same lap times in. Some maybe a bit more consistently faster than others, but what's consistent is this battle.
Absolutely. What's your opinion on Golf liveries? Do you think they're overused, or do you think they're just good enough?
I tend to think they're overused.
Okay. There is one in almost every single series. I reckon those colours are classic.
I understand why it's overused, but it's still overused.
Just really enjoying this battle between Taufik and Mags. They're both really sort of approaching the track very, very differently. And that's why it's sort of keeping both cars within each other's windscreens and rear windows. So Taufik's again got a good slipstream down the back straight here. Herod watching along as the most interested spectator of all, having a look at each other up ahead. Ooh. And quite sensibly it's a bit there. One at a time through here. So back
late
off.
On the brakes though. Wow, did you see that?
Absolutely.
That was very close. I thought there was going to be something there from Taufik, maybe to look for a move later on, but can't quite pull it up. Mags has been doing brilliantly to defend this. Dreyer is loving life at the moment, knowing that Mags needs to defend this position. And Dreyer just would like to slowly pull away, get that slipstream if possible from Cook. Taufik almost giving the sniff of that Ferrari into turn 1. Could have been a bit of an incident, but there wasn't. Very respectful racing. Young just behind here on McNeil. She's doing a brilliant job to just keep behind nicely. Pickford loving life, getting the slipstream with that car, especially with the good top speed. Looks like it's struggling a bit through this sector though, so Pickford needs to probably pick up on that a bit and try and improve on that to get onto the straight, keeping that slipstream.
Was that a name pun there? Pickford needs to pick up?
You can take it as one. That's not how I was planning for it, but sure, we can go with that. Ooh,
just saying there, that's Herod next to Taufik. Yeah. It's a proper little ding-dong here. Taufik takes the defensive line.
Oh, I thought it was going to be one from Herod, but Taufik blocks that off.
Giga TC versus Giga TC. That very angry Volkswagen Beetle is absolutely hammering the Fiat.
Oh!
They are side by side.
Jesus, the top speed of that Porsche and the slipstream compared to the Ferrari, with the Ferrari I should say, Oh, sticking the nose and it's going to go deep though. Might pull it up. They get the better exit and does. Now down through to turn 15. Herod is putting all the pressure in the world here. I hope Babsy's watching this because he'll be absolutely loving this through the final corner. Great exit. Ooh, almost lost the rear though. Down across the finish line. We'll see that time appear. It was a 35.6. So that's a pretty good lap considering they're in a battle.
Absolutely. And
Ooh.
get that rear end in check, Herod. That is disgusting. That hairpin's a really tough place to race because there's not much time to pick your defensive line. You've got to really trust the guy in front's not just going to sort of cut you off middle of braking zone. So shout out to these guys for giving each other the room and making sure that they're positioning the cars so that if you make a little bit of a mistake that you're not going to just take each other out.
Yeah, absolutely. Hats off to Herod for keeping that Porsche under control. I'm just scarred from the Porsche.
Yeah.
And myself from having done SRO IGTC Indianapolis in this thing. Certainly scarred from that. That was quite an experience in this thing in a race environment. So hats off to them. Oh, Young really deep there. I saw in the rear view mirror of Herod. Just got past McNeil though.
I think that might have been another pretty spectacular dive. That Porsche pulling up nicely in the braking zones, which is a nice trait to have in a race.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mags now getting the pressure back from Taufik again. Optimum track still 22 ambient, 29 on the track, so nothing huge the drivers need to worry about yet. Just over 12:40 in game at the moment in terms of the afternoon variety of the time, not in the morning, because we probably wouldn't see a thing at the moment if it was in the morning.
And these guys are battling, but they're not. Leo Dreyer up ahead isn't really pulling away. There's no significant gap opening up, so they're still managing to keep a really, really good pace up, which is good for these guys in the battle. They're not losing touch with their bottom half of the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see JP Sneakers just sneaking back into the top 15 now. Does have 13 seconds to Pickford though, so I don't think they're going to recover that by the pit stop, and then they'll need to repair those 20 seconds of damage, so they're going to have all their progress wiped away from them.
Shady Samuel, who is, according to the GT3 Cup, the third fastest driver in the world, is going to jump in that car next. And if there's anyone you can sort of rely on to just hammer out lap after lap, it's going to be Shady. So we'll watch that keenly. This battle continues on for the 5th consecutive lap.
One of the same battles continuing at the moment down to the double right-hander. This is a real nut of a corner. I really don't like this sometimes. But Taufik making it look reasonably easy. Oh, I thought there was going to be maybe a bit of a kiss there on Mags, but they've pulled it up nicely through turn 15. That's a lot of curb. So be careful. Down to the final corner. Turn 16. Nice use of the curb. Nothing of track limits to worry about there for them, and they continue on with this battle just under 40 minutes into this race.
We've got a bit of a replay here. I think this will be Michelle with another absolute doozy of a dive. She's going to get a better exit out of turn 8. And
that's got it lined up perfectly. Watch
McNeil
the inside switch across.
Isn't going to defend it. She says the inside line is there for the taking. I'm going to have it. And just manages to get that Porsche to get out of the exit enough that she doesn't have to worry about defending the next corner.
Which puts McNeil back in the hands of Pickford, even though they do have that 15-second penalty. So it's going to be a rough one for them. But they're not going to lose that many positions with that. They've got almost a 13.5-second gap to Seneca, so they might only lose out maybe to Macbeth and Carpenter. So that's not a totally huge loss for them. Of course, it is. Anything's a loss is not ideal, but in the grand scheme of things, considering how close all the drivers were originally and they've all spread out now, that's probably a best case scenario for them.
Absolutely. You always want a penalty to mean nothing in terms of position loss, because that tends to cost you even more time. So they'll be crossing their fingers that they nail their pit stop and there's no further penalty coming in. Also, do they have a little bit of damage from that first lap touch? It was very, very slow speed, so you wouldn't think it's too much, but Bentley performed pretty well.
Yeah, I doubt they've probably got if they do have damage, the Bentley won't be probably affected by it. If it's like how it used to be when I was driving it, you can usually get up to about 10 seconds of damage and it still handles okay.
Absolute tank.
Sure is a tank of a thing down. Oh, down the inside, Carpenter. That's on Macbeth. Oh, that was a really late one, but pulls it up.
That last corner is definitely not one where the braking zone's that long, so to be able to sort of get the inside through there, I'd be interested to sort of see what set that up, because, you know, it's pretty hard to follow really close through the second last corner, especially in a way that you can sort of get it up the inside of the last corner. So if the move was fair, that's pretty spectacular from Austin there, getting that McLaren up into P16, trying to follow JP Sneakers through.
Yeah, absolutely. JP just trying to bring that car back up and into contention. And speaking of being in things, Sean Muller's in the comms box with us.
Good morning, I should say, everyone. Good morning to our viewers. Good morning to Mitch and Tom. How are we today?
Very good. It's been a pretty exciting first little 40 minutes here. Plenty of little battles and battle packs to keep an eye on. Glenn's really struggling to know who to pay attention to.
Absolutely. And you should say good afternoon to Glenn, because Glenn's in New Zealand. They're 2 hours ahead.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon.
So down on the back straight, Carpenter ahead of Macbeth, down into this absolute pain of the corner. Let's see how it plays.
Thank you, and we'll grab a replay here of the Carpenter overtake. It's going to set it up through turn 13 here. Sean, I'll let you get your voice box loose by calling us through this one.
So we're looking at Carpenter here. He's got a nice one here into this last corner. So he sets it up here beautifully and gets a beautiful exit here. Look at this. And then just goes, yep, door open. I'll take that. Thank you very much. And off he goes. That's actually a really opportunistic move. Nice move there from Carpenter.
Yeah, play on. Very, very nicely done. Austin making a bit of move on Macbeth there. The Aston Martin's starting to fall back a little bit. So the car's probably in their pace order. Just keeping an eye sort of up and down the field. That Mags and Taufik and Hera battle still going on after...
It's going to go on for the rest of the stint, isn't it?
It's going to be a whole stint battle, which is awesome to see. Just trying to have a look down the rest of the field to see if there's anything else going on, which I can't really see. And I think just of the fact that JP Sneakers is in the front of the field there, I reckon that damage is really starting to hurt now.
Sure is. The damage certainly not going to be helping them. Down the back straight comes Carpenter again. Scott Sneakers up ahead. Sneakers probably is not going to be loving life seeing the times that Carpenter is doing without any damage, but hopefully something can be done by Sneakers. Maybe just a bit of defending. There is, of course, I'd reckon about 25 or so minutes left in this stint, so maybe they can pull something out here.
Ben Keogh saying Carpy's also got 25 seconds damage, so both McLarens walking wounded.
So through turn 1, 2 comes Carpenter. Still wants to catch Sneakers. And one thing that we're going to do, Tom, is catch a break. Leave the lovely commentary role in the lovely hands of Mr. Sean Muller, and in the comms box, just joining us, Nick Imo.
Good evening or morning, afternoon, I don't know. How are you doing, guys?
Very good, mate. It is morning here in Australia. It is afternoon in New Zealand, where our broadcaster is based. We will leave this pretty exciting first stint in both of your capable hands and catch you guys a little bit later on. Thanks for having us, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So as we're just seeing pop up on screen, car 718 copying a 10-second penalty there for a collision. That is Nuez in the Porsche. So they'll have to serve that, of course, in their first stint. How are you, Nick?
Hey, what's going on, Sean? How are you doing?
I'm well. It's good to be back in the box for the Permobil 12 Hours of Misano in the OOR Endurance Series. And this track, thoughts?
You know, I ran this back in when I was in sprint. This was, I don't know, a year and a half ago. I've run it on my own. I've run it in pubs. I've run it in other leagues. I've never liked it. There's the only part, I guess, that I could say that I enjoy in any capacity is, well, pretty much Sector 2, the start of Sector 2, through to Sector 3, and then pretty much up until the start-finish line, just because of how fast it is. But I can never get a good hold on this track.
I completely agree. I did a few laps this morning just to get a feel. I've never really raced around here, so it's one of those tracks where you've really got to think 1 or 2 corners ahead, because there's sort of a lot of flat-out corners that lead into really tight corners. So it is a tricky track, but it does produce some fantastic racing and some great overtakes, as we have seen in the first, 35, 40 minutes at the start of this race.
Oh, absolutely, and it's a really good showing of sort of the technical side of racing that we see a lot here in the OR. We see it in real life as well. You're talking about thinking 1 to 2 corners ahead. You know, for someone like me, it's more like 3 or 4, just to make sure I don't, forget the track. But no, going from very quick to very slow, it does sort of showcase those just millimeter differences in racing. You break maybe 3 meters too early while you're going to completely miss the apex. You break a few meters too late on this track, you could be pretty much off the circuit at that point. And that's one of the big challenges I find with Misano, is managing, that little push and pull, as well as admittedly track limits, because they seem to be very particular and it seems very easy to go over the line.
100% agree there. As we're looking at this fantastic battle here between Mags, Tuffet, Herod, and Young's just slightly off the back there, but this is turning into a 4-way battle. These two have pretty much been in touch at the hip since the start of the race. So it really is going to come down to sort of, and the thing with these endurance races as well, it's just really managing the car, managing your stint, and just getting yourself in a position, as we always say in endurance racing, buying a ticket to that last hour.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Pickford, he's got that 15 seconds, but 15 seconds over the course of 12 hours means absolutely nothing. We've all gotten a penalty, 15, 20 seconds, say in a pub race or a ranked race, something. And that really hurts, because those are about an hour. But here, 12, 15 seconds out of it, you're not even going to notice it for that much. Obviously everybody wants to make sure that they're keeping themselves clean. But I feel like that first maybe 30 minutes of an endurance race such as this is pretty chaotic, and then once everybody sort of figures out where their pace is going to be, that's when you just start getting into that, all right, got to grind the laps out. Oh, I got a penalty. All right, fine. You can't let something like that take you off your game, because the second you do, realistically, it's probably going to start putting you back even further, because you're going to focus on one little mistake the whole time.
As you're having a lovely view here of Matthew Herod in the Golf Bin Chicken Racing Porsche. Porsche Golf colours, that is ticking all my boxes 100%, even on more of a martini, man. But that looks fantastic. And Matthew Herod doing a fantastic job, currently running in 11th position, second in Pro-Am class. It is Mags leading the way in Pro-Am. And Philippa Paquita, though, way out in front. 9.7 seconds to the good from Britt, Floyd, Lai, Holing, Hignett, Cook, Dreyer, Mags, and Taufik are your top 10, and we are 11 minutes, 12 hours still to go. So plenty of time to settle in and get comfortable, grab some lunch, grab your favourite beverage, and strap in for a beautiful day of endurance racing.
Paquita in first place. I mean, I can't remember the last time we didn't say something like that. It seems to be a pretty standard showing. It feels like in every endurance race. I remember with the endurance race at Japan we had some time ago, going actually to the back of the grid after a bit of a collision on the start, coming all the way back. That just goes to show you the absolute dominance that team has. It's of course not just Paquita, it's everybody in that paddock. So, probably going to be leaving that BMW alone for a while, but this 4-pack, as we've seen, and even behind them, I believe what is that? I believe that's McNeil and Pickford there, 13 and 14th. Their own little battle starting to form behind them, as it looked like Young maybe got a little bit out of line. That's going to lose some time, and that'll give Herod a chance to kind of breathe a little bit, as we do have A penalty coming in for Sykes. 10-second for a collision on lap 23, so that'll get tacked on there to the next pit stop. Shouldn't be all too much, of course, in the grand scheme of things. So just carry on racing. But Tafiq has been staring at the rear end of Mags for quite a while. You start to wonder, at what point does the rear bumper start to drive you a little insane?
Well, it depends on the mentality of the driver. For example, me, I'm already frustrated. This is the real key to endurance racing right here. This is really, you got to manage it. Do you go for the move, or you just sit behind, just try and the thing is, because you're in a four-way battle like we're seeing at the moment, you've also got to keep one eye on the rear view. But I'll tell you what, just looking at the attitude of Tafiq here, he wants to make a move here on Mags, and he wants to get this done as quickly as possible. It's really closed up the last couple of laps, and he's just got a bit of a sniff here. They come into this really tricky section. It's just such a tricky track, this one, into the final corner now. Don't take too much of that inside curve, just run it out nice and wide, avoid the sausages. And then as they tick over for another lap, we have ticked over 31 laps, so chat, how many laps do you reckon we will do today?
I'm going to throw my hat in the ring and say at least 4 more. It could be wrong, but you never know. But Tafiq, you're mentioning getting closer. Gotta be patient though. It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass, but it's a complete third thing to let that overzealous feeling overtake you, because that's when you're going to see some really, really dumb mistakes come out of some very experienced drivers. And that's what Tafiq's got to be careful for. Just looking to the inside here. Not an offensive move, but just letting Mags know, hey, I've got some pace. You better be careful, because soon enough that P9 could be mine. And that might even open the door for the 2 Porsches behind if they scrap a little bit much. Tafiq a lot closer now, though, as we head down the very, very fast back section here. A little kink to the right. Make sure to hook that one up nicely. Not too difficult. Now Tafiq, look at how close this Ferrari is, looking to the inside, but he does have to back out. This is not really the spot to overtake, especially at that distance. You're sort of just taking a shot in the dark, as Young also doing something similar there. Almost going into the back of the fellow Porsche, but again, Mags holding on by pretty much every single dice roll he can, along with Herod.
You agree, and just seeing at the back there, Pickford and McNeil just starting to close up on this pack as well. So this does have the potential to get into a 6-way battle, which is pretty stress-inducing for a 12-hour race, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's terrible when you see people behind you. Oh, Young. Oh, I thought he was going for it.
Thought better of it. Just showed the nose. Was, as Australian viewers would know, doing a Craig Lowndes, showing the nose through every corner. As we settle in now. So, of course, we are streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so whatever your flavour, plenty of ways to view this Permobil Misano 12-hour, and make sure, and Facebook as well. Oh wow, I've just been told Facebook. 3-way stream.
And many other streaming platforms, because Glenn's just an absolute beast over there. I'm sure his computer and his ISP is very happy with him right now. But shoutouts to Twitch, by the way, for removing their multi-stream restrictions. So thanks, Twitch, for actually having some common sense for us. But anyways, back to your Permobil 12 hours of Misano. Tafiq continues to chase down fellow Ferrari just up ahead. One of the, if I had to place my bets, that might be the 500 BMW. No, it's not. It could be Hugo Flores. So this is going to be a blue marker situation. Shouldn't be too difficult to let through. Yep, 719 pulling off to the side, letting all 4 of these cars through. Does not want to hinder the battle any further. And we'll have a little bit of a break as we wait for the cars behind. This race is probably gonna be something. Misano, I'd be interested to hear what the drivers think about this circuit.
Yeah, I've heard mixed reviews for some drivers. Some drivers think it's great. Other drivers, not fans. Of course, it is predominantly a motorcycle track, more famous for its motorcycle racing, Misano, like Valencia as well. So definitely has that motorcycle feel, but it is not bad to drive around. I'll probably put it in my top 10 in ACC.
Really, top 10? Wow, I don't even know if it even tipped that in my book, but that's, that's my way of seeing things. Definitely not one of my favorites, and if I avoid it, I will.
Of course, exciting news did drop this morning. It did get quickly removed, but the rumours going around the paddock is that the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, is coming to ACC. I don't know about you, Nick, but I am super pumped for that one.
I am. I ran it before when I was getting into sim racing a little bit with the Assetto Corsa, and the thing with the Nordschleife is, for a long while, it wasn't possible. I think because of the series that this game emulates, didn't race there. If that's what, if I remember correctly. So the fact that it's coming possibly to ACC, I think is going to add a whole new dynamic. And I mean, let's be realistic. Everybody is going to be running their own 24-hour. Within maybe not even a month of it being out, I think everybody's going to say, hey, we've got a 24-hour. Oh, we've also got a 24-hour. And I think the absolutely insane aliens among us would participate in every single one of them. But I'm excited. I'm ready to crash a lot.
Yes, very much so. Of course, the Nürburgring 24-hour is part of the SRO umbrella this year, or next year, I should say. Actually, a really exciting time for GT3 Racing 2024. Of course, GT3s are going to Le Mans as well. So if you are a bit of an enduro nerd like myself, 2024, we are heading into a golden era of enduro. Oh, I'll tell you what, Tufik had a big look there. They was quite deep on the brakes. This battle is raging on, and just see in the background, McNeil and Pickford are slowly reeling these four in.
McNeil had a 35.19 last lap. Pickford was 35.14. Young is a 35.03. Harris a 35.01, and then Tafiq 34.95, and then a 35.02 for Mag. So while they're kind of reeling it, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be this Constantina effect. They're going to gain. They're going to lose. Lose lap after lap. I think what may bring those two cars into battle here is if Tafiq and Mags start fighting more and more. That'll bring Herod into the mix. Those three will start arguing over positions, and then Young's going to decide to throw his hat into the ring because obviously what else are you going to do? And then those other two behind the BMW and the Bentley, that's going to be their golden opportunity to actually start chipping away at that lead and have a shot at what could possibly be P9. Obviously, there are other factors at play, blue flags, pit stops. Obviously, there's many different strategies that are going to be coming out here. Maybe some possible odd lines as Mags does get it a little bit incorrectly. Tafiq now has a little bit of real estate on the inside. It's going to be even on the brakes, almost contact there. And it's actually Herod throwing it down the inside. 2 spots lost for the Ferrari in one corner. And now look behind. It's going to be Young. A chance here for the number 90 Porsche. Tries around the outside. It's not looking possible. Herod, though, I thought there might have been a little bit of a crisscross move, but just like that, there's the focus, there's the opportunity these drivers just wait for. You give them an inch, they're going to take the position.
That was bubbling for the last probably 10, 15 minutes, but Tufik got it done. But look at Herod, he's looking, he goes really deep there, just loses the back end of the Porsche slightly there on exit, doing typical Porsche things, so this is definitely raging now.
He's trying not to lose his head, that 645, and with both of those moves, that almost looks like it's thrown Mags off his game. Was so comfortable up there in P9. He's 2 positions, 1 corner. Michelle Young is eyeing the spot up. Could this be Mags losing another position? He's getting a little bit deep in the corner, but so is Herod. That's actually great news for Tafiq, because with these little mistakes, these little bobbles here and there, that's going to give him some more space to work with. Now Young on the inside. Is there going to be a forced issue? There is, side by side through this double apex. And it is the Porsche barely ahead, almost losing it. And a little bit of a switchback here is going to keep the Ferrari ahead. But Young not giving up, still in the hunt for this position. A little bit on the inside, showing it later on the brakes. We do a little bit of a lift. That does open up the corner. And number 90 cuts it by 9 and makes it into position 10 with a neat little set of moves. The Sofa King slow crew showing they've got some speed under that hood.
That's beautiful bit of driving there by Young. Just set that up absolutely beautiful, really patient, and then found the opportunity and just slid the Porsche up the inside. Love to see it. And that Mags is just, last couple of laps, just struggling a little bit. Maybe the rear tyres just going off there a little bit. Of course, we are coming into the pit window now for our first stop, so we'll keep an eye on that. And you can see in the background now, that has allowed McNeil and Pickford to really catch up to the rear here. So Mags just dropped down the order a little bit, but still running 3 in Pro-Am. But that has promoted Herod up to P1 in Pro-Am. Young now in 2nd in Pro-Am. This is a fantastic battle. And it's only one, and then as we're about to tick over our first hour, it has been an exciting first hour here at the Permobil Misano 12-hour, really lively first hour. But of course, 11 hours to go, so anything can happen. I just keep an eye on Mr. JP Sneakers as well. After that lap 1 incident, dropped all the way down to around 26th, 27th position, now back up to 15th position, so making a hard charge. And I do believe Mr. Shady Samuel will be jumping in the car next, and we know how quick that gentleman is.
Yeah, Sneakers is a driver we've seen very consistently here in the OR. Just incredibly quick, out of South Africa. I mean, this, like you said, going all the way down to 26th, sitting in 15th right now, that is the hallmark of a driver who has the I don't care mentality. I'm going to do what I need to do, and what I'm going to do is be a consistent threat. That's the thing. It's one thing to be consistent. You can bang out these laps, you can get roughly the same time here and there, that's awesome. But if you are not able to convert that consistency into positions, you're not really doing much. Unless you're, obviously, Bakita there at the top, then all you can really do is be consistent. But yeah, Sanika's great recovery right now. Looking to see, maybe there's going to be more positions, maybe even a top 10. But the problem is he's got to get through what is the entirety of the top 5 of Pro-Am in order to get there.
Yeah, exactly right. And we've seen with these top 5 in Pro-Am, they're not afraid to get the elbows out and throw down. So it's just got to pick your way through it, of course. So it'd be interesting to see sort of strategies. This is the fun part of endurance racing as well. It's just watching strategies play out. Are people going to run just standard 60-minute stints? Are people going to go long and try and buy themselves a pit stop towards the end of this race? This is where it's all going to play out. Get the calculators out.
I'm not good at math, so I'll leave that one to you, Sean. You definitely have that in on lock.
Oh no, definitely not. I have a rule: never do maths on stream.
Well, that certainly makes 2 of us. I've done that in the sprint series, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Now, one thing I want to note here, so because of Mags getting past, Tafiq and Herod have just pulled away. They have gotten around, sidestepped it, haven't looked back. Young hasn't been as fortunate, so that could be playing into this team's pace, although just behind, it is, of course, Austin McNeil and Michael Pickford, the BMW and Bentley respectively. Again, that slow reel in. Their laps have been about a 10th, maybe half a 10th quicker. So Mags right now, I think the important thing is just getting reset, getting back into the flow, saying, all right, lost some positions, there's still 10 hours, 57 minutes, and 57 seconds to go. I don't need to be making any, overly questionable moves. Just get back in that rhythm, and eventually these positions will come. Maybe try to get some pit stop strategies to play into your favor. Maybe bank on your opponents making a mistake, of course. Knock on wood, just in case. But yeah, right now for Mags, it is really a big case of just reset, calm down, head forward, just get these laps banged out, and the positions will come.
I'll tell you what, though, I am digging that livery on the Mags Ferrari there. That looks fantastic.
Absolutely stunning. Probably not. I put it I'd say maybe. Oh God, I want to say maybe top 5. If you sort of discount the liveries that I would use. But I think, oh man, there was a livery. I think Kevin Perry is here. Kevin's always got some great liveries. And I think the one he ran at the end of NA Sprint was probably the best one that he's ever had. So that's definitely in there. And then, of course, I have to give a shout out to his tortoise. forever in a day. Hate it, but good job. But yeah, some really solid liveries. I gotta say, that's the one thing I love about these events is the creativity you see on the cars. You know, in other games, it's, oh, here's this flashy skin that makes your gun do like rainbow effects, and then it does this other thing. With us, it's like, all right, you got the car, you got the base, have fun. And there are some, I gotta say, that I've seen some absolutely talented people put some beautiful artwork on these things. So always a pleasure to have these liveries on display. And of course, shout outs to Glenn for the livery sync. That has been like the greatest addition I think he's ever made.
Oh, couldn't agree more. And as someone like myself who loves to take photos, having custom liveries just makes those photos pop even more. But there's definitely two distinct styles when it comes to liveries. You've got your meme type livery, and then you've got your race style livery. It's just sort of whether you like chicken well cooked or do you like it barbecued. It's completely up to you.
I guess it depends on who's preparing it.
Well, that's true as well. So this race just seems to have settled down just a little bit after a chaotic start. I think a lot of these drivers now will be on their team radios with their other drivers, working out their pit stops, deciding if their tyre pressures are correct, you know, maybe come up a couple of clicks with their pressures or down a couple of clicks. So it's just sort of getting that car into the window and then sending it for the second stint there, as Stick Death likes his chicken medium rare.
I don't know if I like that all too much. I don't think you can do that. Like inside a cooked, it's not. But yeah, it was actually really convenient. I was just looking at this battle. Thank you, Glenn. I wanted to mention this battle for P20. It's starting to be, yeah, chicken medium rare. Anyways, I'm gonna forget about that.
How good is it to see the big boat back out on track?
As a proud Bentley driver of the Kyalami 9-hour that one time, I love it. I don't care what anyone says. It has a special place in my heart. I made a logo for the team, which was literally just me and one other person. And then I made a sticker and I put it on the side of my computer. Shout outs, Boatley Space Program. You guys are great. Obviously it's just me and Mia. So shout out to me if you see this. But Boatley's always a great car. Of course, I'm gonna stick with the Lambo. But if I have to break out the Bentley at Kyalami, I might have to.
It's just great to see some of the old school cars coming back now, and it's great to see such a mixture of manufacturers in this race as well. We've got Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Aston, McLaren, the boat, and a couple of there's a Merc there as well, which is awesome to see. And we are looking at Jamie Coomboy, aka JC, who is currently running in 18th. Well, it says 18th, but it's 20th position. Thank you, Kurnos, as per normal. And he's battling here. It looks like Scotty Rochford just there in front of him. So this battle is a fantastic battle as well. And it's actually up. There we go.
The pit stops. Yep. So this is like you said earlier, Sean. The pit stops. We're getting into that first window. We're going to be seeing some driver swaps. We're going to be seeing some drivers sticking with the cars. We do have people serving penalties, so those will be applied about a 30-second pit stop already, tires and fuel. So if it's plus 15 in the case of Pickford, it's going to be 45. If you're floor race, it's going to be 40. So again, those aren't going to be all too much of an issue, as we do see a few of the cars coming down pit lane now on the little miniature display there. Is looking to be one of the Porsches, I believe it's young, and then just behind one of the Ferraris. Oh, that was close. Oh, these guys are getting extra racy. Rochford almost losing out in Convoy. He's seeing some light in there. He's finding the candle flame. He's just got to make sure he doesn't get burned by it.
Yeah, I was about to say, yep, they're going to come in here. So these two are following each other in, so it's going to be a battle of who can nail their pit stop, stopping the marks. Of course, ACC is one of those games that if you just miss that pit box, it can cost you 3 or 4 seconds easily.
Oh, absolutely. The one thing I wanted to point out is Rochford slowed down quite a ways back, and that lost him a good bit of time, because that actually gave the Bentley a chance to catch up, gain a little bit of time in the pits. Could that translate into a position? Maybe. It kind of depends. probably not though. You see all the distance, so never mind in that case. But yeah, it's important. I always say it's important to practice your pit stops even in before a race starts, because the last thing you want to do is miss your pit box, and then you're gonna have to go backwards like you talked about, or in some cases getting a drive-through penalty because you were too fast going into the pits. And especially here on exit, I have had many a times where I was practicing and I would instinctively turn off the pit limiter at that green light, even though the exit is quite a ways down. So looks like everybody has been practicing their pit stops, which is always good to see. Some driver changed Weatherburn into the Bentley, giving his teammate a chance to well, take a breather. And the 716 pulls along. We do see one of your front runner drivers in the pit lane as well. That is Hignett. They're in position 9. That is the 600 BMW, or no, sorry, not the BMW. I'm looking at the wrong car entirely. Either way, driver's getting that first stint. We've got Corey Sweet popping in the 209. So for some of these drivers, it is time to get that first stint underway for their evening or morning, afternoon, wherever they may be, and continue on the campaign for a lot of these teams.
Our leader looks like he's popped in the pit lane as well. So in comes Philippa. What a fantastic opening stint from Pip as well. That was a Hollywood stint if I've ever seen one. Fantastic stint, and that qualifying lap last night, that was stunning.
I did catch that this morning. I came to the gym, got home, and I thought, oh well, they'll do their thing, and then you guys did it earlier tonight, so I had a chance to check that. I mean, it was absolutely stunning. Every time Pip just drives, I'm always amazed at just how good someone can be in racing. It's absolutely insane, and I love it every single second of it. And Jake Baldwin into the car, very familiar name there for that team. Yeah, amazing opening lap, or opening stint, excuse me, especially because that team is already a lap up. Misson and the 111 Aston Martin is just now coming through the final corner, so that should tell you how big of a gap this team has, because a pit stop isn't even enough to slow them down, even temporarily lose the position. So yeah, everybody on that team, every cog in that machine, just gotta make sure you get to the checkered flag. Don't take anything for granted, especially in a endurance race.
Has popped out into a bit of traffic here, so a bit of blue flag traffic. Oh, is it? Oh, 3 wide. This is interesting.
Okay.
Whoa, that's spicy.
It's not how I would do it, but then again, I'm not the one leading the field in a 12-hour race, now am I?
So, but all the drivers do sort that out, so it's great to see. So just get the head down now and getting into their second stint. So we're just having a look at the time there. So a lot of the teams running that sort of 65 to 70 minute mark, which is sort of what we expected. So they're trying to run the tanks dry, trying to go as long as possible to the maximum stint time, which is 70 minutes. So of course, a lot of these teams will try to buy themselves a pit stop towards the back end of the race, and that's what it's all about really, is trying to minimize your stationary time. And that's the thing with endurance racing as well, is you can lose a lot of time in the pits, but you can also make up a lot of time in the pits as well.
Yeah, we may also see some double stints come out. I know we've had that in the past. I should probably ask you, Sean, how do you feel if you had to run a double stint? Would you, if you could choose to do a couple dubs here and there, would you, or would you just say, nope, I'm going to do my one and take a break?
I think it depends on the track and how you feel. Like, for example, Vols Racing here today, no chance in hell I'll be doing a double stint. But somewhere like Brands Hatch, Bathurst, where else do I like? Imola. Yeah, I'd be happy to do a double stint because I just enjoy those circuits.
Or you just do what I do on a track you don't like and just not sign up.
That too, yeah.
It's a valid option. No, I agree. I mean, I feel like, yeah, depending on the circuit, I'll be fine to do a double. I haven't had the chance to go to Bathurst. I would love to. I would have to find a way to make sure I don't get like ADD moment over, the top and down the S's and everywhere else, because I don't want to break the thing. But yeah, as for some drivers, I know they're like, nope, I'm going to do one stint at a time. And for other drivers, they're like, give me every single stint if I need it. I will make sure that this car gets back in one piece.
Agreed. Definitely. And I think that's also the mentality of drivers as well. Some just love going absolutely flat out for a whole stint. Others just like to back it off a bit, about 90%, and just, get into a rhythm and just try and be consistent. It really does depend on each driver. We are looking here at Shady Samuel in the Kovacs purple entry in the McLaren on the massive recovery as their opening driver, as the 191 did not fix their 20-second damage as well. So they're trying to just make up as much time as possible, try not to repair the car, and maybe find an opportunity to just repair the car when they do get a chance. And probably not a bad idea as well, just to tack on to the back of the leader and just follow them around and trying to make their way back up through the field. We fixed damage, so there we go. Thank you, Paige. As Paige is in the chat. Good opening sim, tough opening lap, but nice recovery there. It is a long day, so plenty of time to make up spots.
Yeah, the benefit of following the leader is you can see what their line is, maybe adjust yours a little bit. Also, if you stick close enough, you do get some of that slipstream, and that'll pull you away. Now, I don't know if you caught it, John, but the last time around, as we were getting towards the tail end of Sector 3, Beg did have to get out of the way for Baldwin, and Samuel used that as an opportunity to actually take the position. So that is some great heads-up driving there, to use something that you've had to experience not too long ago. And when your opponent has to take their turn, you can use that to your advantage because of that speed difference. So that was really smart there from the 191.
It's all about seizing the moment, as they say.
Yeah, it's something the day or something or other. I don't know. I'm not good with quotes, but it's certainly a moment that has been seized by that team. We are joining a double Porsche battle between Ricciuti and Murphy. This is the battle for P10, top of Pro-Am class. You can actually see Pro-Ams all the way from 10th to 17th, so that class keeping it nice and sorted neatly there. And then you do have Samuel to break it up. But you know what? He's probably not too bothered by that. Is more than happy to break some of these guys up. But that recovery drive is on. Ricciuti coming in here for teammates, and Chris Murphy, I believe, as well, carrying the torch on there for the Gulf Bin Chicken Racing. The pace of these two Porsches right now, it does favor Ricciuti by about half a second, 0.6, give or take. We'll get another sort of indication as we come through the final corner. Of course, Ricciuti basically on home soil in Italy, so probably more than happy to be running this. A little bit of pace out of that final corner, and that gap is now a 10th, so it looks like Ricciuti, he might be scaring Murphy a little bit. Murphy almost missed the break point entirely, and every little bit of road being used right now for the number 90 to catch back up. These guys are hopefully on more of a metaphorical collision course rather than a literal one for the position. And I believe just ahead of them is Tafiq. So this is, no, it's not, sorry. But yeah, these two guys, this is looking to be pretty good here soon.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around Ricciuti in a Porsche. Of course, he's a perennial Lamborghini driver, but it is great to see he has saw the light and jumped in the greatest manufacturer in endurance racing and GT3 racing. Don't at me, but this battle.
Like my dad.
So this battle, I think this could go all the way. This is what we want to see, especially in a class battle as well. If these two drivers absolutely throw them down for 12 hours, it's going to be a well-earned victory, whoever does come out on top. So we have, looks like every team now has planned their pit stop, so we will just quickly run through the top 10. So it is Baldwin leading the way from Misson, Sweet, Albert, Chen, Brown, Hine, Georgie Cook, my fellow co-commentator, Tafiq and Murphy are your top 10, and Ricciuti just outside there in 11th position. And big welcome to all our viewers. Those who have just joined, make sure you smash the like button on both either Twitch or YouTube and Facebook as well. You are watching the Permobil Misano 12-hour brought to you by OOR. And a big thank you to Permobil. They do some fantastic work. Go check them out on Twitter and all the social media. Really great organisation. Oh, we got a battle here. Is Murphy going to try and set it up the ins? Oh, that's around the outside. Oh boy, they're going to go side by side here. Fantastic racing. And look at that, just Murphy got it done. Look at that, what a fantastic fight that was. Clean, There's plenty of space given. That's what you love to see.
Yep, Ricciuti played that perfectly. Knows his opponent's weakness, knows where he's going to strike and how it's going to happen. Leave your opponent guessing, you know, give him a little bit of a hint here and there. Maybe I can attack here, maybe I can attack there. Just waste that space up there. Waste the RAM, if you will, of their brain. And then while they're busy thinking about it, just go for the move. Of course, everybody would probably have that moment of, oh, I could just, you know, hit him. But again, the respect there for both of these guys to keep the racing clean. Incredible stuff. So now, it is the number 90 that has taken that top 10 spot. And it is all up to Murphy for now to reclaim the position if he can, although pace would dictate otherwise. And then just behind, it's Dan Chase and Matt Nipares. And so that's sort of a battle right now. It's kind of just in limbo for this race. I think we've just had a position change actually. So in the meantime, while we were talking, Sweet has lost P3 to Albert, so that's a great move there for the 101 onto the podium. Sean, how do you feel about the provisional all-Australian podium being broken up a little bit?
Look, as a pretty proud Australian, it is nice to see a good mixture, though, the international drivers as well. So that's what we love to see. But come on, Sweet, get back in there, son. Of course, Albert, they got the purple lap as well, so they got some really red-hot pace in that McLaren at the moment. So they're on a bit of a drive. See if they can just get back on chomp a bit of time out of Misano, who's currently running in second position. So if they can just get past his blue flag car, I think in the next couple of laps we'll just see the true pace of this McLaren here with Albert behind the wheel, and we'll keep an eye on that. But look at it. I'll tell you what, I'm just looking at the lap times here. These are some really quick times at the moment.
Yeah, this is the only team to get into the 33s. Just obviously barely enough at 33.92. The next fastest lap looks to be, well, your race leaders, the 89 squad with a 34.02. Now, last lap pace though, it's 4/10 down, so they had a really good stint somewhere in there to get that purple. And if they can hold on to it, that would be quite something.
Here we go. We've got a replay up of this overtake here between Albert and Sweet. Oh, there we go. Yep. Oh, yep. Just backed out of it. Okay.
So, all right. Well, hold on. If we look at the lap time, so Albert apparently, I don't know if this is true, but for almost half a second. So maybe Sweet recognized that and said, you know, I'm better off just letting it through. And that's sort of the one thing that you're going to see a lot of in endurance racing, or even just other racing. You know, if you're doing your standard 20-minute pub, maybe you have an hour race like in Sprint Series, or maybe just another racing sim entirely, you're going to have moments where you're going to say to yourself, all right, the person behind me is faster, I can defend, but the downside is I'm going to be opening myself and the other person up to potential attacks from chasing cars, and I'm also going to lose time to the guys ahead, so my chance of gaining another position is diminishing. So that might actually just be a really good heads-up play from Sweet. Say, you know what, go through and carry me up to the 111 Aston Martin there in second place, but only time's going to tell if that actually works out the way they think it does.
Well, that's the other thing as well. I mean, when you are defending quite aggressively, using more of the car, more of the tyre, more of everything, so, you know, just let the faster car pass, sit behind, maybe able to pick up a little bit of tips and tricks on where they're taking their lines, where they're finding speed, and it is, as you exactly 100% and said, patience and knowing when to seize the moment is what it's all about. As we are looking here at Ben Kao, currently in 20th position for the Convex and Colonials McLaren.
That team, that's my favorite team, because the only team I consistently see with, you know, the red, white, blue in it. It's not just the Australian red, white, blue, but the North American red, white, blue, excuse me. No, Ben Keogh, Austin Carpenter, two guys that I'm obviously very familiar with in North American Sprint, incredibly talented, incredibly consistent. pretty lethal at times when they need to be. But yeah, down in P20 at the moment, and they are chasing down Grant Begg in the 900 for Milk Racing, one of the, I would say, legendary teams from the OR. That got a laugh out of Glenn. I'm taking it.
Very good.
I have my moments, few and far between. But anywho, yeah, Keo, Carpenter, great drivers, and of course, here going to be very good teammates. Of course, coming from the good old US of A. So good evening to them as well here at this race here tonight. Hopefully, see some pretty big moves for them later on. And, you know, we can never forget about Bartlett, their Australian teammates, and really make sure the whole convicts of Colonials is true to its name.
It is great to see. I love seeing teams, these long-standing teams like MRT, Convicts and Colonials, Kovacs, sort of what makes OOR so great, these long-standing teams. And I'll tell you what, Keo's looking really racy here. He wants to get past Beg as quickly as possible. You can just see showing a bit of the nose, just trying to get into that slipstream and just find an opportunity. Oh, this part of the track, it's probably the only part of the track I really enjoy, is that really fast back section through the kinks, and then you just dive it into that really slow corner there, and then just accelerate out. It is enjoyable part of the circuit. The rest of the circuit, yeah, you could probably throw it in the bin personally.
I might have to agree with you. Keo is pushing this right now. It's same car, same manufacturer, so it's going to be setup differences, it's going to be driver differences. That's going to make this happen. Keo extremely late on the brakes there into turn number 1. That is going to close the gap up a little bit, but because of that excess speed, it is going to hurt him later on, and there it is. Begg just pulls away a little bit. That is going to give him pretty much everything he needs. Last lap, though, for Keo was 4/10 quicker. Is this going to be the lap we see the move, or will we have to wait? Begg under a lot of pressure right now, but Keo, a little mistake there. That's going to just push him back, and now he's got to do it all over again. And just ahead of them, it is going to be Weatherburn in the Bentley. Does he unintentionally become part of this melee?
Well, let's have a look at those lap times there. So, last lap times there. So, Weatherburn did a 34.9, a 35.2 there for Begg, and Keo a 34.7. So they're pretty close in lap times. But I think Keo wants to get past Begg as soon as possible. But of course, the old saying in motorsport, it's one thing catching, it's another thing passing.
Absolutely. And Sean, I think you're reading from the best lap column and not the last lap column. But Keo, big sideways moment, huge opposite lock. Lucky to keep that one from pointing backwards. Thankfully, no walls to speak of. But while he's done that, Begg has just picked up a drive-through, and I think that's going to get served right away. So for Keo, that might be good news, because even if Begg stops for a pit stop, it's not going to take away the drive-through. So despite the error, Keo gets a handout.
Does get a handout, but Keo's rear tyres will not be happy with life at the moment.
Oh, no, absolutely.
And of course, just starting into this stint as well, so he's going to have to nurse those rears for this whole stint. Yeah, that was a big slide, but really well done to keep it off the wall. Nice rejoin as well, made sure nice clear space. So now it's just resetting, get the head down, and then just keep trucking out laps. And here we get a replay here. So just, oh yeah, that was a little weird actually, wasn't it?
Yeah. Might have gone just a little bit too much on the side, maybe caught something, unsettled the car a little bit. The McLaren notorious for not enjoying the bumpiest of rides. Can't confirm that. But no, Keo very lucky to get out of that one. And, you know, I think he's not going to have too much of an issue getting those tires back down. He's very in tune with his car. Whatever he's driving, he just knows what he has to do in order to keep things at that beautiful equilibrium. So for Keo, he's just let someone through. He was blue flagged. That's fine. His main competitor is down in 25th position. So that one drive-through has just cost Begg, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions?
And I believe that is our first track limit drive-through as well. So an hour and a half, well, 90 minutes in the race. Yeah, not too bad.
I think there was one earlier, actually. If I remember correct, I feel like I saw one a little higher up on the grid. Not certain, though, but if it isn't, if I'm wrong, then yeah, an hour and a half, and no drive-throughs. Good job, everybody. And unfortunately, Beg, how dare you ruin it?
If we're looking
But
at... Sorry, that.
head back up. Tafiq right now is getting a little bit racy here with George Cook. This is the battle for P8 and Jake Brown. So it's actually the battle for P7. One of the Milk Racing team members starting to come under fire here. He is trying to pull away, and just ahead of them is one of the sister cars. Not the same manufacturer, but the same team, Connor Hine, for the very fast section of MRT, and Cowabunga for Jake Brown's MRT squad. Oh yeah, George Cook in the middle of this three-way fight, and things could be turning up a little bit. Bragging rights for last lap does go to Tafiq, the 34.777, so he's going to be using a little bit of that casino luck right now to try and overtake. Cook, though, is the slowest of this pack. Jake Brown, 35.81, Cook, 34.97, so I'm actually reading it incorrectly. So Brown is actually going to be in a pretty difficult situation, especially as we head through the backstretch here through that little kink, the right-hander. Bit of a slipstream could be given over Cook. He had some pace, but just in no position at all to really go for a move. But if he could just keep the pressure on, even if it's slight, it's going to have massive differences later on. But he's got to worry about Tafiq, because that man is hungry for another position.
We have seen Tafiq before. He's not he gets half an opportunity, he will fire it up the inside. Really talented driver, and I believe Tafiq, now I might have got myself confused, but he's doubling, I believe.
Yeah, he is. I think so. Yeah, because he came in, stayed in. So yeah, that's a double stint for Tafiq. So we'll see if I don't think there's going to be a triple, but I'm not saying I'd be surprised, as Tafiq is right there. Look at how close he was to those couple of corners. He was sitting right under the wing. He could almost write his name on that back bumper, but that's actually done him more harm than good, because he's fallen off. But much like bad habits, he's back at it again. And Cook starting to get a little bit shaky. Oh, I thought he was going to lose it there for a second. Does that invite Tafiq? He talked about half an opportunity. He might need even less than that. The inside line covered off from the number 70 as we head onto the backstretch. Brown more than happy to let these guys just go at it, because it's going to give him all the space he needs to pull away. Tafiq starting to find little cracks in the armor. Is it possible that he goes for a move? How late is he going to be? Oh, I was fully expecting a send from about 3 postcodes back, but thinks better of it.
This is what we were talking about before. This is, if you're Georgie Cook here, do you maybe just let Tafiq go, or do you... Hang on, what am I talking about? Race driver.
Try again. Reset. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Of course, this is what it's all about. This is, sometimes you say, yeah, I'll let him go, but then the race driver instinct kicks in. You're like, no, I'm not giving up position. Hell no. I want to... Actually, so we just saw there, so Cook's really good through Sector 1 here. So he's actually caught back up to Brown. So Brown got a little gap, and then Cookie's back on it, and Tafiq's right there ready. This is a fantastic dice. This will be sweating bullets.
Yeah, the Brown and Cook, their last Sector 1s were only a 10th, but when you look at their best laps, they actually have an equal Sector 1 at a 23.7. And then it's only when you go to Sector 2, that's where you have a 10th of a second difference, because Cook actually takes it with a 37.3 compared to a 37.4, but then that last sector goes a 10th the other way. So these guys are dead even, it looks like, on the sectors, and that is going to continue much the same.
Yeah.
Then even last lap, there's a 10th between sectors 1 and 2, and then 2 between sector 3. So again, it's dead even, because those first 2 sectors go to Brown, that last sector goes to Cook, and that recovers the 2 tenths lost. So these guys are definitely on the same page. Tafik as well does have pace that would equal, if not exceed, Jake Brown by just a little bit. There's just small differences in his pace. Oh, I thought he got a much better exit than he did, but that pesky McLaren in the way, and one of the back markers getting out of the way, beautifully done. So yeah, let's watch this first sector from Cook, because it's absolutely, it is stellar.
He's definitely stellar, and just saw in the background there a pink Porsche is, or pink, we're going to go mauve. I reckon that's mauve. Bertucci just started to close into these three as well. So I'll tell you what, this stint from Bertucci is actually turning into a bit of a hero stint. He's drove beautifully. He is right there. So this battle, Tafik will be seeing that just in his rearview mirror as well. So he'll be like, okay, I've got to get past Cook now, because Bertucci will be closing up to the back of these three, I reckon, in the space of a lap, maybe 2 laps. He is closing in very quickly. He's got that Porsche absolutely hooked up at the moment. As we're looking at Tafik, he's going to try and go around the outside. That's bold. But I think's better of it. Just places the car there. He's just trying to unsettle Cookie, just trying to find a little chink in the armour. But so far, Cook is doing a fantastic job here. Not making any errors, not giving Tafik any chance to just slide up the inside or the outside.
The Cook is definitely in the kitchen now. Bertucci, out of these three we've been talking about, Brown, Cook, and Tafik, Brown had the best previous lap at a 35.4. Keep that number in mind, because Bertucci's last lap was a 34.6. Almost a full second, and it's no wonder that he's already on the back of the Ferrari and soon to be the McLaren. Brown has that little bit of a gap. He knows that, all right, the other Porsche's got to get through them, but he knows that the second that the number 90 is clear, he's next. He's next on the chopping block, and he does not want to be stuck there when that happens. But Bertucci, God, he is just so quick. His last lap, 34.8. So consistent out of this guy. I mean, it's ridiculous, and Tafik's going to start feeling the pressure soon enough.
What a fantastic battle. This is... God, I love it. I love endurance racing. I really do. It's so good.
Good. It is. I just love racing in general. These battles we see, it really just shows you how in tune you need to be with yourself and the machine you're driving, as we do see Cook running it very wide there, but that actually seems to have played into his favor a bit, because Tafik can't benefit off of that. So yeah, it's sort of smart in a way, worked out in the end. But yeah, this is, I love this kind of stuff. This is what makes motorsport the greatest ever, and I will take that to my grave. But hockey is second, don't worry. Bertucci's going to be eyeing up Tafik here shortly, I think, within the next lap or so. I know you talked, Sean, about, you know, Tafik and Cook, but this is going to be the Italian man, I think, getting first dibs on the meal here as we head onto yet another lap number 60 here at your Permobil 12 Hours of Misano. Cook is doing what he can to get out of there. Or Brown, excuse me. I'm mixing up my drivers left, right, and center. Oh my God. But look at Bertucci. Yeah, he wants this. Oh, just peeks on the inside. Wants to throw Tafik off, but it's going to take a little bit more than a sleight of hand to lose that position.
And of course, car 90 there with Bertucci behind the wheel started P21. So Michelle with the opening stint, and then Bertucci here have put in 2 mega stints. So they've made up, what's that? See, not doing maths. No. We'll go 11. We'll go 11. That works. Oh, it's Tafik now. Cook runs a little wide. Tafik's at it. Oh, it gets a slight opportunity here. This is starting to really bubble now. It's gone from a mild curry to a full Vindaloo. Bertucci there, he's close enough, but not close enough. It's that real sort of concertina effect as well. So Cook, oh, he'd be feeling it. He'd be very much feeling it. This is, I'm going to give it 3 laps. I reckon something's going to happen in 3 laps.
All right, we'll put that to the test. In the meantime, Sean, it sounds like you might want to grab something to eat if you're thinking about all these dishes making me hungry, and I just ate. Yeah, I'd say 3, maybe 2 laps. If depending on when Bertucci actually catches up to Tafik, it's definitely important, especially at a circuit like Misano where it's so easy. You see all this open space, and subconsciously, I think your brain goes, I have far more space to work with than I actually have. So just got to be careful not to, you know, discount Bertucci or any of these guys. But catching up at the right point has a far greater impact than catching up, period. So and especially with this backmarker Mercedes, how does this mix things up?
Oh, great job.
Oh, it doesn't mix it up at all, but yeah, great job getting out of the way. Shoutouts to that team right there. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is Brett Sykes leading the amateur class championship. Actually, this is position 24 for Atlas Racing in the Mercedes. So great job, and actually, it's a pretty significant gap down to Trey Palace down in 25th. So the amateur drivers, despite being amateur, they are definitely dealing with this like a set of pros. You love to see it. And that has also kind of given these four a chance to catch up with each other. And I think there's some more back markers up ahead. So do we see a continuous amount of advantages being given across the board?
Well, Cook just ran a little wide there. There's a moment. There it is. I said within 3 laps. There's the moment right there.
So Bertucci redresses that. That's very smart. That could have been a penalty if the steward saw it as such, and he wasn't going to take that chance.
That will have some damage for both cars there. So a bit of damage in the rear for the Ferrari, a bit of front damage in the Porsche. But that's just now giving Cook quite a lot of breathing room. He'll be just having a bit of a sigh of relief. So we saw the moment just looked a little clumsy there. Just sort of backed up a little bit. But hopefully not too much damage, and they can keep trucking along.
Yeah, they should be fine. And you're talking about, a little bit of a breather. Unfortunately, George Cook doesn't see it as such, because his fight for position 7 with Jake Brown is continuing on. Yet another lap. This guy, it's the classic battle of the Kangaroos and the Kiwis. Brown from Australia, Cook, of course, from New Zealand. Always looking a little bit on the inside. Isn't really in position to overtake, but just wants to keep it interesting. Keep a little bit of spice there in the mix. Make sure Brown doesn't forget where he is. So I always say racing is about 10% skill, 90% just getting in your opponent's head. And Cook is trying to do exactly that. As we head through, always very later on the brakes, a little bit more of a coast as he dives and throws it down the inside here. Is this going to be positioned? He'll be on the outside for the subsequent corner. No, he doesn't want to pursue it and looks on the inside again. Cook is... how many more kitchen puns can I go with before things start to get a bit stale? I mean, come on. You want the Porsche ahead to crumble or what?
Some would say.
Thank you for the pity laugh, Sean. I appreciate it.
Oh, wow. That's the entertainment that you get here at OOR, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, not very high quality comedy, but the racing's top notch.
It is very much top notch. And we just see the gaps just starting to normalise there. So after that little moment there from Tufik and Bertucci, they're just starting to close back now on the back of Cook. So this is about to get into a 4-way battle again. So, but what a fantastic battle this has been. This has been going on for 20, 25 minutes. I've lost count, but this is awesome to watch. Great racing. So we'll just do a quick run through the top 10. So it is still Baldwin leading the way from Misson, Albert, Sweet, Chen, Hind, Brown, Cook and Tufik, and Bertucci as the battle you are watching on screen at the moment. And Murphy just sitting out the side of the top 10. And we just 17 minutes to go till we hit the 2-hour in mark, or the 10-hour mark, which way you want to look at it. But what a fantastic day, and a Saturday afternoon here in beautiful Melbourne, where I'm sitting, and the weather is, well, it's crap. It's typical Melbourne weather.
I mean, it's probably better than here. We're starting to get into the cold season, so I'm being reminded that I will soon be scraping the windshields and every other window on my car every single morning. So enjoy your crap weather, which I assume is probably just rain. I'm going to enjoy the winter as it fast approaches.
It's not rain. It's just overcast and windy, and
Oh, that's nothing. Overcast and windy.
but it's November. It shouldn't be doing that.
Okay, well, that's like a typical November for me, so I might disagree. But overcast and windy, and Sean, you got all right. Your your idea of crappy weather is different from mine. But anyways, the two hemispheres, we have to live in harmony. We don't have a choice. Can't really split us without causing major catastrophic events to get first. Speaking of catastrophic, this could be Cook losing the position. Tafiq wants to send it around the outside, but the Kiwi getting those elbows out as much as those wings, if anything, could actually let happen. The Tafiq doesn't let that falter the advance. Right back on behind. A little bit later on the brakes. It's not going to work. Maybe a crisscross. Nope. Can't find any sort of outlet there. Cook hanging on by a thread here as we are just 10 hours and 15 minutes away from the checkered flag. And if it stays like this, man, that 70 team and this 7-Eleven team are going to be probably at wit's end by the time we get to the end of this race. But my God, the battle between these guys has been incredible. And Ratucci as well, just lurking in the shadows.
These are those stints, though, where you're out as well. So you already get worn out when you're out on your own doing an hour, 70 minutes stint. But when you're in a battle like this for the entire stint, it just takes that extra 10, 15% out of you as well. So really hats off to all four of these drivers, because we really haven't seen any major mistakes. It's just been really good, hard, fair racing, and that's what we love to see. But what I'm really interested in between these four cars is just certain moments that, you'll see Brown just get ahead, then you'll see Cook just get ahead, then you'll see the gaps closing up. So it really is ebbing and flowing beautifully. And Ratucci now is right on the back of Tafiq here. So Tafiq just had a couple of bad corners, and that's given Ratucci a bit of a run. And the Porsche with its new straight line speed, which is great to see. Oh, he tries to go around the outside, but thinks better of it. Oh, Tafiq actually runs a little wide. That's going to give Ratucci an opportunity here. He's going to try and send it around the outside. Surely not. No, that's a bit bold. I don't think that's going to happen. But, wow, what a fantastic battle. He tries to do the crisscross. Thinks better of it. As Cook runs a little wide there as well. This is raging like a 90s rave party.
Haven't experienced that. I went a little bit towards the tail end of the 90s. But anyways, whoa, Ratucci. Oh, God, I thought he was going to try to take the illegal line, the Max Verstappen at the USGP line, but that is thought better of. Man, Ratucci and Tafiq, these guys. Ratucci, I'm surprised the first over-under didn't work, and I was less expecting the second one to even be a possibility. But this is starting to put the pressure that was on Cook now on Tafiq, so that'll give the 70 McLaren a chance to kind of recharge the batteries a little bit, because now the 7-Eleven has to find that extra little bit of convenience to make it through this stint. And here's the thing I want to sort of touch on is, once their next pit stops come through, if they stay the way they are, how do you play that? Do you stick with the person? Do you go in with them? Do you let them go in and then you go the lap after? Do you stay out longer? I mean, how does that play into the battles? And then you also have to take into account if there's a driver change. How are they going to handle the situation? Are they going to have the same sort of pace, or are we going to be seeing some struggles? So a lot of these questions, of course, up in the air right now. Can't answer them, but ideally we'll be answering them soon enough. Tafiq, Brown, Cook, Ratucci, they're all calming down. They've realized that right now is not really the time to battle. It's more about just getting around. In this case, a couple of back markers, one of the Milk Racing McLarens having to step aside, another one of the Ferraris there as well up front. So yeah, this is that recovery period we talk about. Just you have your battles. Now it's time to just take a step back, let things flow, and then maybe catch your opponent napping. Maybe in the case of Tafiq and Cook, if they battle enough by the time one of them backs off to recharge, Ratucci could pounce.
Yeah, 100% agree there. And I was just been keeping an eye on sort of the lap timing board as well, and just noticing there that Murphy's just starting to tap into these guys as well. So he's put through a nice solid stint after that early overtake there from Ratucci. Ooh, that looked a little clumsy there in the background there.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's just starting to now slowly reel these guys in. So a nice solid stint there from Murphy as well. So the Golf Porsche, of course, not out of this as well. Oh, look at Tafik. Jeez, he's back on the back of Cook. Here we go again. Whoa, sausage.
Almost claims another victim. That was dangerously close there. That's one of those corners where you will see a lot of spins, whether you're practicing or you see it in a race, and it's sort of the same profile as the last corner. Obviously, it's not the same corner in essence, or rather literally, but it's the same idea. You have sort of the same angle, same sort of layout, but those just massive sausage curves. Obviously, you're in a sim, they don't do too much real life. It's a little bit different. I'm not a huge fan of them. But yeah, those can be deadly, especially if you might be a bit more vegetarian.
Well, you know, the only sausage I like is in bread with onions, maybe a little bit of tomato sauce on top, from Bunnings.
You know, you guys talk about Bunnings all the time. If I ever go to Australia, I assume I'm going to have to go to Bunnings as like some rite of passage into the Holy Land.
Oh, it is, definitely. You know, if you go to Bunnings and you buy stuff and you don't get a sausage, have you really been to Bunnings? Like, really?
I don't know. I'm surprised we don't have a Bunnings livery. You would think with all of the Australians here, at least one of them would go about with a Bunnings livery.
Yeah, but who was it in the Porsche in the Sprint Series? It was a take on the Grello Porsche. I'm just trying to remember who it was again.
I wasn't around for that. I don't deal with AP.
But yeah, basically replaced the Grello, the KUS sponsors on the Grello with Bunnings.
We need like a full-on Bunnings livery. You know what I mean? Like, not just the little stickers say Bunnings. I mean, we need like CEO of Bunnings sponsored.
Well, then if that's the case, then NA has to give us a Home Depot livery for sure. Then.
All right, deal. I'll maybe I run in it. Who knows? Maybe I take my break and I race in it instead. And if that happens, I'll get in contact with someone. I just gotta find the right car. See, it would be nice to have a Bunnings livery on a Holden, but you know we don't really have an opportunity for that.
Well, Holden. What's a Holden?
From what I've heard, apparently God's gift to Australia. From some of the
Yes.
comments I've seen. Alright, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it here first.
As Race Control says, that Bunnings greater than Mitre 10, would have to agree. Now, if you're my age and you're Australian, you might remember McEwen's. That used to be the old hardware store. And they got bought out by Bunnings way back in the day. I'm showing my age now. As Albert picks up a 10-second penalty. Oh, that's big. So that's running currently in third position at the moment. So there we go. So that could change in the pit stop as well for Corey Sweet.
No, and did he? Oh no, he's got Corey Sweet behind, and then Shen's behind that. So yeah, that's gonna switch it up a little bit. I don't think that's gonna cause them too much strife over the course of this race. Obviously, I mean, it's an incredibly consistent team. Just an unfortunate set of happenings there for the 101 team. They'll just go from there. As we do go up into P2, so Albert here, third position, and Misson, unfortunately not in a Nissan, in the Aston though. This is, again, it's going to be a battle for position, but eventually Albert's going to have to come in. There's going to be a plus 10 on that, so if he can get around, well, then he's got to find a boatload of time. Unfortunately, in the wrong British manufacturer for that thing to be easier said than done. But yeah, this could be a position change. If Misson recognizes the pace is there for the 101, I think we may see something that we saw earlier, just letting the other car through.
Well, that's it. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those tricky ones. It depends on sort of how Misson is feeling in the car as well. But if he feels like he can keep Albert behind, I mean, you never ever give your opponent an opportunity. I tell you what, that is wild through there. You just saw the McLaren. That was right on the edge of adhesion. If that was any normal or any human like myself, that's straight into the fence. So
No.
hats off to these top sort of 10 drivers. I don't know how they do this stuff, honestly.
Honestly, I ask myself the same thing every single time these guys come out here and race. It's absolutely incredible what they're able to do every single endurance event we do, whether it's, you know, sort of that regular season, you know, those 3-hour races, or something like the special event, 12 hours, 8, 9, 10. Yet to see a 24, although that would be interesting. Maybe a little bit more work than is possible right now. But Albert, without a really good exit there out of the final corner, but missing, is keeping charge over this second position. Albert does back out of that corner very early. Misson maybe not expecting that. Does go a little bit deep, and that does reel in the Aston Martin a little bit closer. Albert again, just another little side glance to the inside. Doesn't unsettle the Aston at all. These guys, this is another battle. It seems like they're competing with the maybe trading off rather with the guys down in 7, 8, 9, 10, given the camera work over to them. But this is incredible stuff. And a replay coming up here from earlier. This is.
Oh, yep. Here we go. This is looks like it will be. Oh, wow!
There it is.
Yep. That's now. Yeah. Now credit that he didn't take the position, but that's always going to be a slam dunk every day of the week.
Yeah, that's really. Where obviously it didn't work out, and we do have Ratucci with a 10-second for a penalty, or for a collision rather, on lap 68. So that is going to be more pain being thrown around here at Misano. So some of these drivers picking up very late penalties, or at least, well, I say late, but this is about on track. Big shout outs, of course, to the stewarding team. This is live stewarding. These guys are looking at every little angle. They're looking at the telemetry. They're looking at how things have been going between drivers. So these decisions, while some may not agree, it's been looked at with a fine-tooth comb. And, well, they make the best decision they can. Right now, Albert's got to make a decision. That decision is going to be a little bit later on the brakes. Down into the double right-hander. Is the job done? Yes, it is.
Nice
Long
move.
Albert, the 101. The move works out beautifully and does inherit P2. And still 10 seconds, though, looms over for that next pit stop. But a very great little bit of driving.
Great driving. And great stuff there by Misson as well. Just opened the door enough to just let Albert through. Thought better on, and we're going to get a replay here of Ratucci's penalty. So, he's gone really deep there. Now, is that a back marker in the way? It is.
It is.
Just in the back end.
Marker. Yep. I don't think that was intentional. It didn't look it, in my opinion.
Yep. Almost a bit of that wrong place, wrong time kind of moment.
Yeah. Yep. But that's the inciting incident of that one. So that'll get served at the next pit stop. Albert with 10 seconds, Ratucci with 10 seconds, Sykes with 10 seconds. Then I believe that's pretty much it to the bottom of the grid. We did have some drive-thrus a bit further down, but those got cleared rather quickly, so not a big deal there. But every penalty you see is every penalty currently out there on the field. And, well, whenever those get swept away at the next pit stop, then they will. We do check in. Just checking around the grid, just seeing what's going on. There's some nice little bits of driving. Ratucci, of course, one of the drivers of note and main topic of discussions here. And Tafiq and Cook still just doing their thing, just banging out laps.
Oh, here we go. Here's a great battle between Keogh and Weatherburn. This is closed right up. So we've got a McLaren, nice and sleek and sort of futuristic looking, and the big barge, there's the boat in front of it, punching a huge hole in the air. But great battle here between the Pixel Racer and the Convicts and Colonials. And it is probably a good time for me to step out for a bit and welcome the one and only JP Sneakers, aka Peach. Good afternoon, good sir.
Well, it's still quite early in the morning here, but good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and yeah, nice to be here.
It's good to have you. First off, great stint out there. I mean, you guys had a bit of a rough start, but you have pulled the team back from the ashes, so job well done on that. You know, did you really have a game plan, or was that just, you know what, it's happened, I don't have a choice, I just got to get out there?
Yeah, well, it's one of those things in endurance. You know, the first laps are always challenging, and when you get knocked down or get knocked off track or something like that, then you have quite a long time to recover. So we had the damage, and the pace was not fantastic, but it was sort of good enough to not lose out completely. So we decided not to box and stay on the strategy, and see where we can come up. So we're still confident we can get up to maybe about top 8 or top 7 or so, but we'll see how the rest of the race goes.
Yeah, you really set your team up well for this, so, you know, enjoy your break. I'm sure you'll be back out there in no time. So we continue to look on here. Ben Keogh and Jacob Weatherburn, and I believe just behind, is that Brandon Pauly? No, it is not. That is one of the backmarker McLarens, although I believe, yes, that is Mark Bushell from Thailand. Unfortunately finding himself in a bit of an awkward spot because that big old boat seems to have a little bit of speed under it, something you might not expect, but then again it could be a Hydro Thunder inspired boat, and as well as Keogh. So do we see the three-way fight? Possibly.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Bushell and Weatherburn are sort of not part of the same team necessarily, because Weatherburn and them are racing under Pixel Races, but we are all sort of race under the same umbrella, so they'll be talking to each other. If Weatherburn feels he's much faster than Bushell, they'll chat it out. But the problem that they will have is, as you said, Q is right behind him, so I think Bushell will just try and stay ahead as long as possible. The Aston is very fast in the straight, and so is the Bentley. The Bentley acceleration is an absolute monster, and that's the one area where the McLaren is losing out a little bit. It just doesn't have that top end and acceleration that the Bentley and the Aston has. So Keogh has his work cut out for him to get past these guys. Weatherburn is a seasoned campaigner. He's not going to make it easy for anybody to overtake him. So yeah, I think we're in for a big old ding-dong battle, yeah?
Yeah, Keogh's got a lot of work to do if he wants to gain not just one, but 2 positions. But we have just ticked under the 10 hours on the clock, so we're going to take a quick run-through of your standings. It is Jake Baldwin leading in the 89 BMW. Then it's Huang Albert, Sam Nissen, Corey Sweet, and Etten Chen. That's your top 5. And then Connor Hine, Jake Brown, George Cook, William Tafik, Stefano Bertucci, your top 10. And then everybody from then beyond files in quite nicely. Weatherburn trying to go around the outside here of Bushell. The two teammates, a slight touch. That was lucky to get out of the boat, not getting disturbed by the wake. And Keogh, despite that little bit of contact between teammates, quote-unquote, more or less under the umbrella, can't benefit from that in the slightest.
Wondering who that McLaren behind is. They look like they're quite pacey as well. I'm not sure if they maybe had an incident earlier in the race and dropped down a little bit and trying to fight their way through. And it's always frustrating when there's people in a battle you're trying to get through. You have better pace, but it's just so difficult to get through. Good move there by Weatherburn around the outside. Not an easy place to make that move. Almost had a bit of a tragedy there, but we'll see if Keogh is able to get past Bushell. I think he has the pace. It's just setting up that move here.
Yeah, so that McLaren behind, that's the 666 of Dylan Smith. That is your 3rd place amateur class driver right now, running in what is position 26. So with Weatherburn out of the picture effectively. And it is a big lunge up the inside. Keogh getting the elbows out, getting a little bit of a shoulder check there, and does gain the position. So it looks like Weatherburn was the cork in the bottle, and by getting the Bentley out of the way, that does open him up beautifully to attack Mark Bushell. So that is the position gained, and now it is about either pulling away slowly but surely from the 991 or somehow finding your way around the Bentley. In this situation, I would probably focus more on just getting away from the guys behind.
Yeah, I think Weatherburn will start pulling away from Bushell as well, so Keogh will do well just to stick with him. As I said, Weatherburn fast driver, Keogh fast driver, so they should be able to pull away from Bushell. And yeah, it's he just seems to be lacking a little bit of pace at the moment compared to Keo and Weatherburn in this instance. But he's not really under any pressure from behind at the moment. They see about a 15-second gap or so to Brimblecombe, so he can now settle in and just enjoy his stint.
Yeah, he's already just lost a lot of ground here to Keo, so that was the last sort of line of defense. Not to say that Weatherburn can't hold his own. As we cross the line, Keo, despite having to take a little bit of a, we'll say, slower stance on that lap because of the overtake at the corner it happened, he is about a tenth quicker, and if that is indicative of anything, then we could be seeing a couple of tenths taken out in this lap. We'll have to, keep an eye on it and then report back in about a minute's time if that is the case. But if he does keep that pace up, Keo will 100% be looking to take position 17. So Weatherburn right now could be feeling a bit of pressure. Not a lot, but sometimes all it takes is that little bit to just push someone over the edge.
All you need to do to see what he's up against is go on board with Keo and watch Weatherburn out of the corner onto the back straight. I think it's turn 10. And just watch the Bentley squat and then drive off into the distance. And then you'll understand the challenge that Ben has to succumb or get over here. And yeah, I think Weatherburn will have some good pace, and it'll be interesting to see if they can start closing the gap on Def, who's also an incredibly fast driver. Of course, the winner of the Pro-Am split in the Motorsport Australia GT3 Cup that we just recently finished. And Bob now ahead of him has been very speedy as well. So these guys will have their work cut out for them if they're trying to catch up to the drivers ahead.
Weatherburn, what's that saying in the cyclist community? Drop a gear and disappear. That's exactly what the Bentley does on these straightaways. And well, if you're Weatherburn, you're more than happy to have that. And if you're Keo, you're getting slightly annoyed because you are catching up in some of these more twisty technical sections. But in an area you think the McLaren would shine, it actually doesn't. So currently it's the Colonials having to do all the work while the Convicts sit in the cell. But still we'll have some more driver changes coming through, and we'll see who gets thrown into the cars from there. I think we had a couple pit stops earlier. I believe the 718, it's Fitz in the Porsche now, Nunez was in there before. Not a lot of happenings going on here, although third and fourth is starting to look a little bit interesting, as is the battle for eighth. So a couple of spots to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's looked like Misano has just been missing some pace this stint so far. I'm apologizing for nothing there. But he's just been a little bit a tenth or so slower than Albert and Sweet around him. So Sweet has managed to catch up throughout the stint. Of course, Misano did get that little incident with Albert, which cost him a bunch of time as well. I don't think he'll be carrying any significant damage from that, to be fair. It wasn't a huge hit. But yeah, he's just been a little bit like a tenth or so slower than those around him. And Ethan Chen behind him probably catching up a little bit as well as Hind, who's, I mean, they're a long way behind, but there's 10 hours of racing to go, so a 10th lap will go a long way in terms of catching up.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize for the bad puns. I've been doing it already, so.
Oh no, I I never do.
No, good. I do, but I don't mean it sometimes. But anywho, yeah, these four guys just again sticking with each other. So despite the gaps that formed, they've all tidied it up a little bit. The gap from Brown to Cook is about the same from Tafiq to Ricciuti. Ricciuti with that 10 seconds, Albert with 10 seconds, Busho with the drive-through for track limits, 10 seconds for Sykes. So those 10 seconds will get added on for pit stops. Busho, though, does not have such a luxury. We'll have to drive through the pit lane and then pit stop. Can't do both at the same time, unfortunately. But yeah, those guys are starting to feel some pace and missing it as well.
Such bad timing for the drive-through as well, just before the sort of the end of your stint when you're planning on coming into pits, and then you have to serve a drive-through. So now you have to decide which one you're going to do first. Will you do your pit stop and then the next driver does the drive-through, or yeah, it just adds a little bit of an unnecessary complication to your day. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Albert then has that 10-second penalty, so they'll drop down to about Ethan Chen or so. And yeah, they're going to have to fight their way back through. I'm sure the Chen car won't fight them too hard, being a teammate. but I think we're sort of coming into the next segment of pit stops here, and it's going to be interesting to see who goes into the cars respectively, and where everybody cycles out once all the penalties are served.
Yeah, I just had to take a look at Sweet Sliver to see what the meme said on the side. Very nice. Shout outs R.I.P. Alex the Honking Bird, you'll be forever missed. But yeah, you were talking about the drive-through just before a change. Bushel's actually coming in right now to serve that, and that will be the drive-through. So I think the next few laps Bushel will be swapping out, and that's just going to be a pain. Webb's picked up a stop-go 30. That's surprising. That's going to be another set of issues to work out. And then Albert will have to serve. 10 seconds added on. Same with Bertucci. Same with Sykes. I think George Cook is coming to the pit lane. Okay, that explains why Bertucci was up at 9. So out of this battling quartet, it is going to be Cook that blinks first to go into the pit lane. So how much does that actually play into his hand later on?
Into Cook's hands?
Yes, into Cook's hands, because he pitted first out of these guys, and he wasn't the leading car of that pack. It was Jake Brown that was leading himself, obviously then to Cook to Feek Ricciuti. So is this an undercut attempt, or is this just maybe stint time?
I think it should be an undercut, given the timing, and I mean it's they've run long enough to still maintain the 10-stop race, so it would be an undercut attempt, and the undercut here is quite powerful with the tyre wear. So it depends on who goes into the car, whether it's a good pit stop. I mean, I've always said anybody who's ever done a pit stop in ACC knows how finicky and frustrating they can be, and how much time you can lose if you don't get them just perfect. So yeah, a lot to lose, a lot to gain, and it'll be interesting to see where they filter out there in that little battle pack that they're running in.
Yeah, for right now though, it is a bit of relief for these for Brown and Tafik. They're going to take it any day of the week, and Bertucci not looking as sleek out there. So he's just doing his thing, carrying on. Now behind Bertucci is actually a possible battle here for position 10. It is Chris Murphy and Matt Niparis. This is Porsche versus BMW. Lap times for the Beamer, 134.9. For the Porsche itself, 35.2. So slight difference. Could be seeing these guys coming to blows soon enough, and if there is a pit stop thrown in there, that's going to shake things up. But Chris Murphy, good work from him. We talked about him a bit earlier, had a bit of a moment, but he has been right back out there on the track, hasn't let that ruffle his feathers at all. Position 10, though, for the 645 is second place in the Pro-Am category, and just up the road, of course, is the fellow Porsche of Ricciuti. But this is pretty much, you can fit the entirety of the top 3 of your Pro-Am into one shot, and that'll show you just how fast these guys are and just how consistent they are.
And of course Ricciuti will lose that lead once they perform the pit stops with that serving that penalty, but between him and Young and Phipps, they're all fast drivers who should be able to catch back up to the lead Pro-Am battle, and potentially we should have a freeway battle for the rest of the race. I think all these cars are fairly evenly matched in terms of quality of the drivers and the speed that they'll be carrying throughout the race. But as we see there, Ethan Chen, first of the sort of top 5 to bite the bullet and dive into pit lane. I think in the next lap or two we'll start seeing pretty much everybody dive into pit lane. We're getting close to running out of stint timers now, and yeah, then we'll get an indication of how the penalties affect that top 10 there. Ricciuti almost certainly dropping out of it, I would say.
Yeah, definitely, but you think with the pace that he has, and it's little bits here and there, of course, so maybe he's able to recover it, but it's going to be a pretty difficult task if his competitors go in maybe immediately after. But the 102 is out of the pit lane. Chen takes a break. It is Lai that comes out for this team, so they'll be down in 14th position. Got some time to just get everything up to tempo. We, of course, keep an eye on this battle for 9th place. This is possibly, I don't know, I mean, the lap time, it's going to be going back and forth. I think we're going to be in sort of a stalemate. So despite the much faster lap for the BMW last time around, it was actually slower this time.
Oh,
And Murphy
as you say
just
that.
completely off the road, so pace doesn't matter when you're not on the racetrack at all. So well, Niparis will be happy to say, thank you very much. I will take position 9. You clearly were not using it. Maybe I can put it to better use. They do have a back marker up ahead, but Murphy is going to be kicking himself for that one. Although back on the attack, and it is side by side as we head down into turn number 1. Beamer on the inside will take advantage of that. That was almost, that looked like it could have been an accident just with the poor timing of everybody's movements, but all drivers able to navigate the minefield pretty well. Murphy looking to the inside. He wants his position back, but just can't find any bit of land to work with. Slightly different lines, try to keep it on the inside as much as he can. But the 700 keeps it 100 and sticks with that position. Number 9, we do have a yellow flag out. I think, yeah, the 446 having some issues. That is Troy Palace in the Aston Martin, currently second place in the amateur class. Don't know what happened there. Maybe get a replay, maybe not, but that has caused a little bit of strife as Fitz is able to open up a gap, and well, Christensen isn't really a problem because Christensen's coming into the pit lane now to serve that 30-second stop-go penalty. But we rejoin your position 9 battle, and it's actually becoming less of a battle because look at the gap that's already been opened up.
Yeah, I think Niparis has maybe a couple of tenths in pace. Does any of them dive into pit lane? No, not this lap around. Yeah.
Though.
Yep, that's true. I think the benefit for the Porsche is it's super strong in first sector, and then just on the acceleration zones is really good. But the BMW has that sort of top speed advantage, and it's super strong over the curves. So yeah, I think Niparis is in a good position here to start building a gap, and can they start chasing down a Ricciuti ahead of them? I mean, not for position at the moment with that penalty, but certainly you want to catch up as much as possible to have an even bigger gap after the pit stops.
Yeah, you know, you could sit there and let the pit stop do its thing, but like it feels so much better when you overtake them on the track beforehand, even though you're like, yeah, I'll get the position. They got to serve something, but you know, it's the pride. So we're actually going to be seeing a replay coming. Oh, a little bit of contact coming out of the pit lane. I'm not certain who that is. I think that's one of the BMWs.
719 BMW, I think.
We get a little bit of a rollback here from Master Glenn there. I think it should be, yeah. So coming out of the pit lane, this is the 719? 719,
yeah.
719. It's just, yeah, that's after pit exit. So this is technically racing. So the 7, yeah, that's gonna be
and then
Salvador Salas. Yeah. Oh, that's very messy. That's the last thing you want to do. But
were they racing for position there, or?
No, that was Salas coming out of the pit lane, but because of just, you know, how the track is set up in the rules, it would tactically be considered it just because they're out of the pit lane entirely and back onto the circuit itself. But that's going to cause a bit of issues. Palace is in 25th, Salas is in 29th, and I believe a lap down, so it was not a position. Speaking of pit lanes, though, Paul Britt gets out of there. Chris Murphy's in the pit lane. Dan Chase sticks out there. Stefano Ricciuti will be getting fresh tires, some fuel, and of course 10 seconds added on. JD Samuel as well for Kovacs is in there. So this next round of pit stops will be coming through. We will be seeing some driver changes. Some may be going for another stint. Corey Sweet from your top 3 has decided now's the time to go in for some fresh Pirellis on that car. And we'll see how that plays into his hand later on. Kane Phipps hops into the number 90 Porsche. We also see Jacob Weatherburn, Ben Keogh. Oh, that's very close on entry. Ayo, let's keep it a little bit neat there, gentlemen, please. Who else has gone in? Chris Murphy has traded seats with Eric Scarney. So the bin chicken hasn't been it yet. He gets back out there. Jake Brown's coming in. Corey Sweet as well. Matt Niparis is coming in. And I wonder if right behind, not Dan Chase, that was someone else. So, yeah, this next...
Murphy boxed the lap before, so...
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at you. Look at you, PJ, for being the smart one here. I appreciate that.
I am renowned for my enormous head. Not necessarily for my brain, but yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how things shake out here. Jack Baldwin still staying out, so they're going quite long. And I'm assuming Morello will go in the car after that. See Matt Lamb getting in the car for the first time. He'll be looking to move forward for sure. He's a very, very speedy driver. And there we see Albert and them also diving into pit lane to serve that penalty.
Yep, so they'll be getting 10 seconds added on. Maybe a driver change, depends on what Albert feels, what the team calls for. Drivers now coming out of the pit lane. Chad Petherbridge for that 700 BMW has hopped in for the first stint of his morning. I have to remember, you guys, or not, well, not you, but most of these drivers are ahead, so he'll be out there. Brad Cook hops in the 400 Milk Racing team. Cowabunga Porsche, and Graham Hill has popped in the 70 Clarence, so giving his teammate a bit of a break there. We already talked about Scarney. Hildebrandt is in for the 86 team. Obviously talked about Caden Phipps. Brimblecombe is coming in for the 500 BMW. We'll see if that's going to be another driver change. Connor Hind is in there. Albert has stayed in the car, so this is going to be a double stint for the 101. So next time around, we should be seeing a driver change, of course, unless something is dictated otherwise by the teams. I want to ask your opinion, PJ, and get your insight. When it comes to setting up the pit stops, is there a certain way that your team does it, or is it just sort of a, pull a name out of a hat kind of deal?
You mean in terms of who's going next and strategies?
Yeah, like who's gonna start, who's gonna be doing doubles if that, and who's gonna be driving when and where.
Well, we have a sort of a basic setup in terms of who goes when, and it's normally, I've started, I think, every race that we've done in Enduros, and normally it's Shady who goes second and then John who goes third, but this time we're joined by Tom Maloney as well. So he's going third today, and then John will do the final stint, and then we just cycle through. So we very, very rarely double stint unless there's a big change in weather or something like that where it sort of makes sense to get a double stint, but otherwise we generally just run it through. You lose about another half a second or so in a pit stop if you stay in the car versus swapping it over. So all of those kind of things sort of add up over 10 pit stops. It's another 5 seconds or so that you could potentially lose throughout the race. So we tend to just give everybody an equal run.
I never knew that you would lose half a second if you stay in the car. That's news to me. And speaking of staying in the car, someone who's not doing that is Jake Baldwin has handed the wheel over to Marino Morella for that 89 team. Still very much in command of this race. Second place is Albert's. And that is over a minute back.
That should update now. That should update soon. It should be about 15 seconds or so, I think. Or maybe about 25 seconds with the...
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I can't. I don't know how to read. Reading's hard.
But yeah, I mean, there was 14 seconds the last time I see with... and Albert was catching up a little bit. There we see 17 seconds now, after serving the penalty as well. So... And Matt Lamb and Albert will definitely be doing their best to start catching up to Morella. I think they may have a slight pace advantage, maybe a 10.42 a lap, as well as Britt behind. So I think we might start by the end of this stint. Potentially, the gap to the lead will be. I'm gonna make a prediction and say it's gonna be under 5 seconds by the end of this stint.
Okay, well we'll put a pin on the 5 seconds and we'll see if PJ's right here. I'm not going to take a guess because honestly I feel like my guess is going to be way off and I'll look like an idiot, more so than I already do. But that'll be for the drivers to decide, looking at pace, looking at overall just how comfortable these drivers are getting into that rhythm and just saying, you know what, I may not be in a battle right now, but who knows, maybe in 20, 30 laps time, that will be a difference in the current situation. Paul Britt, one of those such drivers. Of course, shout outs to him for racing in North America. Always glad to see him popping in there. Did some good work towards the tail end of the season, but good to see him right now running in the top 5 there with the fellow Aston Martin of Matthew Lamb just ahead. And Kevin Lay in the McLaren is just crossing the start-finish line now to start another lap. Sean and I were talking about this earlier with endurance racing and the fact that over, X number of hours you can have this sort of change. And it's very slow change. And we talked about the mentality of making sure that you're in the correct sort of headspace and getting any sort of distractions, any sort of, I don't want to say hardships, but I can't think of a better word. Just any negativity that's happened. Do you find that sometimes you have those moments where you might get a little bit tilted, and if you do, how do you get yourself back down to ground level?
Well, I'm guessing that you've never seen me stream because you would be very well aware of my moments of explosions. But to be fair, I mean, we're always in TeamSpeak together as a team, and there's always a lot of banter and just a bit of chatting and stuff like that. So, it's just with jokes and a little bit of toxicity, we get each other to calm down, and all of us just chill out. And at the end of the day, it's just pixel racing. So, you say a couple of bad words, get upset, and then go and make a cup of coffee and you feel better. But speaking of things that make me feel better, we are joined in the box by none other than Sean Bob now.
Yeah, hello.
Excellent stint by you there.
Yep.
Very, very good pace. Must be happy with that.
Oh, I'm not complaining. I wasn't aware of the pace until the boys were like, do you realise you're doing mid-34s? I was like, wait, what? When? Where? How? Why? Okay, cool, let's go.
Well, you've certainly been doing great work for your team, and of course your teammates are going to have to carry the torch. Looking at the current lay of the land, looking at how the strategy has played out, do you want to make a prediction at your finishing position, or are you going to leave that one up to fate?
The finishing prediction will be that we will finish.
All right. Wow,
that's as good as we're going for right now. Let's just get to the 12-hour mark.
Well, I gotta say, that is some truly great prediction. I gotta say, that's a very bold, I don't think anyone's ever made that kind of prediction before from any team, Sean. So I appreciate and I respect that level of honesty and optimism.
I do also think you have a potential life in politics with an answer like that.
Hey, it's what I do.
Non-answer.
Oh, God.
But yeah, you guys have been doing very well. The lead Bentley at the moment, so sailing away at the front of the Bentley train. And yeah, what do you guys think are your chances of catching up to Def and Hildebrand and them ahead of you?
Well, we were just ahead of Death in the pit stop just then, but obviously Mike's now in the car, who's slightly a bit slower than myself and Picky. So Death got through quite easily with just the pace difference there. But I think over the course of the next 10 hours, once we get back around, we'll just see how it all plays out. A lot of cars now and drivers are picking up track limits, as we've seen. So that's probably our greatest strength at the moment, because we're sitting on 0 warnings after our double stint. So I'm quite happy with that.
We're on 3.
Oh, were all 3 of them yours?
No, I got 2.
Oh, okay. So you for 2, Shady for 1.
Shady got 1. Tom will get our first drive-through, and then we're planning the other drive-through probably with about 3 hours to go.
Oh, very good.
Yep, and then after that it should be fine. But yeah, getting through 2.5 hours without a single warning is very good going, especially with this completely stupid track. Yeah, but I won't tell you my true feelings.
Bad.
It's stupid track limits. It's silly. I don't like it. It's a fun track, but the track limits just get on my nerves, and they're too inconsistent. But anyway, Michael Mans in the Bentley. He is being chased down by Ben Keogh, who was very fast. What has happened to Ben Keogh? Oh no, he's still catching up. It looks like Gibbo and them have lost a little bit of time throughout the pit stops. they are quite a bit behind where Keo is now, even though they were ahead before the pit stops.
Yeah, not really sure what happened to their car at the moment, but I'm sure they'll sort their things out. But yeah, Mike has to just find a bit of a rhythm at the moment. He wasn't too happy with this Bentley earlier in the week, but gave him a bit of a hot tip last night and a few nights ago about how to not be afraid to eat some of the curbs in this car. It won't kill you until it does, but he doesn't need to know that. That's fine.
Was your hot tip just drive faster?
Pretty much, yeah. It was
Okay, well, it's good advice. It's solid advice.
right pedal further to floor kind of motions.
Yep, no, that's
That might be a track cut.
no, I think that's the one area where it's a little bit sort of lenient, I found. I got my first warning at the exit of the fast right-hander before the hairpin.
Yep.
So I went a little bit wide there, which was fair enough. And then the other one was at turn 6, where I just cut ever so slightly too much, lifted, lost half a second, and still got a warning. So I was in a very good mood when that happened, as you might well imagine.
You in a good mood? Always.
Yeah, especially considering the fantastic start we had to the race. But it's looking as though the recovery is going fairly well. And where has Phipps and them come out? They're about 3 seconds behind Maloney. Nick Amon has left us for now. I guess he will be back on later. But yeah, so there was a big battle group there between, I want to say, Cookie, Nippers, and the Scani car, but all of that has sort of spread out a little bit now as we see 718 gets a drive through there for track limits.
Yeah, I think that battle group was the one I was attempting in my stint to try and close up on. But I think when I came out of the pits, that was something like 25 seconds up the road. I think Nippers was at one stage there. I don't know how much I closed in because then I got had to deal with your car, with Shady hunting me down. And then obviously the lead car that I think Baldwin was in at the time, don't know whether it still is or not, had to obviously yield two blue flags there, so I may have lost the gain that I did get. But not too bad at the moment. I think it's been fairly decent. I did see the aftermath of what happened to you early in the race. Picky was skilled enough to avoid the incident as well, so thanks for the position at the time, but you've clearly got that back on us.
Yeah, no, it's become a bit of a habit in the Euros, having a bit of an incident on the first lap. But it's quite interesting to see how well apart from us being the standout thumb at the moment on the recovery drive, but the classes. So if we can catch up with Scani and Pfefferbridge and get ahead, then all the classes are just sort of really nicely lined up, which makes it seem as though they're pretty well assigned for this race.
Yeah, indeed. Just need to get those secret messages into their DMs or into their chat rooms, and just let this 191 through, and then the classes all look spunky.
Yeah, unfortunately we have quite a bit of a gap to still close up on. But yeah, I think, Glenn, if we can have a look towards the front with Matt and Paul and Wang Albert and them, I suspect, just want to see what the gaps are looking like at the front there and if they're catching up. Yep, so that gap is 11 seconds now to Morella. It was 17 seconds at the beginning of the stint. And Albert pulling away ever so slightly from Lamb. About a second and a half that he's pulled away from him. Britt keeping that gap to Lamb fairly solid there, matching him pace-wise. And Lai behind him, dropping off a little bit. And then we have Hill under pressure from Hignett, not too far ahead of Saipik and Cook. Just behind that as well. So top 5 are running by themselves a little bit. And then the 6 to 9 all set up for some potential battling as the race progresses.
Yeah, there's some nice little battle packs happening throughout the entire thing. As we've always sort of seen with the Enduros, there's that little pack at the front and then, another little group and then so on and so forth. We saw early on, especially with Picky's pace earlier, that we came in on the first in about P15, and then there was like that big gap. I think you were chasing us at the time. After your incident, so you're going to always have those little packs forming, but it's good to see that everyone is still within, I guess, striking distance this early on. There's no real sort of, standout someone down the road 40 seconds up the road already, so it's quite good to see.
Yeah, it's good to see somebody actually challenging for the lead as well. I know it's 11 seconds, but that's a lot closer than it usually is when we have a BS competition leading the race. So, but we see Wings pointing out there that there's a battle for P6 growing. We see Hignett just behind Hill.
Ooh,
So that is, yep, they are very close together on track. So get a look at that soon and see whether he can get the overtake done. Hopefully not into turn 6, because that doesn't end too well. But that is about the closest battle on track at the moment.
Yeah, there's not many opportunities here to allow for a decent overtake without, you know, a little bit of argy-bargy or, you know, maybe a little bit of an understeer into each other or etc. Things like that. But there are moments where you can sort of grasp an overtake, but yeah, it takes both drivers to really understand what's going on at the time as well. Otherwise, yeah, it does end in tears and sadness. But at the moment, Hignett is well and truly on the back of Hill. We haven't quite got a view of it just yet, but just saw the timing bracket go just under 2:10, so that's definitely spicing up. Hopefully the hamsters can jump on that section of track for us soon, but still on P2 at the moment. It has actually dropped just below the 11-second bracket, so I think they might slightly be closing. I'm not sure whether the lead car is in traffic, potentially getting held up, or what's going on there, but that is still good to see that, yeah, coming up on our third hour into this race, the 11 seconds is much closer than normal. But here we are, we're on the battle we have asked for. Graham Hill defending Mr. Ben Hignett.
Yeah, they're both in the same car, so that'll balance it out a little bit. It's trying to overtake a Bentley that's fairly similar on pace in a McLaren will be nigh on impossible given the acceleration that it has. And there's a couple of other cars like the BMW and the Aston that are just a lot faster in a straight line. So, but these two are in the same car, so they have the same weaponry to fight with each other. And I've just noticed the livery there with the Springbok on the one side and the Kiwi on the other side. It's nice to see a little bit of a unity there, as there hasn't been a lot of unity after the World Cup final. But yeah, it's good to see that New Zealanders and South Africans don't always just want to punch each other, although most of the time.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. And Hill has a blue flag car ahead of him. Hopefully will be able to get out of the way quickly and not affect the battle. He's not doing a very good job of it at the moment. Will he move out of the way here?
Needs to get out the way very quickly with these two coming up with the speed. Gets out of one. Is he going to allow both through? Yeah, that looks like it's going to be done nice and easy for both. Yeah, both drivers through. I suppose in all terms of things, there are better places to do things, but that actually is probably one of the smarter choices on track, just to stay wide, so that obviously the racing line is on that apex line. Both drivers through to continue their battle into this high speed section.
And Hickland putting all kinds of pressure on Hill there. Hill not fading just quite yet, keeping the car where he needs it, and all this battling is allowing Sofik and Cookie behind to catch up with them as well. So we might very soon have a four-way battle if Hill keeps defending like this, which I'm sure he will.
I don't think it's in the wheelhouse to just sort of yield without putting up a little bit of a fight. I mean, obviously you got to factor. Oh, we're back. We're all good. But yeah, the elbows will be out slightly, but nothing too crazy at this stage, because obviously 9 hours are a long way to go. Anything can happen, but yeah, player 3 and 4 not far behind.
Yep, and like we said, it's nothing slows you down as much as being in a battle on track. Defending, taking alternate lines, you miss braking points and stuff like that, and it just costs you so much time. And you can just see that gap to Sofik behind him just calming down with every single sector of the track. And Cook not too far behind, also closing the gap. And a little bit further behind, Bridge is losing out to these guys ever so slightly, and being caught by Scania and Maloney behind him as well. So top battle for the top 10 might commence in the next couple of minutes as well. But at the moment, this is the spiciest little group on the track, and it's going to be interesting to see what Hignett is able to do in terms of setting up a move on Hill. I've raced against Hill a couple of times in sprint series, and he's a very smart driver. He places the car very well and very consistent, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. So Hignett is going to have to pull something special out of the bag if he wants to get past that number 70 McLaren.
Yeah, well, I've done the opposite. I've been in a few races with Hignett, and I know what it's like defending against him. But as we know, one of his favourite best mates out there, Mr. Connor Hine, is a very speedy boy. So we know Ben definitely has the pace as well to definitely be contesting this position and probably even a bit further up the field. But at the moment, you'll be sort of rubbing your hands together, because if this battle keeps going, it's going to slow this pack down and allow Maloney to sort of close that gap up and see what he can do once it all comes together.
Absolutely. I mean, we're still a good 15-20 seconds behind this, but if they continue fighting like this, then 20 seconds becomes 18 seconds, becomes 15 seconds fairly quickly. So hopefully he'll puts up a resolute defense here and keeps these guys behind him. And if he's able to defend like the Springboks defended in the World Cup final, we should be in a good position to start catching up with this little group of cars.
Yeah, we're just looking here. Oh, sorry, Pete, but just looked at the gap there for Cook. He was just over 2 seconds behind as well, but now that gap's under a second. So these battle group is now literally a four-way battle. They're all within under a second of each other at the moment. So definitely spicing up. So good thing to be watching right now.
Yeah, and also Morella is now under 10 seconds ahead of Albert, so that gap is coming down. Not super fast, but it's slowly but surely ticking down. The issue is once Morella gets out of the car, Philippa Bukita gets in the car.
In. Yeah,
and generally then the gap doesn't come down. So
generally the gap goes the other way.
So Albert and them will do well to catch up as much as possible. But I think what they've shown is that there's, on balance between the cars, there is very big potential for a nice battle later in this race. I mean, Bukita is a bit of an equalizer in any battle, but it seems as though Albert and his teammates...
Sorry, I think Cook just got through. I believe Cook on Safit there.
No, he's still behind him.
Oh, I thought they were side by side in that little complex, but could be wrong. Oh no, yeah, I'm wrong. Disregard. I know they were side by side. It just looked interesting.
Well, they're not helping themselves catching up to the other two if they're battling too much either. So it's almost the kind of thing where Cookie might be smart to sort of let Sayafik try and catch up to that battle and follow him. But I think mentally, most of us just want to get past the car ahead. I think my baboon brain doesn't think in too many dimensions. So me must overtake car now is pretty much how it operates.
I was gonna say, I'm on a very similar page. Like my two brain cells, one go fast, one go slow. Like that's it. I got nothing else. There is
depends on who you listen to on the day, I guess. But
yeah, exactly.
It looks as though Hill has sort of settled down a little bit now, not under too much pressure from Hignett at the moment, but Sayafik is under all kinds of pressure, and the gap to the lead is under 9 seconds now. So Albert is on an absolute tear here, just putting in immense lap times as we cross 100 laps. We're not even a third of the way through, so we're going to do over 400 laps, which sounds
somewhere
insane.
around 460-ish, maybe a bit more.
And Glenn, if we can, Wings said there's some hidden gems on the livery. Oh, that's a big old moment from Cookie there as he gets the rear out. If we can, just get a quick little view around the livery to see if there's anything nice that stands out. But a little bit further, the 70 car, yeah.
Speaking of little spicy gaps closing and that, just shouting at your car once again. Tom was 4 seconds behind, now only 1.1 behind Scarni. So there's going to be a bit of a spicy battle going on between two friendly individuals once again, but definitely Tom got some speed at the moment, and I believe that gap to Petherbridge as well has slightly come down from Scarni. So these are starting to get a bit of battle groups going on, which is really good to see, even coming up to the 3 hour mark.
Yeah, Scania has been sort of maintaining that gap to Permobil, not closing it much, but also not losing any time really. As I said, that he loses a tenth. But anyway, yeah, Maloney closing up on him. Hopefully, Maloney able to clear him nice and quickly. Cook would like to clear Sciafic quickly, and we see Hignett is right back on the back of the Hill car as well. So it's sort of the ebb and flow of the stint. You know how it is. You do a couple of brilliant laps and then you have one little moment and then your brain is just completely stuffed for 2 or 3 laps where it's like, I don't know how to drive, I don't understand what to do with my hands, and then eventually you start figuring it out again and you get back in that rhythm. Sort of the gaps ebbs and flows, you close up on the car ahead and then they do a couple of good laps. And especially in these long races, you know, we're still fairly early in the race, but after 7 or 8 hours things do start getting a bit more challenging. Leo happy, Cook sad. That is unfortunate for him. And oh, there's 4 little numbers there on the rear wing, which I think indicates the amount of World Cups we have won. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Very good. I was just going to say, the whole commentary there of the ebb and flow, I'm like, have you been watching my driving stint the whole time? Because, like, one lap I do good, next lap I'm somewhere I shouldn't be, and so I've stopped stalking my car, Peach.
Well, it was very similar to mine, unfortunately.
Ah, yes.
Especially
Very
my
good.
first and the car towards the end was not doing the Bok machine. Okay, but Leo misspelled machine, which is a little bit. It's supposed to be H is supposed to be a J. It's the Bok machine basically. The H is supposed to be a J, so that's a little bit embarrassing, but otherwise, I do like it. How many cricket World Cups have we won? Who cares about cricket apart from 1 billion Indians? Nobody really cares about it, so not really.
That's still like a seventh of the world's population, so it's a substantial number.
Yeah, but it's a silly game. Any game you can play for 5 days and still have a draw is ridiculous.
That's fair enough.
Congratulations, Booker. Okay,
On back onto the racing world at the moment, we see Cook here still 4 tenths behind. Hasn't quite managed to get a jump on the car ahead at the moment. Would still want to get this done, but I've just been watching it. The tail end of this Porsche is a bit squirmy around here for my liking, but I mean, I also, as we said earlier, a bit of a baboon brain like yourself, Paige, and don't understand how to drive this car. I think that's why I'm in the Bentley. But might have a better run here coming onto the back straight, because that Ferrari looked like a bit of a poor exit, but straight line speed, I don't know who's got the advantage here.
I think they're fairly even, that's the problem. I don't think the Porsche will have the advantage. The Porsche has the advantage in acceleration, but the Ferrari, I think, just has enough to stop speed to cover them off. And as we know, the straight isn't really long enough, unless you get a very good exit out of that hairpin, or you're in a Bentley, you're not really going to drive past anyone on the not straight there.
Yeah, that's a fair point. What do you mean the Bentley? The Bentley's okay. It's not great. I lie. It's great the other straight.
When we were following earlier and I saw the Bentley, I was like, okay, watch him now. And he literally pulled 2 tenths on the straight. I was like, okay, in the slipstream. And it was like,
I did nothing. Okay. I just kept my foot down. You guys had the issues.
Yeah, you just push the throttle harder. I get it.
Exactly.
But yeah, Maloney has gotten past Scania. I don't think Scania put up too much of a fight, and Maloney is on Peffy Bridge now. Cookie still all over Sciafic here, and Hignett still within 3 tenths of Hill. The gap for the lead, 4.1 seconds at the moment. So
wow.
Not sure if Morella had a couple of bad laps there, but that has come down immensely in the last couple of laps.
It could just be that Albert is absolutely sending that McLaren to get the job done. Oh, as we see Hignett here going up on the inside into, what turn is that? Turn 9? 8? I don't know. One of them. On one onto the not so straight back straight. But got the job done there on the inside there. I'm not really sure whether Hill had a bit of a deep braking moment on the corner before, but now that has got the job done, and we're wanting to say see you later at the moment. But Hill is not going to be too happy with that, I don't think, but depending on what their strategy is as well, could be coming up to their driver stop soon, because they're at 3 hour mark, obviously, unless they're running at the stint timer like we were. And I'll tell you a funny story about that in a minute.
From what we've seen so far, everybody apart from The Nunes car, I think, are running out of sync basically, but everybody else is running longer stints. So it seems as though all the cars will be going for the 10 stop.
Ah, yes, very good. Well, I definitely helped my team because they were panicking slightly, maybe. I mean, I came into the pit lane with like 7 seconds remaining. What's wrong with that?
That's loads of time.
I don't know, like heaps. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. Here we get a replay of what happened to him. So it looks like Hill may have just got a bit wide, and Higner may have got the better run onto this little short straight. As you said, you got to really line up. Got the inside line, took the inside curb, which is obviously the faster racing line, just forcing that other car out slightly wider and compromising the line, and then obviously defending the inside for the next one. So nice job done, nice done on the overtake, and off up the road he trots.
Yep, let's see how long Hill can stay with him. Lead battle, 2.6 seconds now, the gap. I don't know if you recall at Donington, at the Enduro we did there, but I entered the pit lane with 0 seconds left on my stint timer.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know how, as we see Cookie is almost side by side here with Saifik. Will he send it up the foot? No, he backs out. That is probably the smart decision there. Not a place you want to be going side by side, but he is making his intentions known. Certainly piling the pressure on, and Hignet 6/10 ahead of Hill now, so Hill not letting him just run away quite yet, but he is slowly but surely building that gap, and it'll be interesting to see whether Hignet and them can try to catch up with the Lai car, although I think the gap is significant to say the least.
Yeah, I think it's quite a big gap between P5 and P6, but speaking of large gaps, Tom is now free of Pethridge. Sitting there in P10, so now the status quo of all the classes are in their rightful spots has been achieved. He has disposed of Petherbridge and is now 19.6 behind Cook. So now that he's free from traffic, we'll probably see some speedy laps from him and potentially your track limit DT coming, as you said. The gap will be null and void.
Yeah, and Scarney is very, very close to Peckeridge there as well, under half a second there behind him. And if Saipik keeps defending like he is, that should allow Maloney to potentially start closing this gap as well, and try and catch up to the little battle pack we have going here. Hignet again, another 10 for 2 on that lap, but slowly but surely just building that gap. Hill maintaining the gap to the drivers behind. Albert 2.3 behind Morella now. If things go the way they are going, we might see a battle for the lead in the next 4 or 5 laps, I would say.
Yeah, and obviously once the battle starts to take place with the defending lines, don't be too far off the pace with Lamb and Britt only 4 seconds behind them as well. So I think that will close up quite nicely. You could have a four car battle on our hands pretty soon for the top position at the moment, which is kind of insane because I don't think we've actually had that in any of the endurances of recent times. So that's going to be absolutely awesome to watch.
I would like to point out, I predicted that the lead would be under 5 seconds by the end of the stint.
I don't believe you.
I, however, didn't say who would be in the lead. So, but I did say, Glenn can back me up on this, I did say the gap will be under 5 seconds.
No, I still don't believe you. Even though Glenn said yes, I still don't believe you.
Okay, well, I'm not allowed to swear on stream, but I'm pointing a finger up in the air and you can guess by yourself which one it is.
Let me guess, it's the 3 middle fingers, but you want me to read between the lines.
That's one way of looking at it, yep. Pretty sure Cookie will be pointing a middle finger out of the window as well, trying to get through here, trying to distract Saifik ahead of him, do anything, and just not quite able to get quite close enough to think about a move yet. I think the cars are so sort of evenly matched in different parts of the track that he closes up and then he backs off a little bit, and it's gonna require Saifik to make a mistake. And he's one driver who's really sort of developed quite a lot as the endurance season has come along. He's very consistent, not necessarily the fastest driver in that team, but he's very close to the other two, and his consistency has really improved a lot as the season has gone along.
Yeah, it's always good to see that a driver gets that sort of that speed and that consistency, and then obviously you can more you do that, the better up in the field you become, and you get to see and enjoy these really close battles with other drivers of the same caliber. So it's great to see that, and yeah, we're just going to wait and see what happens with this plays out. But these two are definitely going toe to toe. But I think we can also just have a nice little shout out thanks to the BOP adjustments for the day, because that has allowed these cars to not be such a standout like we have seen in the sprint series and that. So I think it's definitely helping the battles on the track. Obviously, as I said, that ebb and flow, the one car's better in sector one versus the straight line speed like the Beamer, for example. But yeah, it has balanced it out, and obviously it's showing a masterclass of some really good racing here for us today.
Yeah, and it also shows us a much sort of wider spread of cars. If you remember a track like Valencia or something like that, the majority of the cars were McLarens and Ferraris, but now, okay, there's still 10 McLarens in this race, which is obviously the most of any particular manufacturer, but there's, I think, 5 Ferraris, there's 4 Porsches, there's 2 Bentleys, 2 or 3 Bentleys, a couple of BMWs, so it's definitely more mixed up than it's been before the BOP came in.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think, what was it, Valencia, there was like the top 15 at one point was just McLarens from memory. Obviously, it was almost a spec race, but yeah, it is good to see the variety of the cars back on the grid again. I mean, I remember back early days. We used to actually have the 3-man teams in the sprint series and that was always good to have, you know, that sort of combination across the field. So, sort of a bit of reminiscing times for myself. I'm enjoying it. Obviously, a lot of other people out there picking their favourite cars is also a bit more on the cards now than just going, I can't pick this one because it's not good here. And so it's good to see it across the board.
Yeah, no, definitely. It makes you able to choose the car you like to drive instead of what's going to be competitive, because all the cars should be able to compete at the very least, depending on the drivers, obviously. But as long as they've made the McLaren competitive at Kailami, then I'm okay with whatever the BOP does. That was my biggest frustration in the sprint series. And yeah, that's the only thing. I know that it's, as we see, Sayafik makes a rare mistake there. That's allowed Cook up the inside. Are they still side by side? We have a yellow flag there of the 900 car in the background. That's Crick, who's had an incident. But Cookie is clear. Now will Sayafik try and send it back at the hairpin? I don't think he's quite close enough to get anything done. Will he be brave? Under the brakes, Cookie has gotten the move done. Now will he be able to close that gap to Hill ahead of him?
Time will only tell, but good to see that after, that battle was, 10 or so laps, maybe more. Just stellar effort on both drivers there to obviously be that close for that long, and then obviously get a nice smooth overtake done. So well done to Cook there, and off to chase down P7, which is only 2 seconds up the road. So one job done, stick that one in the feather in the cap, so to speak, and eyes forward and target acquired.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be, Hignett has grown the gap to a second, so he's extending the gap by less than a tenth a lap. So he'll still very much keeping that FS evolved car in the battle for P6. I don't think we'll see anybody really catch the top 5 at the moment, but we will, however, see Wang Albert be within 1 second of Marina Morella for lead of this race.
Yeah, I think that that gap is going to be quite substantially closer in the foreseeable next lap, potentially, because looks like there's a little bit of traffic there as we actually, there it is. 6/10. I was wrong. It wasn't even a lap. We're talking 2 corners. So here is the battle for the lead coming up on the 3-hour mark. It is less than 7/10 of a second. Who would have thought?
Now the problem for Albert will be overtaking a BMW in a McLaren, which is gonna be very tricky unless Morello makes a mistake. I don't think it's gonna be very easy for him to get through.
No, I know the straight line speed of the Beamer is better. I tried to follow a Beamer before and it just sort of walked away from the Bentley, and I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know how good the McLaren is versus the Bentley. I think obviously they've got their strengths and weaknesses across the track, but Albert here is saying that his is far superior because that
Yeah,
gap
we
is now
found
3/10.
Shady came out of the pits just behind Jack Baldwin in the lead car, and we were quite a bit faster in the first sector. And then in the middle sector, the BMW just sort of walks away on the straight, and then final sector, they're kind of even-ish. But this first sector, it definitely feels like the McLaren has the benefit. And yeah, I mean, a lot of it depends on drivers and the lines they're taking. I'm pretty sure Bakita will be able to make the BMW go very, very. Oh, Albert,
Oh, there's a little tap.
bit of a tappy tap there. He did have an incident earlier with Misano in the first sector as well with a little tap. That one ended a lot worse than this one. So, but he's just making Morello aware that he is there and he will be looking to take that lead from the BS competition plus Happy Laps car.
Yeah, I think that one we play on from the stewards box because I don't think they're going to really report much about that as we don't get a replay as we just switch cars, but that's fine. And the hamsters are jumping through many wheels today in the background, so we're just going to deal with what we got. But yeah, little play on, little boot there, just a little hi, I'm here.
Graham Hill got a drive through. Graham Hill
Oh,
has
dear.
the drive through for track limits. Oh no, that is so unfortunate.
That will be the story. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
There's a change for the lead
yeah.
as Morello goes wide and Albert has the inside line. Job done. Thank you very much for making a little bit of an oopsie. So I thought that battle would have been a little bit more extensive and lengthy than that, but obviously once you make a mistake, especially in a crucial part of the track and a heavy braking zone like that, especially with the track limits on the outside of that fast right-hander where you said earlier you got yours, as we see a 15-second penalty come through for dangerous driving for 666. Not good. Got to make sure that we're trying our best, especially under yellow conditions and stuff like that. So Stewart's definitely keeping a strong eye out here on what's going on across the field, but it doesn't take much to have that, as I said, that micro adjustment to go a little bit wide, and then you lose half a second, which is what's happened there to Morello.
Yeah, it's such an easy place to make a mistake as well. So no criticism to Morella there. I think we've all made that same mistake there.
I make it every 6 laps.
But now it's going to be very important for Albert to start building a gap and get as far ahead of Morella as he possibly can, because as we mentioned earlier, the next driver into the BMW is one of the fastest drivers, not only in the Asia Pacific region, but in the world on ACC. So you wanna have as much of a buffer as possible if you're going to beat them with 9 hours left in the race.
Yeah, beautiful. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted. I had my little boy come running around and screaming and carrying on about what he was doing, so I didn't quite hear what was going on there, but Albert definitely does need to extend that gap, and obviously half a second up the road now already, but Morella will be handing the keys over to Philippa probably within the next, 15 minutes or so, and then that gap will probably get switched around once again, because I don't know who's in the other seat after Albert jumps out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how his teammates, because he's double stinting at the moment, how his teammates can do pace-wise, whether they are on the same level as he is or whether they're a little bit slower. As we see with the BS car, Morella and Baldwin just a tenth or so off of the pace that Bakita can do. So she'll be trying to close the gap again. And Morella now will need to sort of try and pick up the pace a little bit and stay ahead of Lamb and Britt, so he doesn't give Bakita too much to do when she gets back in the car as well.
Yeah, and then obviously a little bit of a factor will come into it as well. Obviously, when you're exiting the pits and that, if you do come into traffic or where you exit, obviously, you know, if you got blue flags and ugly flags, I mean, Philippa, when she gets into the car, will be getting blue flags to all those ahead of her on track, but obviously that's going to hinder the progression as well. But Albert here already out to 1.6 seconds, so they've definitely got far speed advantage over Morella here. But I think Morella might also be in a little bit of trouble soon, because Lamb is only 2.5 seconds behind. As
Okay.
we're on board here with our current Pro-Am leader, Petherbridge, fighting Scarni, who's only 2/10 behind. So that gap has come down because Scarni earlier on was about 2.5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, from my 2 brain cells remembering many laps ago. But here is the battle for Pro-Am.
Yeah, Scani, during when Maloney got through there, I think he lost, Petherbridge lost out a little bit in the battle, and that's when Scani closed up, and he hasn't been able to get through and get the overtake done just quite yet. But speaking of overtaking people, Sean Miller will be taking over from myself as I leave the box. Hello again, Mr. Miller.
And he's made a fool of you. But that's all right, Paige. If you need to
Sean.
go, if you need to leave, you need to leave, good sir. But Petherbridge here. Oh, there we go. Sean as well. Welcome, Sean.
I literally got a phone call at the wrong time, like seriously.
Okay, well, speaking of hanging up, I shall leave you, and I shall be back in the box a little bit later.
Thank you, Paige. Enjoy the rest of the race.
So, good to be back. How are you, Sean?
Yeah, not bad, mate. And just enjoying a little bit of a comm stint before jumping back into the Bentley, and then hopefully not, putting it into the wall somewhere.
Yeah. Got
a bit of a replay here. 2 cars. What's going on here? Oh, 4 wide. Oh, we've got a bit of a slide out wide. Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Hold the brakes. Do not roll onto the track. Be careful how you rejoin. Yeah, nice and safe. Careful. That is unfortunate. I dare say that looked like just a little bit of turn input and brake pressure at the same time, and around you go. I've done that way too many times to count. But are you racing today, Mr. Miller?
No, so I've been moving and stuff, so I haven't raced really for 7 weeks, so it's just been really busy with life stuff. But it's nice to be back in the OOR circle, and nice to be sort of back in the commentary box. So looking forward to getting back behind the wheel for the upcoming Spec Series coming up, and of course we've got the new off-season Sprint Series as well, so keen to get back behind the wheel, but just nice to be back.
How good is adulting?
Oh, it's great.
Everyone loves adulting. Everyone just needs to sim race. That's it. Done. Everyone just needs to get paid for it, and everyone will be happy.
Well, that's living the dream right there.
Oh, I know, right? I'm just not that good to get the paycheck. That it's wishful thinking. But as we see here, Scarni just left through a blue flag, I believe, so that's why the gap has extended to Petherbridge here. But currently sitting P12 overall and P2 in class. Those boys will be very happy with that at this current stage. I'm not sure who's next in the car for them, but I know they are a 4-man team. But
I believe that will be Mr. Bab, aka Gorilla.
Mr. Babby hasn't had a crack yet. Interesting. I thought he would have been the second one on, but obviously not. He has been loving the Porsche since 1.9. Says he can't really drive anything else, so that's a big shout.
Look, it's taken me close to 2 years to get him to love the Porsche, but I'm glad we got there in the end.
It's just that slow poke and prod, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Babsy, just drive it. Just drive it.
Exactly. So we've just been, Lamb is catching Morella here. So this is fantastic. I'll tell you what, we've got a class battle up the front with our pro drivers in the top 3. We've also got a class battle in the Pro-Ams. They have absolutely nailed these class structures. This is going to be awesome for the next 8 hours and 53 minutes. So because we have just ticked over the 9-hour mark, so we'll just quickly run through the top 10. So it is Albert now leading the way from Morella, Lamb, Brett, there's 2 names that we know very well, Lai, Hignett, Cook, Sasfik, thank you, Maloney, Hill are your top 10, and then of course 11th, 12th and 13th is Petherbridge, Scarni and Death. That is the fight for Pro-Am. This is the Permobil Misano 12-hour. Oh, that's a bit of light traffic there. This is the Permobil Misano 12-hour brought to you by OOR. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Saturday afternoon or morning or night, wherever you are in this big wide world of ours. And this battle, here we go, we've got a battle here.
Yeah, Pro-Am battle back on, obviously after yielding to the blue flag. Scarni is back on board, literally, within a 10th now of Petherbridge here as they cross the line. It'll be less than a tenth, I dare say. Yeah, 1.126. So Scarney taking a bit more of a tighter line through turn 1. Obviously, we have Petherbridge defending and will be defending for his life at the moment because Scarney will be wanting to get that job done. But obviously, once again, with two different spec cars here, obviously the BMW will probably be a little bit more sluggish through sector 1, whereas the Porsche is a bit more nimble. But obviously, once you get onto the straight, I was going to say Bentley then, but the Beamer will be saying, see you later.
Just like we seeing right now, as we are on board this fantastic Porsche. Listen to that flat 6 scream, 9,000 RPM. Life begins at 8,500 RPM. Great car, this one. We all know my absolute love for all things out of Stuttgart. Of course, changing its Bavarian brother. See, this is what I love on boards as well when you got two different cars. You just see the strengths and weaknesses of both vehicles, the strengths and weaknesses of both drivers. It's great to see Scarney behind the wheel of a Porsche as well. So coming up, I reckon we'll be coming up to some pit stops, I reckon, pretty soon as well. So we'll see some fourth drivers jump in or some other drivers doing the second part of their double stint. So I'm sure we'll hopefully not see any shenanigans in the pits. And what's also been really good to see, not a lot of drive-throughs as well for track limits. But I've probably just cursed everyone there.
Well, there's been a few, but not as many as I originally would have thought. But I think everyone's a bit more cautious at the moment. But I dare say there are a lot of drivers out there on a fair few warnings. But yeah, it's good to see the difference of pace. But as we jump up the field a little bit here, Lamb is under a second behind Morella here for P2 overall. And also Albert has sort of left these two behind and gaining a nice 4-second buffer over these two, but I think these battles are about to get a bit more intense as we see Morella here go around a blue flag. And do they allow Lamb as well? I believe so. It looked like they did back off. So yep, Lamb has got through as well. So just keep an eye on this one. This is going to get very intense very soon. I don't know what the difference of which car's stronger and where between the Beamer and the Aston, but I definitely know that Matt Lamb is a speedy boy. So that'll be definitely an advantage to Morella. Oh, sorry, to Lamb over Morella, I should say, because I think he is a little bit faster at the moment. But yeah, 3 hours done and dusted. As you said, pit stops are about probably anywhere between the next 10 and 15 minutes away if you are trying to extend to the 70-minute stint timer. So yeah, they'll all be happening very soon. So I think, as we said earlier, only 1 or 2 cars are out of sync at the moment, but never know. We don't know what's on the cards for the next hour or so, because obviously we only see the 30-minute for the weather forecast, but at the moment we've still got a little bit of sun parting through those clouds and only a 1 km/h wind speed, so I think we might be dry for a little bit.
I think so as well, but of course coming in towards the back end of the race, I believe we will be going into the night, so that always adds a extra layer of complexity to the race. As we're seeing Lamb here, he's not closing up to, oh, Morella, that was a big slide there from Morella. Just caught that. So nice little bit of car control here, but that's going to give Lamb a real big sniff now. He'll be able to see that BMW starting to slide around. If we know anything about Matthew Lamb, half an opportunity, he'll just absolutely go for it. Some of these drivers in different cars, it's really triggering me.
It's a bit interesting to see like the usual suspects, like, oh, that person's normally in this vehicle, but they're obviously now with the BOP the way it is and been adjusted for this, it's good to see that obviously we're just trialing different cars and seeing obviously that the strengths and weaknesses of both. But Lamb is one of those out there that, you know, if there is a gap or a half opportunity, he will make sure he's going to have every chance at making it happen. But at the moment, the Beamer in the straight line just has him over the Aston. But I just think through Sector 1 there, the Beamer just seems a bit too loose versus the Aston. So Sector 1 might be where he has to try and set it up, as we see the Beamer go for a wider exit there on that hairpin, and whereas Lamb was sort of mid-track. But that gap is definitely closing, and the corner speed there for the last one of Lamb was all over that and absolutely nailed it compared to the Beamer. But a lot closer now as we are within 1/10.
We ride on the back here of Morel in the BS Plus competition. XL BMW, and I tell you what, Lamb, I reckon this is done within 2 laps. Lamb is looking very cagey here. He wants to get past this BMW as quickly as possible. Nice through there. That was lovely.
Just
You
the
can-
corner speed is so different.
It is.
It's amazing. Oh,
You can
better
just-
line there too.
You can see once that BMW though gets the power down, just see it just pulls away. But Lamb's right in the toe here. Is he going to set it up the inside right? He does. Morella gets out of the way as well. Just steps wide, maybe try a crisscross, but Lamb gets it done. Lovely move. And that moves Lamb up now into second position. And I expect him to just scoot away to... That was a bit weird. Scoot away now. So try and build a bit of a gap. And currently Albert, though, is out to nearly a 6-second gap. So as I was discussing before, though, there is a certain driver jumping in that BMW next. I believe you may have heard of her. Her name's Akita. Apparently she's quick.
Yeah, look, I might know of the driver. I mean, I do only live 5 minutes away from said driver. So, yeah, I believe the speed is, like, on the cards. I mean, I don't know how much, but I think she's okay. That'd be good to see what happens once the drivers shuffle in as it come into the sort of 10-minute window now. So somewhere between now and about the 8.5 hour remaining is when that the third stint window will be ticking over. So yeah, definitely hold on to your seats or buckle in, whatever you need to do, because it's about to shuffle up, and obviously a few people will be on a few track warnings and that. So you know, pit entry speeds are going to be a thing, because as we know, we are not clearing those for time penalties this round because of the length of the endurance. But as I said, two very distinctive lines there from Lamb and Morella there. But the Aston at the moment definitely got the speed over the Beamer. Dare say Morella just doesn't seem as comfortable as I have seen him in past races and cars. Could be a bit of an issue, you know, but once again, I think the qualifying times are only separated by a couple of tenths each. So not sure what's going on there. Might be carrying a bit of damage or something, I don't know. But well, just could be coming through those gritty windows we have in the tyre life.
Could be, yeah, it could be a combination of factors, but I mean, still on the podium, something to sniff at. Let's be real.
Oh, I wish I was up there.
Yeah, I could only dream. What I was interested, since we do have just a little bit of a lull at the moment, what's your opinion on having the track, how many of the track limits on the actual timing board?
Ooh. Well, see, I would, as a driver, I would like it, because then I could see how much pressure I could put on other cars around me. But obviously that would be it's just an unfair advantage, really. But so, I mean, for the steward side of things or the commentary side of things, it'd be great. But then obviously you can have people, obviously your teammates yield and look and go, oh, such and such on this one. So I can see pros and cons, but it would be kind of interesting to see if you're on, like, say, one warning or two warnings, and the car ahead of you has, you know, one or two more than you, and you can sort of pressure them into that DT. So that would be a kind of a fun aspect of it. But yeah, I don't know.
Oh, thank you, Mac Daddy, for the $2.99 into the OOR kitty. Oh, appreciate that, mate. Oh, much love, much love. Oh, I'm blushing now.
Oh, Jesse loves you.
Oh, isn't that nice? But it is great to be back. Super excited. I was pumped about this all day yesterday. So, yeah, it is good to be back. But really, what is more exciting is this race at the moment is just shaping up nicely. So
sorry to interrupt, but Cricky just got a DT.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so he's down in P22, bottom of the Pro-Ams at the moment. But yeah, just got a DT, unfortunately. As I said, they're going to start ticking over.
Well, that's the thing as well. It's about managing a lot of these long endurance races, especially these 10, 12-hour races. A lot of it, yes, speed does come into it, but management really is your key indicator. Just how you manage your stints, how you manage those track limits, how you manage your tyres, all sorts of things. If you do get a penalty, how do you manage that? It's so much more involved than just jumping behind the wheel and steering for an hour or so.
But it's fun to jump behind the wheel and just steer and not worry about it. But yeah, a lot more does come into it when you are dealing with 9-10 hours remaining. But, you know, I think we worked it out, it's about a 50 or 45 second traversal time if you do get a DT. Obviously, depending on how well you get your pit entry and pit exit. As we see Morella come into the pits there. No, it's not. it's Cricky going in for his DT. Sorry, I just saw the name show up and I can't read a graphic properly. But yeah, so it's about 50 seconds for a DT, I think. So obviously these longer ones, it is painful because what a lap time's about 1:33 for the front guys, and then obviously tapers down from there. So you're about a half a lap down without even really trying. So management does play a massive factor in endurance. So limiting those DTs is definitely on the cards.
And that's another one of those stupid pit lanes as well.
Yeah, no, it's good. You've got a really tight entrance with, you know, concrete walls either side or steel barriers either side. And then you've got, you know, an exit that feels like it's half a kilometre long. It's fine.
Yeah, and it sort of semi-spits you out in the racing line.
Yeah, it's great.
It's awesome.
As we see, a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags for car 718. As we know, the rule used to be like the whole four corners thing, but obviously we adjusted that with OR, and it being that it is to be happening as quickly and as safe as possible. So, yeah, must yield to those that do get the blue flag.
Which I'm a fan of. I actually like that rule. We've all been overtaken. Well, us humans have been received blue flags, and yeah, while it can be tricky, I think it's a real skill in itself, being able to, just get out of the way of the leading cars and still being able to continue on with your race as well. So, you can definitely notice some drivers are really a lot better at it than other drivers. But again, it's one of those things, like all things in sim racing, just takes practice and time.
That's it. And just a little bit interesting, Cook's actually got around Hignet. Hignet was actually up the road. Maybe Hignet's had a bit of an off or something. I'm not sure what's happened there, but position has been swapped. So Cook up a further position because he was behind Safit there a fair few laps ago. So now up 2 posies into P5. Not sure what's happened there, but job done. Well done, P5. Let's go.
Yeah, so it looks like Hignet's last lap time was actually a high or mid 36. So he's definitely had maybe a moment, and that's allowed Cook to get past. So that's an inter-team milk battle as well. So, and we will have that up.
Good to see that the milk team, obviously no team orders. They're not going to be holding back, and yeah, job on. Let's go and see what happens. But Cook will be loving this at the moment. Now he's got his clear track ahead. Next target up the road, Paul Britt. I don't know what the gap is between P4 to P5, but speaking of the little gap there, Britt is now only 1.3 behind Morella. So Morella really struggling at the moment on this stint with the Beamer, and obviously they were out in P1, but now down in P3, about to go into P4 potentially. As we get a replay, Hignet takes the fast line. Cook has more of an inside. Oh, he goes wide and has to back off without trying to get a track limit warning there. So that is what caused Cook to get the job done there. As I said, that little position, that fast right-hander there before the hairpin can easily cause us to have issues. I mean, I've lost the control of the car there far too many times to count. But yeah, just drifts wide, has a little snap, and then has to back off to try and avoid a track limit there, unfortunately. But hats off to Cook to seize the opportunity and gain the position.
It is one of those tracks, isn't it? You spend half the time with two wheels actually not on the racing circuit. It's just a weird track. You really do have to cut a lot of these corners and use the entire, so the curbs and also that, what we're going to call it, Red Creek and Green Creek. It's strange track. It just has a strange flow to it.
Yeah, you got to spend more time off the track than on it to get pace. But if you nail it, it works. Unfortunately, though, there is a very fine line between pleasure and pain, because you can be doing all things right and then half a mil and game over. But as we see here, Morella is starting to, I guess, defend against Britt, because Britt is within a second. So that was a bit of lap traffic there. As we see, we're on board here with Britt now. Last lap 34.6, which is, I think, faster than I've gone in the race, which is just sad because that's a slow lap. But yeah, the gap is definitely closing. But once again, Aston v Beamer, we know that in the straight line the Beamer has the legs. So it's going to have to be done in the first sector or the third sector to close the gap up to maybe, as we see early with Lamb, capitalise on a bit of a mistake.
Agreed. So this is going to be interesting now in terms of when these pit stops roll around, because that gap up the front is extending. It was sort of feel like it's about half. So just quickly looking at the last lap time. So Albert did a 34.5, Lamb a 34.5, Morella a 35.0, and then Britt a 34.6. So it's about a half a second difference. So that's about half a second every lap. I'm looking forward to this sort of next hour and a half, 2 hours, because I think it's going to really close up and set up for an absolute grandstand finish, as Petherbridge has a drive-through penalty.
Oh dear.
Wow.
The track limits have struck again. But you're only excited for 2 hours? I'm excited for 8 hours. I mean, this thing's going to go to the wire by the sound of it. But unfortunately, just a bit of a shout out to saw in chat there from Matt Nipris there, even though I tried to chase you down in my stint, but couldn't. I had to tell him the most ominous thing to tell Chad in the car, that apparently death is coming for you. As we know, Sasha Death is incredibly fast. So yeah, I've heard that been saying a few times over the course of the season, and yeah, it does sound absolutely terrifying at the best times.
It's great for commentary, though.
Oh, it's fantastic for us. I'm not the one that death's coming for, so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, you're not even in the race. You're even more
Exactly.
safe than me.
So Scarney's coming in as well. So that'll be a change.
That'll be a driver change. Whereas Chad has to serve his DT.
That's going to flip the switch on the Pro-Am battle at the moment. So it is Death leading Pro-Am from Petherbridge, from Scarney, but that will swap around as well. As we are going to see, I reckon in the next 5-10 minutes, we are going to see a lot of those white P boxes pop up on the screen. So we'll just have to wait for the field to cleanse before we can get our next running order, because QNOS features.
Yeah, got to wait for that first timing line, unfortunately, because, you know, especially where it spits you out of the pits as well. But at the moment, yeah, the order will shuffle, as obviously we see a couple of the pro drivers. Obviously, Peach down in P14 was running in P9 or something before Tom finished his stint, and also Drea has dropped down the list as well. But Britt's come in. He's decided doesn't want to be part of the chasing down of Morella, so obviously he's pulled the trigger first. Pulled into the pits and seeing we're going to maybe do a bit of an undercut there. Hignant still chasing Cook at the moment, but yeah, we're within that 5-minute window now of that third stint timer, maybe a little bit longer, because obviously there is that transversal time of the pit that doesn't count to your stint timer. So we're definitely within the window of everyone starting to tick off that fourth stint, or fourth driver, or you know, your second driver's second crack, or whatever it is. But yeah, we're definitely in that window now.
Looking here at Morella, who's had a bit of a tough stint, but still circulating beautifully there, currently in third position. I dare say that there'll be a bit of a debrief after this stint, just to see where the sort of pace has gone. But I have... Thank you. Oh, yes.
Pete.
Dear, oh dear.
He said Maloney was going to get it.
Yep.
And he's got it himself. Oh, and it's John. It's not even Peach. Oh, John.
Oh, dear.
Your brother will be yelling profanity at you. It was bound to happen. They were sitting on 3 warnings, and obviously they are pushing to try and get back up through the field, but that's a 50-second time penalty that they're not going to be too happy about, unfortunately. But when you're living on the edge and 3 warnings, that's the way it happens, unfortunately. But I mean, as you were saying, the debrief will be coming with these ones.
Well, just on that 191 drive-through there, is that a... Maybe it's just, you know what, let's just get it over and done with. We know it's coming. Let's just get it over and done with now. And then get out there
reset,
and get it done.
4 warnings, let's go.
Yep.
Oh, they can definitely use that to their advantage now. You know, they've got 4 track limits to go before they do another 50 seconds. So, I mean, yeah, let's see what they can do. They'll be sort of kicking themselves slightly, but as we're in that pit stop window now, as we see Morello, they're flashing to a blue flag to say, excuse me, battling, get out my way, please. And it didn't look like that Porsche wanted to yield too much, but got around that little hairpin there without too much of an issue. But blue flags are going to be a bit of a a crux for some people here today. But I think overall they're not doing too bad.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty good. I haven't seen anything really that makes you jump out of your chair and go, oh dear. It's actually been a relatively really nice trouble-free race, actually, in terms of sort of incidents and sort of moments, so which is great to see. It's what we want. But of course, all bets are off come the last 60 minutes. That's when I think it'll really kick off.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. I mean, the field is slightly smaller than what we normally have for endurance, but that's obviously due to the duration and obviously needing multiple drivers for longer stints and all that kind of thing. But normally Misano breeds chaos in the first couple corners on the first few laps, so not having a safety car was a little bit of a surprise to our team. I mean, all jokes aside, I was kind of banking on it to gain a few positions, but didn't quite happen the way we planned out, and actually it bit us in the bum a little bit because we caused someone to spin and copped a 15-second pen for us. So, yeah, that's what you get for wishful thinking for a safety car.
Well, yeah. Do you think also it's the track as well? It's one of those tracks, it's a very much a love-hate track, I feel.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It's got
I think
that
it's
sort of...
it's similar to like Monza Turn 1 is almost guaranteed to cause chaos. And I think it's a similar sort of thing here with the way your track limits are, the way you have to go through Sector 1. When you do have that race start, you know, there are sections of this track that too wide just doesn't work. And that Sector 1 sort of, you know, turn 3, 4, 5, you have to, as we see a car decide that I'm going to go for a little bit of a loop there. I think that's car 719, 716. No, 716 is in the pits. I don't know how to read numbers. But Morello here back up to P2 at the moment, but obviously 14 seconds almost behind Albert there in P1, so definitely lost a substantial amount of ground here. Has definitely put the pressure on for Philippa once she drops back in the car to try and reclaim that gap back, but obviously we don't know what when the pits are, as he's going to go one more lap. So obviously got enough time on the stint as our leader has ducked in the pits. So obviously we're going to have a bit of a swap here and see how they go as we switch to Mr. Cook there sitting there and Hignett. They're both in the pits. So come in at the same time. And that's going to be interesting to see how close that is once the jacks go down and who is travelling. McNeil is off and trundling down the pits as well. Currently sitting at P3 in Pro-Am. So it's good to see Chad back up there even after getting that DT, but obviously the driver hasn't changed yet. So one's saying Chad, the other one's saying McNeil. It'll tick over once we get to a sector time. Gotta love Kunos.
Yep, it's great. Just want to give a shout out to Albert. That was a fantastic stint from our leader. Absolutely beautiful stint. Really great times. Got the lead and then extended the lead. So hats off. And so really great stint. They'll be happy with that. And that's brought them right back in for a battle for this top spot on the podium. So yeah, really good. I love seeing stints like that. I'm a sucker for someone that can do a Hollywood stint.
Well, it's always good when you're the driver as well, and you get out of the car and you feel like you've done a good job and your consistency's there, and you know all the good fun things that we like to tick off the list. So yep, job done. Back out. He's doing a double stint now, so back out on the track. So haven't actually. Oh no, the driver change again. We have switched drivers. Kunos is making me look like a fool, which is pretty standard when I'm in the commentary box. No shockers there. But yeah, currently P2 at the moment. Morella leading, but will have to pit and switch drivers very soon, which is now in the pits. So let's see how this plays out as we're coming through the hairpin onto the back straight for Lynn here. So what's that for the rest of the laps? About 30 seconds, 40 seconds-ish, depending on time. Yeah, going to be very close on exit. I think still will have the advantage, I do believe, but then I believe, if we're not mistaken, Philippa will be the one taking over the reins of that Beamer.
I dare say that is what happened, and then we'll get a real true indication of the gaps, and then we can see what Philippa can do. And basically, yeah, I think, as I was saying, the reason I'm looking forward to the next hour, 2 hours or so, I think it's that part of the race now where you can really set yourself up for that final, buy that ticket for that final hour or two.
Yeah, this is we've done the early start. You're getting in your groove now. You're in your sync. It's now trying to see where you can position yourself, you know, like where you're sitting warning wise, how's all your drivers feeling, who are you battling, you know, are you able to do the 10 stop rather than, you know, having to do an extra stop. The weather's not fighting against us at the moment. All those factors play out, but as we see here, it's Hobbs is in for P2, Yin is P1 at the moment, Britt currently P3. It still hasn't ticked over who is in that Beamer yet, still saying Morella, but obviously once we get through the timing sector out of this next corner, it is Philippa Bakita. So yeah, the race is on, being 14 seconds behind Britt, so that's a bigger gap than we actually originally thought.
And do some rough maths. That's 14 plus 2 plus 5. Let's call it
About
20.
20 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, we'll call it 20.
So
Here we go.
Bit of a mammoth task there to hand over to one of your drivers. Sorry, we were first, but now have a 20-second deficit. Also, though, we did have Albert Pitt, 2 laps earlier, was it? I could be wrong. So obviously they're now going to be slightly offset as well, depending on stint timers. So let's see what Philippa can do in terms of bringing that gap back down. But top 4 within 20 seconds, you got to love it.
Awesome to see. And look at our Pro-Am battle. Look at that. God, it's good to see. So we've got Bab currently 10th. 11th is Darth. We're going to go with Darth.
Yeah, Darth.
Yep. And Vitna is a couple of names that we've heard before. So that'll close up nicely. And then you got Sneakers of the John variety just sitting in there in between them both on the huge recovery. I dare say that 191 will move its way slowly up towards inside the top 10, I reckon, within the next hour.
Yeah, definitely got a bit of a task ahead of John at the moment, but good to see that there are some close battles, and good to see that Babsy's back in the Porsche again and lapping, currently in the top 10, so he won't be exactly upset about that. That team's been pretty strong so far in the first 3.5 hours of the race, but 8.5 hours to go, massive amount still done. But we are just ticked over, a quarter of the way, so that's good to do.
Just a quick shout out to Bowen there, down in 23rd position, our leading AM class car. So a big shout out to the AM class drivers as well. It's always good to see. I love it. It's another thing about endurance racing I just love. You don't have to be an out and out alien to enjoy endurance racing and also have a good result. It doesn't matter your speed, it's about having fun and driving with your mates. And also ribbing each other when you make a mistake as well.
Isn't that the best part?
100% the best part.
That's all we do. Just hang shit on everyone. That's just what it is. But as we're here there, Bowen currently P23, leading, as you said, leading the AM class out of the 30 drivers that are still on the track. I think we started with 31 today. Unfortunately, we had one drop out. I think it was due to a wheel issue. Yeah, that's a pretty mega effort at the moment. I don't know what the gap is between Bowen and Glow, but 17.5 seconds, that's still not bad. I mean, as I said, with 3.5 hours in, long way to go. 17 seconds isn't exactly impossible to close up on.
3 different cars leading 3 different classes. How good is this? So big shout out to the people for the BOP adjustments. Definitely looks like it has been really well done, and it's great to see some different cars back on the grid. And as you touched on there before, the last couple of sort of races, there's been almost a spec series. So great to see a diversity of manufacturers, and at the end of the day, that is what GT racing is all about.
Oh dear, I just saw Connor get a DT. So that's car 600 just got a track limit DT. And then car 247 just got a DT.
Oh, here they come.
Yeah,
here they come.
So that's going to shuffle out our Pro-Am P2, our sort of P2, and put Vidner up there, and obviously Bartlett might also jump up to the bottom step of Pro-Am at the moment, so that's going to be hurting there. Connor there, unfortunately, looked like Hignett and the other drivers may have ticked on a few of those track limits there, but unfortunately we all pay the price as we're a team. And now we got a 50-second trundle through the lane, but now once you reset, you got 4 warnings again before another one of them, so head down and away you go.
That's it. You have a little moment to yourself, a couple of choice 4-letter words, and then just get on with it.
I'll say them on a good lap, let alone a bad lap. Not going to repeat my 4-letter words though today, but you know, I got little ears around me, and we're live on both YouTube and Twitch, I believe. So we're doing well across the board there. But on board at the moment with our current Pro-Am leader, Michael Babs, or as people may know him, Gorilla. Good to see him lapping in the Porsche, the only car he does like now, but might yield him back to the Bentley one day if he becomes better. He does have a soft spot for that one. But currently, 5 seconds up the road from John, the last of the Pro class cars there, so I dare say that'll be coming up pretty quickly on Babs. I'm not sure what their pace difference is, but that'll be closing quite nice. But then obviously another 14 seconds to Wittner there, so he's sort of out in a bit of no man's land at the moment compared to other Pro-Ams for the class.
Well, just their last lap times there. So Bab did a 34.78 and John did a 34.720. So very even on lap pace. So top 10 result for a Pro-Am Cup. This is on. This is 100% on here. And how good is it to see a Golf-style Porsche up towards the front of the field? Like, really? Yes.
You have a soft spot, don't you?
Look, my bias, I've tried to be unbiased, but I can't be unbiased about a Porsche, especially with the Golf livery on it.
So favourite car, right? On the field right now? Like, that's it?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's fair enough. It is a nice car. It has a nice note, especially when it's screaming at the full revs. But I still don't know how to drive the thing yet, and I don't know whether I will. It might be one of the beasts I don't know how to tame. But good to see the battles are still out there. Obviously, we've still got our leader. It's still 6 seconds up the road from Mr. Hobbs in the Aston. Britt is still hunting down Hobbs at 1.8 behind. Philippa hunting down Britt 14 seconds behind. So that gap has already started to come down. I don't know by how much exactly, but it does look like the gap is starting to close.
We'll just see our last lap times for our top 4. So you did a 33.6, Hobbs a 34.3, Britt a 34.0, and Bakita a 33.6. So about a 0.4 of a difference, sort of between 0.4 to 0.7 of a difference between all the drivers there. So we should see those gaps sort of fluctuate, but I dare say Bakita will just slowly start to chip away at that lead. And I'm sure she will be onto the back of Britt by the end of the stint. That's my gut feel. I'm probably totally wrong, but
all I know is that Philippa is crazy consistent, so those 33.6s are probably going to be lap after lap for the next X amount of time. I don't know how good she is on tyre digging that with that kind of pace, but I don't think it really matters when your name's Philippa Bakita. As we see here, sorry?
I was just going to ask, is it a high tyre dig truck?
With enough slide, sure. I think it all depends on how good you can control your car and get your power down without lighting up the rear. Both a skill that I do not obtain. But yeah, on board here with Britt, currently P3, only 1.5 behind Hobbsy here. But yeah, in that last sort of lap, Philippa took out 6/10 on Britt, so I dare say it'll be closer than the end of the stint.
Sorry, that she just dropped a 33.5 race lap. Seriously.
There you go. Oh yeah, so we're on board here with Tawfiq here behind Real. This is the battle for P6 at the moment. Not looking too shabby. Porsche v something. McLaren? No, Ferrari. I can read a dash of a car.
You know the quickest way to tell the Ferrari? I've said it before. It's that stupid iPhone camera it has as a rear camera.
I never thought of it like that. Oh, that's funny.
Like a multi-million-dollar car, but we'll just slap a cheap iPhone on for a rear camera.
Here's an $800 camera on there, done. Well, whatever works, I guess. At the end of the day, they want to go for lightweight and effective, right? Maybe it's the cheapest and lightest thing they could find to get the job done. But Tawfiq here, as we know, is quite speedy in the Ferrari, chasing Porsche ahead of Real. Obviously, the low-speed corners of Porsche will probably have the advantage, especially under acceleration. But top speed, they're probably about the same. Be very much a case of who's going to make a mistake first.
Two cars as well that feel so different to drive. I've done a lot of laps in a Ferrari, but I've done enough to know that it just feels very... as Rio makes a big error there, Porsche things. Just see the back end just started to step out, just understeered in there through that corner and just went wide. And Tofik says, thank you very much for that. I will take that. And we'll now try and get the head down and try and build a bit of a gap. So Rio just have to get his head down and just maybe just sit behind Tofik for a little bit and just see where he can pick up some time. Because it looks like we may have a battle up there for second position as well. Just checking out lap times. It looks like there is, yeah, so second and third look like they are closing up as well. So we've got a real battle happening as well, as looks like we are going to welcome back the one and only Nick Amon back into the box.
Oh, welcome.
Is Nick actually here then?
Yes, I am here. Don't worry. I haven't left.
Welcome. Well, on that note, I'm going to love and leave you both and get ready for my next stint. Hopefully, I can keep it on the track.
Good luck and have a good drive.
Thank you, boys. Enjoy your commentating.
Thank you, sir. Good luck out there. So, yeah, I was actually watching this battle as I was waiting to be brought into discussion. So, it looks like we've had 89 going for a pit stop, so that explains why these guys are currently fighting for what is P2 on the grid. We had just seen that moment earlier from one of the Porsches coming out of the corners. Back end seems to be the Achilles heel of pretty much any iteration of the 911 you come across.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is why I don't really drive it all that much. I like a little bit of stability in my ride. But Sean, fill me in. What have I missed in the last hour?
What have you missed? Well, we've had a change for the lead. So Morella had a bit of a tough set in the BS competition, BMW there. So they've dropped down now the 4th position. We've had a change in the Pro-Am lead as well. So Bab now is currently there in 10th position. We've had a couple of drivers with some drive-through penalties.
All right, so hopefully, I assume no big incidents.
Yep, exactly. Nothing major.
All right, well, I mean, that's better than, parts strewn across the place. Good to see I haven't missed much of anything, not to put the drivers down or anything of the such. So I'm just sort of glancing around the grid, kind of seeing what's going on at the moment. Really not a lot. A couple pit stops coming through. The 716 Bentley going in, I assume, for a driver change. Yeah, a lot of quiet racing out there at Misano. Just 18 and a quarter hours to go. Looks like one penalty for Fitz. I believe from earlier, so it was Mike Reel I was looking at. Tafik has been tossed around a little bit this race. He's gone up, he's gone down, he's gone sideways, he's gone, hopefully not backwards. He's had quite the eventful midday, I think. Yeah, he's close enough, right? Yeah, he's had an interesting race, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. It's been up and down and sort of had, ebbs and flows, and that's endurance racing really in a nutshell. You're never going to be out the front just dominating. It's very rare that happens. But as I was saying as well, this is really shaping up to a grandstand finish. I'm calling it now. I reckon the last hour it's going to be absolutely rips and order.
Oh yeah, I feel like the last hour of any endurance event is always the most chaotic. I would say it rivals that of the opening laps, because the thing with the opening laps is when you get through qualifying, sometimes you're going to have a team that has a bad qualifying. Maybe they accidentally get held up. Maybe there's some little factor here and there that puts them a bit further down. So now they want to get into position. They want to do it quickly, and they might make up a couple of positions at the start. And sometimes they have to wait a little bit more. But that last hour is really where those final stages of every single strategy is put into play. And depending on who you are, it's either going to be you know, sit there and just let these laps tick away, and then you're good to go. For others, though, I think we're going to see sort of those desperate moves. You know, maybe those long-range dives, if you will.
Exactly. As I just look at the lap time, as Bakita now pops in a 33.4, if you don't mind, umpire. Looking here at Justin Wills at the moment, currently running down there in 15th position in that absolutely gorgeous Ferrari. Definitely a fan of that one. Always amazes me that first corner here at Misano. It's such a tricky corner because really you take that first corner and you're already thinking about the second corner. It's a weird opening sort of 2 or 3 corners at this track. A lot of tracks, you know, you just have that. We've got a change for P2 up. Yes, we do. So we do have a change up the front, and Britt has got in front of Hobbs. So I'm sure our amazing race director will get a replay of that one.
In due time, he's got to make sure he gets all the right angles.
Press the 45,000 different buttons.
45, lucky. I gotta press 2. You're mentioning the first corner at Misano. I feel like it's a little trickier than normal because with a lot of these other corners, you seem to have like that defined break point. Maybe it's a marker, maybe it's a, you know, the flag stand. It's anything, but I feel like turn 1, it almost feels that's what it's down to. It's down to feel, and every little bit of difference one way or the other is going to be the difference between a perfect corner and being way offline by turn 2.
Yeah, exactly. And because you're not turning in on the track, you're actually turning in on the green creek. It feels slipperier as well. It's just it's a weird track. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's just a weird track. Here we go. So this is the change for second position here. This is going to be
Britt. Ooh, thought there was going to be contact. No, just it almost looks like he sort of used like the force and just got him off the line a little bit, and that's what's allowing him to go side by side here into the right-hander. Obviously has the inside line, shorter run through, which does play into his favor. Then again, another one, and well, yeah, by the time we get to the braking zone, that's it. So Paul Britt using just that little bit of extra experience maybe to push him ahead.
And that is it's a big change as well. So just going to keep an eye on those lap times as well to see if Britt can actually drive away from Hobbs here and start maybe trying to chunk down that lead for our lead driver Yo Yilin at the moment. Keep an eye, well, still on Bakita watch as well. I am watching the lap times quite closely, and consistently she's close to a second faster at the moment. So wowee.
33.64 just now, and then Britt with the 32, Hobbs the 34.19. Obviously a little bit of a change up based on the battling, but yeah, Bakita's running, what is that, half a second, a little bit more per lap. I mean, yeah, she's gonna be pulling up soon enough. Right now about 10 seconds back, so there is still a little bit of that buffer, and then it's going to be another 7 up to your race leader. So based on that, I mean, I don't think we're going to be seeing Bakita going for much of anything for a good while, but not to say that's a negative, because, well, time difference is just going to be chipped away slowly. It's the inevitable march of time that no one can seem to escape, especially from this 89 team.
That's right. It's, you know, it's the old saying, you can't win the race in an hour, but you can certainly lose it in an hour. So it's just about chipping away, and then eventually you'll get yourself back up the front. So we are been going just a tick under 4 hours. It's been a fantastic start to this Permobil Misano 12 hour. For those who are watching, we are streaming live, of course, on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. So if you are watching on any of those platforms, you know, make sure you either subscribe or smash the like button or share it around. You know, what a great way to spend a Saturday morning, afternoon, or evening, or Friday evening, wherever you are in this great wide world. But I don't know about you there, Nick. I am thoroughly enjoying this race at the moment.
I always enjoy these long events that we put on, because coming from sprint, you know, hour this, hour that, Europe, North America, it's nice to have a series where you do get action, of course, but you do have this time where there's a lot of just slow brewing. There's not a lot of action, just very strategic, slow racing, and it's nice. It's a good thing to have because it shows you that contrast. That racing isn't just this, all the time high octane, millimeters between the cars. It's this thinking, strategic chess-like trance that these drivers get into, and methodically planning out your stint and keeping an eye on everyone else to figure out, okay, where are we faster, where are we slower? Is there a section where we might need to be a bit more conservative? Is there somewhere where we may need to dance on the edge a little bit? And that's what makes endurance racing one of the best, if not the best.
No, it's the best. I'm straight up biased. I love endurance racing.
See, I love endurance racing, but I think I'd have to put rallying on top, because rallying is just insane. But if you want to talk, actual racetracks, I know this is going to sound a little strange, but I would have to give the advantage to the V8 supercars, because they are just beautiful. Love
Well, we were friends, Nick, but
Got it, Sean. You know what? It's been a pleasure working with you, but for now,
It's been
I
good.
will forever make you an enemy, it seems.
look, I'm a red-blooded Australian. I've grown up with supercars / Australian touring cars, but I'm not going to lie, the last I reckon 5-6 years just left me really cold with our current supercar series. So, but I've been an endurance fan since I was a kid. One of my first races I watched, with my grandfather, my late grandfather, was Le Mans. He introduced me to Le Mans, and just been obsessed ever since. So Le Mans, Spa, Nürburgring, Bathurst 12-hour, Sebring, of course, over in the States, Daytona 24. Love it all. And I feel like it's the last motorsport where there's still a bit of romance around it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I like the endurance race, especially Le Mans, Nürburgring. You have the different classes. I think that adds a much deeper element, and I would honestly like to see that here in the OOR, but everybody wants to drive the GT3s because they're the GT3s, for God's sakes. But hopefully, if they do say, hey, we want to do some GT4 stuff, well, I might step in for that, because it's one thing to race in the same class, all these GT3s, but when you add in what is effectively a slower class, that's when you have another factor that gets brought into the game. And then let's say you throw in like LMP2s. Well, congratulations, I've got someone faster than you, and you've got to basically do what the GT4s are doing while also trying to get around the same car.
Exactly right. Traffic management is massive. Oh, no,
That was the 16, I think, of Jake Saddington. Maybe pretty sad right there. I just caught that out of the corner of my eye. I didn't.
And 90.
Maybe my.
Just sorry, he's right. Yeah, 90's got a drive-through as well.
Oh, he does. Yeah, track limits again, taking another victim. We didn't have any drive-throughs prior, correct?
No, we had a couple, but yeah, the last probably hour just seen a lot more drive-throughs, which has been crazy.
Maybe that's the fatigue starting to set in. We're about a third of the way through this event, and I feel like that's about when drivers maybe start to get a little bit lazy as to how they're driving it. I know I talked about it earlier in the broadcast, and I'm sure you and Sean also talked about it. Getting into that rhythm, grinding out your laps. Sometimes, though, you need to check yourself, because what can happen is, obviously, as we're driving, these tires are starting to get more wear, there's less grip here and there, and sometimes that change is going to send you wide. That's going to send you outside of track limits. You're going to pick up that track cut warning. Obviously, 4 of them you get a drive-through. So these drive-throughs is a good reminder for everybody to make sure that you're focusing on your driving and not just going into full autopilot, because, well, you can see what happens. In some cases, at best, it's going to be a drive-through. At worst, well, you might be trading paint with a barrier.
Exactly right. And managing fatigue, managing everything. And we were talking about it before, endurance racing, it's lap times, it's speed, but it's management as well. So I've just got a question here. in chat. We've got from Piston. Do they have a Camaro GT3 car? No, not a Camaro. So what's happening next year? We've actually got the Mustang GT3 car that's coming in, which is very exciting. And I believe the new Lexus, I think, 2025 off the top of my head. And I do believe there also is a Corvette as well. So GT3 racing is about to enter, I feel, a real golden era. Just like the prototype racing is at the moment. So it is great to see endurance racing back with a vengeance, and all these manufacturers as well. And that's what keeps motorsport going. Without manufacturer support, motor racing really struggles.
I'm waiting for the day that somehow, some way, like a NASCAR gets into this whole thing, because that would be that. Listen, I mean, when the Le Mans 24 was on and they had the garage team, I was watching that thing like a hawk. It was ridiculous. And then, of course, because I'm a disgusting Gen Zer, of course I have to use TikTok, and it's like, hey Nick, here's all these clips from the NASCAR at the 24-hour Le Mans. Look at how fast it is, and I'm like, damn, I like this. And it's like, here's some America-themed editing, and it's like, wow, great, awesome. And now it's like, I want this in GT. It's ridiculous. Oh man. But to add further insight to this already insightful broadcast, welcoming to the booth, Mr. Brad Gosling. Brad, thank you for joining us this evening, or morning, or afternoon. How are you doing?
Afternoon where I am. Oh, fantastic there, Nick. Yeah, doing really good, mate. Haven't seen much of the action up to thus far. I've been out most of the morning, but I've actually been on and just watched the last probably 15-20 minutes, and wow, she's a great little race. Couple of cool little overtakes there. Good to see the Aston Martins having a good old fight up the top there. It's looking great.
And on that note, I will bid you gentlemen adieu, and all our viewers adieu. It's been an absolute pleasure to be back, and enjoy the next 8 hours of the Permobil Misano 12 hour.
Thank you, Sean. Have a good one. And I don't know if we'll be seeing Sean back again, but if we do, you know what? It'd be a nice welcome surprise. So, kind of keep you up to speed here, Brad. Like you said, some good overtakes here and there, some good little battles. The Aston Martins, of course, up in P2, P3. Paul Britt has finally gotten around Mitch Hobbs a good while ago, so he has just bolted, hasn't even looked back at all. Of course, Yilin leading this race in the 101 McLaren, but the big story, of course, Felipe Paquita, the dominant force here in endurance racing, in fourth position with that fastest lap, slowly gaining in on Mitch and Britt and Yilin. So the one thing that a lot of, I think, drivers are waiting for right now is this sort of lull in the action to kind of die down. You look around the grid, some battles here and there, but for the most part, it's just sort of stationary stuff, nothing in terms of actually going for moves. Although, as I say that, I've actually realized the battle for 22nd is on right now between Fitz and Glow. This is the second place amateur class, and it is going to be Fitz losing the back end of the Porsche. Somehow gets it under control again. That Porsche's back end, it's just the biggest detriment on success, but Matt Glow's going to push through, no questions asked. And Bowen, I think, is next on the chopping block. That was close.
Oh, didn't he do well to not actually turn that around in that Porsche? He was very lucky getting it as slippery as he did. He still doesn't look like he's quite back into that groove. I reckon Fitzy's tyres are probably still a little bit hot and a little bit over-pressured after that big slide out there, and he's still a little bit wide on that one. But great bit of pressure there from Gio, just keeping it on. As you're saying, it's at this point in the race where I think people can just you get into the groove, but it's amazing how much you just have to maintain that focus. You can get so kind of just in the lull of just chipping away, lap after lap at this point. And it's little things like that, that you come out and you just, a quarter of a second of lack of concentration, and then all of a sudden, there goes the position. As you guys were saying there not that long ago, it takes more than it's not an hour to win the race, but you can definitely lose it in in as we would have seen, half a lap and you're gone.
Yeah, Fitz now can, like you said, lit up the rear tires. So now he's got to get the thing back down to a manageable level and then get back behind Glow. Right now, though, Bowen starting to feel the heat a little bit. The first place amateur class driver in the Mercedes is not having as much fortune as he would like. Crossing the line here, we're going to take a look at what the lap times were. Glow is only 15,000 slower that lap. That might have been due to Fitz's little incident there. But even this far down, it is always a pleasure to see these guys giving us a bit of a show while the guys up top take a bit of a break.
That's it. Glow he's really over the back of Bowen there, isn't he? I don't know whether he was just getting a little bit held up there behind Fitz in the Porsche and getting a little bit of fresh air, and that was only like 2 laps ago, and then all of a sudden he's just taken the full, what's he, a second and a half there now from him to the Porsche there and from Fitz, and now he's right up on the back of Bowen. I reckon Glow, he's looking very, very confident at the moment.
Yeah, his lines are showcasing that excellently because he is, Bowen's taking what is his racing line, but Glow's modifying it, taking a bit of a wider stance, it looks like, and it's actually benefiting him a lot because he does get that straighter exit. He gets a lot more speed out of it, and that's been just pushing that Aston Martin a little bit further each time. And I thought he was going to go for it there. He's actually a little bit off the brakes there for a second, does pull right in, but has to hop right back on it to avoid the contact. Slight lift through the corner, and he's getting ready to line something up. I don't know when or how it's going to happen, but onto the front straight, does have a better exit. Could be here. He's going to have a lot of work to do around the outside, side by side, turn 1 into turn number 2. Matt Glow. Oh my goodness, that was incredible. That was beautifully executed from Glow. Got the space he needed, got ahead. Bowen later on the brakes tries to get some vengeance, but it's not going to happen. Matt Glow taking the lead of the amateur class. Take a bow. That was insane.
That was well and truly beyond amateur move there. That was I could see that one coming. He was lining up, and there was a couple of times he just kind of chipped. And he had that little bit more of an inside line, but as we just kind of look on those last ones, that coming out of that last corner, he's just kept in that few extra car spaces behind so they could have a really good exit speed off that, and he was just all over it, had it in the bag.
Yep, Glow saw that he had the ability to overtake. He saw Bowen was starting to falter a little bit. I think there was just a hint of hesitation going into turn number 1, and then he just said, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to go for it, see what happens, and it worked out beautifully for him. Bowen's starting to fall back into Fitz's clutches as well, so this could be another position lost if he's not careful.
Yeah, that's it, because you don't want to all of a sudden get too frustrated from it, and then lose that little bit of focus, little bit of concentration, and you could be very cautious to not lose too many spots here. But here we've got a nice little battle just starting to come up.
We're getting informed that this has actually just been a recent change, so we are going to get a replay up of that of Sanika's slipping into the top 10. Bab does have a drive-through penalty. I believe that's fresh, so that'll have to get served soon enough. He'll try to stick with the 191 McLaren as much as he can before he has to inevitably pass through the pit lane. So we had John here in the booth not too long ago, and we did talk about the fact that the start of the race for his team wasn't the best. They fell way behind, but eventually clawed it back, and we kind of just got into the topic of consistency and making sure you're in the right headspace to get this, to get the race going back to where it should be, and then maybe a little bit of banter to level things out. And this squad, this Kovacs McPurple Racing, I mean, these guys have been on the ball when it comes to that. They haven't given up. They've just kept their heads down. They've just banged these laps out, and these positions have come to them. And that's the beauty of endurance racing is, yeah, you can spin out first lap, you can be at the back of the field, but if you just keep pressing on, you're going to be rewarded. We saw it with Filippo Bakita at Suzuka not too long ago, where that car was actually taken out first lap. Thankfully, it didn't cop too much damage. I think, if memory serves, they didn't even touch the wall, but they went to the back of the field, and lo and behold, they managed to win the race. So for Sneakus and crew, not quite the same book, but maybe the same sort of theme.
Absolutely. Here we go. We've got the replay coming up here. Oh, he's just leading past. I wonder if it. Oh, there we go. He's just done more so of a the gentleman's pass there more than anything, knowing that he's got that extra little bit of pace there. So instead of holding him up and making him fight too hard for it, he's just like, yep, here we go. I'm not even going to worry about trying to battle you there. You've well and truly got this in the bag.
Yeah, we saw it a couple times, I think, earlier on in the broadcast. The foresight to say, yep, I'm slower than this person. I can sit here and defend all day. That'll be really cool and fun, I'm sure. But you're just going to end up hurting your race in the long run, so it's better to just say, you know what, you can go ahead, I'll just follow you. And we've actually seen it where drivers will do that, and the driver who moved over in that instance will actually catch up to the cars ahead because they just stick behind the car in front. Right now, though, Mitch Hobbs starting to get uncomfortable because the dominant Bakita is right behind in that BMW, a car that we're always used to seeing at the top of the field. And right now, this is the battle for P3. The 89 has been doing what the 89 has done best. A very late move there, firing down the inside. Extremely late on the brakes.
Gonna hold it?
No, it's not. Hobbs is going to come back and take the position away. But Bakita, this could be another late lunge here down the inside. It looks like it is this time. It's a lot cleaner. And the 89 pushes into P3. That first move, that was surprising. I did not expect that one.
Not at all. I was like, what? What just happened? What? How did that? No way. That was crazy. And yes, as you see, that's well played there from both drivers. But that was definitely holding two hands on the wheel there. That was some mighty fine couple of corners there. Wow.
That was two hands on the wheel, and I think one more from Jesus. But that was I don't even Hobbs, I think, was surprised by it, but was realizing just how much speed Bakita had going into that corner and fought back aggressively as he could. And that's so aggressive there. Mega lunge, and then it does go back into Hobbs's favor here, but the problem is Bakita knows the brake is there, and that's where she just gets off the brake, just coasts on through, maybe a little bit of throttle, and Hobbs can't do anything about that. Takes the position, and you can see the live view there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. The gap has already grown a pretty good margin. It's actually about a second now. So that just goes to show you how deadly this BMW is.
Absolutely, that BMW is so well balanced through all of those areas, and it just the power down that Bakita is getting out of that BMW, as you're saying, like already pulling a huge car length between the two of them now is just she's on fire.
Absolutely. Got a couple back markers to get through, though, before she gets to Paul Britt. The gap right now to the second place Aston Martin is about 7 seconds. And then from that Aston up to Lynn is about another 3. So Bakita, well, when you factor in time, is about 10 seconds off of your race leader. And if the minuses go the way they have been, should be seeing a change for the lead in due time. Now, speaking of in due time, if you take a quick gander up at the top right of your screen, we've got rain coming in about 30 minutes. I don't think we've had any sort of weather yet this race, so if that rain sticks around for a while, that's going to change the complexion of this race, and, well, it might show some weaknesses in setups if we've only set up our cars for dry.
Yes, I know from watching the last one when we were at Spa there a few weeks ago. There was a couple of the cars that you could really tell had balanced the cars well for the rain. It was almost the opposite of what they are here, and making huge ground in the wet. But then as soon as the dry would come out, you could see that the cars just twitching, and they just weren't quite as well as what they should have been. How's that going to play out this way? It's going to make a very, very exciting 30 minutes coming up.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing you have to figure out as you're setting the car up, because, you know, when some of these drivers, they do the sprint series that we have, and, you know, you have the one setup for the one driver, and that one driver is you. But when you get into these endurance races and you have a team of, you know, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, you have to find something that's going to work for everybody. So that might be, you know, maybe some suspension sacrifice here. Maybe it's going to be a bit stiffer, maybe a little bit softer, maybe have a little bit more or less on the brake ducts, traction control, ABS, aero. Everything is going to be tweaked a little bit. So that way, everybody feels like, yep, I can get the maximum amount of performance out of this car without compromising my teammates. But you also have to take into account the possibility of rain. We have had races where there hasn't been any rain. It's just been dry through and through, and that's great. But you have to take that forecast into account. So we should be seeing who's done their extra little bit of research and tweak things enough to deal with the rain and who hasn't. I know some drivers will also have the traction control and ABS settings set to dials and buttons on their wheels, so that's a little bit of a extra bit of not research, what's the word, strategy. But we'll have to wait and see. How do you, let's ask the question for you, Brad, and Chad, of course. Racing in the wet, yay or nay?
I personally, I really sorry, they're just looking the absolute overstretched brake pedal there, and just losing that spot. That was a very well maneuvered slide out of the way without causing any accidents there. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I just caught that one out of the corner of my eye. That was cool. That was a little bit too close for my liking.
Oh, wasn't it? Yes, well evaded there, right in at the back end there. That must have been was that weather? Fitz just cooling into the pits there now too, which we are getting to that point where they're doing a drive through there as we're seeing. So Antonio Fitz obviously just pushing it a little bit too far, getting this drive through. That's very unfortunate, especially after just choking on the brakes there, losing a spot, and then having to come back on that side of things too. And Weatherburn is just really coming. I'll come back to the weather thing. I've seen him just come up onto the back of these guys here, and he's just been really pushing hard. He's applying a lot of pressure. These, as we were just talking there earlier, these amateurs and the not quite pro guys just really having some good battles.
Weatherburn's a little far back. You might be mistaking it for one of the other drivers. If we're looking here at the 22nd position, that's Christopher Taylor. Weatherburn's a little further back. He's down in the vent.
Hey, mate. Sorry. Yes, it is.
Sorry, it happens. Ooh, contact there. Taylor
looking at the wrong McLaren there. Yes,
yeah, I do it. Sorry, I do it all the time.
Yeah. Definitely Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor's been doing a good job though, reeling in Bowen. Last lap was about 2/10. Glow, we saw him earlier actually doing some work. So he'll be looking to continue that. It's actually Taylor being blue flagged out of the way, so that does put a damper on his parade for a minute. However, he knows that those ahead of him will have to suffer the same fate. So while it is an early loss for the 900, it's not really going to matter because, well, competitors ahead have to move over.
That's it. And depending on when they have to do that, could be a very opportune time for Bowen to catch, to either catch a breather. There we go. He's pulling out on the straight. Well, this is going to make it really interesting, Taylor, because he's going to have a lot of pace off. And here he goes. Is he going for the move down the middle? Oh, there we go. Yes. Taylor's got it. I wasn't sure whether or not Bowen was going to have enough momentum there to be able to keep Taylor off his back there. But yeah, really having that blue flag, as we were just saying, he's being able to make up a bit of ground, but now he's lost it there from Taylor. Taylor definitely winning out of that blue flag situation just there.
Yep, that was, it looked almost like, not Taylor, excuse me, Bowen had a little bit of hesitation. It seemed like going through the corner, he was on the throttle, then he was on the brakes, he was on the throttle, and then he was coasting. But it was beautifully executed from Taylor, almost using the blue flag as like a screen to get on through. And it actually ended up letting another driver through, so that again builds the gap up. And as I say that, Taylor's got to let someone through, but that worked out beautifully for him. I wasn't. It was a blue flag for both from both of those cars in front there, but. I think Bowen just probably hesitated a little, took his foot off the gas a little bit too much on that second main straight down the back there, and just lost a little bit too much momentum there. And Taylor's just going, thank you very much. I'll take the extra 30 k's an hour and see you on the other side. Yep, and that is the nature of racing, but now it is back to heads downward for both of these drivers and many others around the grid. Looking around, just seeing what's going on. It's close in some regards, but it's more just, hey, this guy's a back marker, this guy's not. There's gaps between these guys. Yeah, it's really, I think we're kind of getting into another little, I don't want to say downtrodden, but just a little slow part of this race, which is gonna happen here. Just back markers getting through. We should be seeing some. I don't think we're going to be seeing any pit stops for a little bit. We had a couple drivers come in. I believe a couple had driver changes. Others were just tires. But as we are about 7 hours and 40 minutes from the checkered flag. Quick look at your standings. It's Yelin in the 101 McLaren leading the field ahead of Paul Britt in P2. Felipe Bakita there, P3, is making up very quick ground. And then it is Mitch Hobbs, Etten Shen, Moyen Tafik, Mike Reel, Connor Hind, Leo Dreyer, and John Sinekis. That's your top 10. Everybody else on the board is going to file in quite nicely. But this race is certainly shaping up to be a good one, and we still do have that threat of rain. It's going to be a little bit less than half an hour. It's probably maybe 20 or so, 15 minutes out, so we should be seeing it move over into the 10-minute slot any day now. Although it could just stay at bay. We have had that happen before.
Yeah, that's it. It can be there and just kind of threaten, and or not threaten, as we as we see another great little move back up through there. A great little one. Taylor's just really he's finding a really good groove there, I reckon. As he just chips off at another one there. Great little back marker. Great little back marker battles going on here. But yeah, getting back as you were saying there before, Nick. Let's throw it out in the chat again. Like while we're talking about rain coming, is it going to come? Is it not going to come? How do we go in the rain? Well, mate, to be honest, I've not found rain too hard. I've done probably a bit more rain racing. Not that I've done heaps of it. Back in the background, who's just completely come off the Can we go back? Oh, who was
It's Michael
that?
Pickford.
He's completely stopped. I wonder if has he got some issues? Might have some network issues there, because coming around that last corner, and he's just gone straight off the straight ahead, straight into the wall. There was no moving, no anything. He's obviously got some technical difficulties there. We'll keep an eye out on him and see whether he can hopefully get back in and racing again.
Yeah, that was I saw it in the background as we were getting into it, what we were going into. But yeah, that was one of the downsides of sim racing, is you do have those moments. I guess to get the conversation there, personally, wet weather racing, I like it. I think it's a fun change in pace. Obviously in qualifying not so much, because I like to have a dry qualifying, but I feel like when it comes to wet racing in the rain, it does give you an opportunity to see who has been crazy enough to put in the time to run laps in the wet. And that's not to say that, if you don't run laps in the wet, you're kind of on your own, but it gives you that extra layer of preparedness. Now, the downside is when you go from dry to wet to dry, is during that rain, stint, the rubber that's on track is getting washed away. So wherever that groove was is now gone, and you have to make it again whilst clearing moisture from the surface of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's it. It's I personally, I actually really like the rain as well. I'm definitely with you there, Nick. I think the great part about rain is that it does give you so many different dynamics. I'm not going to say that I'm awesome at the rain. I definitely struggle a bit in the wet, but it adds just this extra dimension to your racing and to the abilities, and you can really see, it's as it wets down, like as the rain, are you starting to find your dry lines? How are your tyres going? There's so many more things that are really kind of add to the experience of what you're doing when you are racing, that I find when it is dry racing and it's dry the whole time, which is great. You're really kind of battling microseconds in your own mind and your own lap times, and that's pretty much it. Like you every braking point is bang on the same. Every turning point, every acceleration point is exactly the same, and you're really trying to get the microseconds out of it, the hundredths and the thousandths in it. But then as soon as you start to get to the wet, then you're constantly looking, going, where's my braking markers now? How wet is the road? And it makes for very exciting racing.
It does, and I think it's even more exciting when you start a race with rain, and then say it's like our sprint series, you start in the rain, but the last maybe 10-15 minutes the rain stops. How does that change? You've already got your car set up for the rain. The only thing you're able to realistically change would be what? Your traction control and your ABS easily. So you'd have to change those. And then, you've been running, say, your brake point and the rain is 150 meters, well, now it's going to be 100, but you don't remember that off the top of your head because you've been so focused in on wet weather racing. So that is another reason why I think racing in the rain is fun. I'm not like you, I'm not particularly good at it, but you don't have to be good at something to have fun with it.
Absolutely, that's it. Just got a little thing on the chat there too from Mags, the guys in car 86, and just saying that they got disconnected from the server and they can't rejoin. So really unfortunate and sad for those guys that unfortunately their race is over. And so thanks guys for the great battle that you did have there. And here we go. There's the replay. Thank you, Glenn. And yeah, you could just see it was just full disconnect and just went to absolutely nothing. That's really, really unfortunate for those guys, and wish them all the best for the rest of their afternoon. They get to knock off 7.5 hours early, Not that that's necessarily a good thing. You set the day aside to be able to race well and have fun and enjoy what you're doing, and unfortunately they get to now just watch the race from YouTube like the rest of the guys.
Well, F's in chat, of course, for the Bentley. But here's the thing. The way you can spin it into a positive is you can say that you finished the Permobil 12 hours of Misano first. As long as you don't specify what you mean by that, it seems really good. So you say, oh yeah, I finished first because we disconnected. But they don't need to know that. And then you just pray they never see the broadcast.
Yeah, that's it.
It's all about perspective in life, man, I'm telling you. But no, it is unfortunate. These things do happen. The world's a big place, and sometimes ISPs or servers will trip over something, and you do get disconnects like that. But we really do appreciate and thank the 86 team for all they did coming into this event. And we do hope to see them again more as these big races come to.
Yeah. I was just looking on the timing charts while we're just chatting there. I did see Leo Dreyer coming into the pits there as well. So looks like probably the first of the next round of pits just starting to come into play here now. Be great to see how well a few of these guys go. I know a couple of the guys in the Spa from last time when we had the GT3 sprints there a couple of weeks ago. It was amazing how many positions actually ended up changing in the pit stops. Obviously for Spa it's a bit different. Of course your pit stops are downhill, and so when you kind of come in to stop it, it certainly makes it a bit trickier to stop right in your correct pit booth position. So it'll be interesting to see how a few of these guys come out now. Who are the winners from the pit stops, who manages to stop bang on in the right spot, and who might lose a second or two in the pits to reset into the right position. So look out the next kind of 15, 20 minutes while they're starting to come through the pits.
And speaking of positions gained or lost, I want to take some time right now. Check out position 12 here, Bartlett and Venetir for, again, like I said, P12. These two have been going at it for a good bit, actually. The last couple of laps I've been watching their split differences, the gaps, and it's been roughly the same. David Bartlett, of course, for Convicts and Colonials, that American-Australian team, two of NA's finest, of course, on that roster, and then one of Australia's best as well. This team, the number 90, the Sofa King Slow, these guys have shown some pretty good pace despite their name suggesting otherwise, and have made some stellar moves we've seen earlier in the broadcast, and they're looking to add another one to the chart. But the problem is that 676 is not one that goes down without a fight, and that has been exactly what Bartlett has been doing. He has been making this as difficult as possible. Now here's the thing, coming through this back section here, about as much of a back straight as you can get without the turn-ins, this is where the Porsche is going to do a little bit better. The top end on the McLaren, not as good. I believe at one point it might have been pretty strong, but of course patches will change that, as we saw with the Honda, RIP Honda. Still a good car, but not as dominant. But yeah, these guys have been sitting under the wing for a while. There was a sniff of a chance coming into turn one here last lap around, but there was really nowhere to go. It's times like these where, as a driver, you say, all right, I'm stuck behind this guy. Constantina's keeping me from overtaking. What are you doing mentally to either get yourself into a position to attack or to get yourself out of that funk of, oh my god, I'm stuck?
Yeah, it's such a hard mental barrier when you're going, I know that I got more, or oh, there we go, half sticks a nose out there, which is a great little thing there from Ben there. Going, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you really focused? Are you trying to get them to look in the mirrors to focus more on where you are rather than the apex? but it is. It's hard. It's a hard battle mentally. I think kind of just sticking in behind someone when you're going. I know I've got an extra tenth or an extra hundredth through here, and as you see, here we go. He's a lot closer there now. He's just a little bit too wide there. Ben, he's so close. He's it's only laps away before he's really. Or is he going? He's up the side. He's inside. Yes. There he goes. He's got it. Fantastic last corner. He's been chipping away at that one for quite a few laps there now. Just chipping away. And that's a great little turn. That's a great spot, that last corner there. If you can line it up from that back straight really through the last few corners. What a great little move there by Ben. That's a great little spot. And he's got two. Is that another fast
That's cooked. That's a change. So Bartlett drops 2 positions.
2 positions there. I was going to say, was that actually Cook or was it someone a faster one? But no. Wow. And as you can see, the sun is well and truly gone there too, and it's starting to get overcast. So we were talking about the cloud and the rain coming in. And so that's definitely going to play in the conversations over the next half hour or so while it does get a lot darker. But wow, what a great move there by Vintner. Look out, he's going to have seconds up on these guys here shortly.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is that back corner coming onto the back straight. That is where that move was actually set up, because the exit that Vintner got out of the corner compared to what Bartlett did was so much better. I don't know if you have the game open if you're looking, but I had the camera planted on the dashboard of the Porsche. Coming through that second kink in the road, he had the first kink, he had so much more speed that by the time he was getting to the braking zone, he had to lift. And that I think pushed Bartlett off his groove just a little bit, and then he was able to make it work. Obviously, going into that heavy braking zone, he still backed off. He ran it a bit wide, but that was because he had carried so much more speed through the corner. His line was better. Bartlett had a very, very awkward line through there. And then, as we saw and as you called, Brad, through the final corner, did get the move done. So that goes to show you how some moves are not done in the spur of the moment, in this corner. If you're someone like Vintner, it's several corners back. I know I talked with Sean Muller about this, is you may be thinking 2 or 3 corners ahead, and that's exactly what happened from the number 90 team. It executed perfectly. And I don't think he could have done it better if he tried.
I don't think he could have at all. That was all but textbook. And that probably leads me to how we were talking. How do you go when you're just sitting in behind someone and you're there? You go, and I just know I've got that little bit of extra pace. I know I've got that. I've got a few hundredths here and there, and I think it's just you've just got to mentally just put the grit and just keep that pressure on. You've just got to be right up the back of the guy in front of you. You just got to be when you're coming into your braking markers, you don't have to come the whole way across and get really, really aggressive as if you're going to try and outbrake them. You just get into their side mirrors just enough that you can hopefully get them to spend more time looking in the side mirrors and just miss an apex, just miss your acceleration point, and just hope that you can just keep applying that pressure. I think that's the only way that you can really try and keep yourself mentally going. But let's have a look. I thought that Cook might not have kept up with Vintner here, but he's well and truly right on his rear bumper. But unfortunately, Bartlett's just. I don't know whether his tyres are just a bit more cooked, and he's fallen well off the pace there. So I get my words right there. Here.
You're all right.
He's off the pace there a little bit, but great little battle here. Cook is giving the pressure back too.
Yeah, and I know you were talking about being in the mirror, and it's not about just sitting there and saying, all right, I'm going to take up all the space. You're not going to be able to see anything else but me. We are going to see... So this is what I was talking about earlier. So coming through, the speed that this Porsche has coming through, it's a weird line right there, which is fine. And then that ends up forcing Bartlett to actually go defensive when he doesn't need to. And then because of that, Vintner... You can see the speed coming around through the penultimate corner, goes wide, but look at how close he pulls in. It actually sets him up beautifully on the inside. So for Vintner, it might have been unintentional, but at the very least, man, it was a great little move. Now I wanted to mention, as you were talking about the whole sitting in the mirror thing, it does play into, you know, your opponent's psyche. It's going to screw them up, but we talk about timing. If you get them to look at the right time, which would end up being the wrong time for them, they're going to miss the corner. They're going to outbrake themselves. It's going to be an easy overtake. However, the other bit of mirror focus that I want to talk about is with Vintner, that extra speed. Sometimes some drivers will see that, and instead of sticking with their line, they're going to get off it. So if they're turning right, they're going to turn left, but they realize, oh, you know, they're actually not going to go for the move. I've just screwed myself. Well, now the position's as good as dead. So it's these little things, these small things that you don't notice on the surface if you're not looking for them, but when you actually take a minute and you take that microscope and you look and you peer into the fold, as it were, you'll see just how deep this goes. And speaking of peering into things and seeing how deep it goes, Brad, did you bring an umbrella? Because I didn't.
No, I must say I was not bringing my wet weather gear at all. I was not expecting rain at all, and all of a sudden, just as you were talking, I'm looking at the same. I'm like, is there something going wrong with my screen? And then all of a sudden, here we go.
We've had some drivers come in. I think we're going to be getting some wet tires on. So right now the track is greasy, so that's not necessarily a good time for some to come into the pit lanes for wet weathers. Now, Bakita, we saw them change for position 3, and right now, Bakita 2.222. If you look for any more 2s, well, you might be a ballerina. And this is the chase down for the lead here at the Permobil 12 Hours of Misano. It is the 89 right now, in control of the field, or in control of the race. Ooh, a little bit of a slide there. All right, so this could be more rain in 10 minutes. So this might be the time for these drivers to come in. I don't think Bakita's going to pull the trigger first. We might be looking to see what Yilin does if the McLaren comes in, which it does, and Bakita's going to follow. This is exactly what I was banking on. So Bakita knows. And Yilin's going to come in. Oh, that was a very weird line there. So this will be the wet tire coming on. And speaking of things coming on, Tom Maloney coming onto the booth. Welcome in, sir.
G'day. How are we all?
Very good, thank you.
Very good timing for me to come in as this rain has started falling.
Isn't it?
It is. It's. I'd be surprised if people took wets here because the track's only greasy, so wets still aren't the faster tire. And the rain's going to go away within sort of the next 10 minutes. It's a real 50-50 call for a lot of these guys as to what they're going to do. You know, some guys that might have started their stints, they might just push through it.
Well, the 900 of Taylor actually has wets on, so some are not feeling the same way. But then again, everybody runs it a little bit differently.
Absolutely. We'll wait to see what Philippa decides to do here. And they've gone wet tyres.
Wow, on the wets. That is a bold move. And they've made the first place too, so she's had a great pit box entry. And look at that, out in front. Wow, what a great little one. Great little overtake.
The slowest overtake you've ever seen. But interestingly enough, Yilin has stuck with the dries. So I know we literally just talked about you said it, Tom, it's going to rain, but then it's immediately going to go away. So now the track is damp. So if you're this McLaren here in P2, you're going to have to hold on for another 10, 20 minutes to keep this thing in line. We almost see someone losing it. But if you're Bakita in the BMW, well, you're going to have to come in again. And I think for a car like that, it's probably not a huge problem because, I mean, we talked about pace and we talked about the wins and the gaps by the checkered flag, so it doesn't really matter. But if you're basing it solely off of just currently what we're at right now. Oh, it's actually Morella in the driver's seat, pardon me. We're going to be seeing that BMW having to come back in eventually. How wet the track gets is going to depend on how much rain is able to fall. Obviously, it's going to start, lessening in about 10 minutes. And then the number of cars on the grid, how much water can they clear per lap, and is that going to be greater or less than what the rain is outputting? So for some people, it may be a time of pain until the track dries. For others, it's going to be a chance to, well, I would say turn on the jets, but realistically, it's putting the rotor or the motors in the water and getting out of there, hopping on the jet ski, whatever you may want to go with.
Absolutely, and
It is.
Misano is one of those tracks where you abuse the curbs, you abuse that red concrete in the dry. You cannot do that in the wet. You absolutely cannot do that. It just, the traction control kicks in, you go absolutely nowhere. So you have to really change your approach to the racetrack while we're in this sort of 10-minute phase of just waiting for things to settle down.
That's it. And you go, and talking about settling down, I don't think any of these cars look like they're settling down. You see them all coming in on the brakes when they're coming in hard. They are all wiggling. None of them look like they're really enjoying this wet weather at all. It's 100% focus at the moment. Those cars that are not on the wets do not look like they're having fun.
No, Morella's pulling out a fair amount of time on Yilin here, so it's just whether you can make that 30 seconds for a stop for dries, if you can make that sort of time loss work.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. But for now, we're just going to see how these drivers handle the wets. Oh, God, dude.
That looks gross to drive.
That is, yeah, wet, slick tires on a wet track, it's not going to work. This track is fully wet, period. So the clearing has not been as effective. It's still going to keep raining 10 minutes. It is going to stop. However, keep in mind that the track is not going to dry as quickly because it is going to be cloudy. It's currently 19°C, ambient 22 on the surface itself. Now, if it was going to be the rain comes in and then it goes away and then the sun is shining, it's going to dry the track quicker. But because of those factors I just mentioned, it's not going to dry as quickly. And once we do get back onto a suitable racing surface, if you will, well, now we're gonna have to lay down the rubber again. We're gonna have to get that proper racing line into the mix, and I think that's when we're gonna be seeing those faster laps finally come back.
Absolutely. And speaking of changes, we have, jumping into the box here, David Bender McNulty for the first time in a little while, mate. How are you doing?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not too bad, thanks. A little bit nasally at the moment, so apologies if I'm not sounding too good. But these events, you guys should be used to it. If I'm not racing, it's going to rain. That's the law.
It sensed you coming.
It's okay. You don't have to sound perfect for us to love your voice, man. You know we always love it.
Oh, thank you. Too kind. How's the race going? Obviously, we've got a bit of precipitation around at the moment.
Well, the race has been pretty eventful. We've had some incredible overtakes, some ballsy moves, and a couple of blunders here and there. Obviously, penalties coming through, some for contact, some for track limits, some for something weird. But right now, drivers are dealing with the precipitation. Some have opted to go on to wets. Others have decided to stay on dries. One such driver, of course, that is on that slick Pirelli is Yilin right now in position 2. Was leading the race as the rain was starting to fall. Morello was behind, was then Makita. Both those cars came in, and it was actually the BMW that won out in the pit stop game, did get the overtake done, and is currently leading that gap now 8.5 seconds because of the wet tires doing their job and getting them ahead. So For some who have stayed on dries, it's a world of pain. For others on wets, it's awesome, but they are going to have to get off of them eventually.
Right, so we've got a mix of drivers on different tyres. Okay, that's always interesting.
Yeah, the rain kind of came mid-stint as well for a lot of people, which is a worst-case scenario for strategy.
Yeah, but it's you know how you manage it. For some, I feel like for some drivers it ended up being really well timed, because when the rain started falling, maybe they were about to get to the pit lane, so they're like, all right, well, I don't need to come in now. But by the time they get back around, the conditions have worsened, so they said, well, perfect, I can go in and not really lose any time, because it ends up, depending on where you are on the track, it's going to be really good or it's just going to suck. So some people, it just happened to be timed perfectly, and for others, they had to suffer just a little bit longer. But on that note, gentlemen, I am out of here for the night. Thank you, of course, to Glenn for doing all that he's done. Everybody here at OR for having me on. I'm glad you guys aren't tired of my voice yet. As for you, Tom and David, please, I would say behave, but that's just kind of me talking to a brick wall. But best of luck to the other drivers, everyone else, and shout-outs, of course, to everyone watching YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and I think there was one more that I forgot. But anyways, if you haven't already, make sure you're following this incredible organization. No bias there, of course. We still have 7 and some change hours to go here before we can officially wave that checkered flag. It is currently the 89 BMW in the lead. Then it's Zealand, second place. Johnson's in third. Floyd is fourth. Chen is fifth. Brown is sixth. Hignett is 7th, Tafiq is 8th, Sanikas is 9th, and Good in the kitchen cooking us a nice 10th position. But gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. I'm out of here. I'll see you next time.
See you, Nick. Thank you so much for your efforts as per usual. It's been wonderful having you here. So we're in that little bit of purgatory here of how long's this rain going to keep going for. It's been saying it'll dry up in 10 minutes now for a little while. A couple of drivers starting to go, should we have stuck with the dry tyres or should we have changed the wets? It's getting to that point where I think the guys in the wets might start really sort of finding out if they've made the right decision here.
Hopefully the rain sticks around. What would be great is if it sort of alternates every now and then, you know, dries up a bit, then rains a bit more, and dries up a bit again, and
That's
rains
the
a bit
idea,
more.
isn't it?
Yeah, that'll really make it interesting.
Yeah, the gap now 14 seconds, so Morella making up about 12 seconds in a couple of laps after their pit stop. So still got to make a lot of time up for that tyre change to really come into its own. You know, if we go, the rain stops. The rain's lightening up now, so still going to make up at least another 30 seconds for that tyre gamble to really pay off properly. So still some time to go. We're not even anywhere near halfway yet, so that McLaren of Yilin really skating around. When was the last time we had you commentating at Misano, Mr. McNulty?
Oh, commentating at Misano.
Let alone driving.
Oh, driving. Would have been the midnight to Misano event. I don't know how long ago that was.
A couple of years ago now, wow.
Yeah, that night racing was incredible during that event. Hopefully we get to see some nighttime racing later tonight. Misano looks great under the floodlights.
We're going to finish at midnight at this rate, so and quite possibly literally midnight for our esteemed broadcaster Glenn. But we continue following Yilin, who their team was the fastest during the qualification sort of period that we had. You know, 2 weeks for the guys to set the fastest lap time. Didn't quite get the shootout right, so started from 10th place. So nonetheless, a very good recovery to pull back up to P2, having started P10.
Yeah, that's pretty good. The shootout, I mean, it's always nice to start on pole. I think in these longer events, it's really just making sure you get out of the carnage zone at the start of the race. And how about you? But has that weather little icon just changed on the time there? It's gone from like the big rain cloud to the small one?
Yeah, it went light rain a little while ago now, so the track will start slowly coming to these dry tyre runners, which they're doing about 10 or 12 seconds slower than their normal dry pace, so it's not a quick place to be. That gap between Marilla and Yulin now 21 seconds, probably halfway to where they really want that gap to be to have really sort of gained benefit from the wet tyre gamble. But there's a couple of little battles. I mean, I can see Hignet's only sort of a couple of tenths off Brown for P6. So it's always good to see that there are battles continuing on with all this time left in the race. You did miss that there was probably 8 or 9 cars within 2 or 3 seconds for probably the first whole stint.
Wow, that's pretty full on. Are there any, or have there been any big accidents, or?
There were, at the start of the race, there was a racing incident that saw the 191 car, Kovacs purple car, with about 25 seconds of front damage, which was unfortunate for those guys. They're making their way back through the field. And there was the usual lap 1 shenanigans. But apart from that, it's just sort of been little spot fires here and there, which our stewards have been deftly dealing with as they come through.
Yes, always, well, not me personally, but many people seem to love the stewards drama.
No, never.
Or content, as I believe it's referred to these days.
Yeah, we see a drive-through for car 500. There's been plenty of track limits drive-throughs, you'll be glad to know. Across this race so far, with plenty of time left to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few just sort of sneaky places that it just creeps up on you, and you think, no, that's not even really much of a cut, or you're not gaining anything, but it just pings you, and then after a few laps, you've got 3 warnings already, and then you're on a knife edge.
Absolutely, and the rain has stopped. The track is damp, so dry tyres starting to become the tyres you want to be on. There's another drive-through track limits comes through for the 446, the shakedown racing car. So here we go. This is going to get exciting here, I reckon. There's some wet tyre runners. They're going to want to absolutely put the hammer down and get as much out of those tyres as they can.
Yeah, so it's good just to check the gap between the leaders now that rain's stopped. We'll see when they cross the line next to update that one on the next second of timing.
Drive-through's coming thick and fast. Grant Begg in the car 900 copying a little whack from the game for straying too far off the racing surface.
It's just the Oprah meme. You get a drive-through. You get a drive-through. You get a drive-through.
And the other thing you may not have noticed is that we're no longer converting pit lane speeding penalties to 10 seconds. If you speed into the pit lane, go stop, go 30, you serve a stop, go 30.
Oh, yes. I love that change.
I do too. It's a critical part of racing in this, and you've got to give it half a go of practicing it.
Oh, there we go. The timing's just updated, so 25.9 seconds is the gap between first and second.
We're going to see the BMW here very, very tight as car 19. I get a penalty for 5-second penalty for dangerous driving. There you go.
That's quite the achievement considering you're in the commentary box.
Absolutely.
When you're driving the audio console or something.
I'm driving by with my voice. Like, you know, you get those people that drive with a mouse. It's actually a control you can do with your voice as well. But 5 seconds, a little bit of a slap on the wrist for the 191 car for being a little bit naughty somewhere. This little battle here between Matty Herod and Matt Nipris is going on a long time. That Porsche hanging out in the back of that yellow BMW, not giving him any chance to rest or make any kind of mistake, knowing that he's gonna be there. We'll see how stable that Porsche is. It's not known for being the kindest car in the world to drive in the best of conditions. And he's on the dries as well. That will also hurt.
Well, that's extra spicy then.
Absolutely.
I think this, oh, you guys probably know better, but it looks like this is the battle for the Pro-Am lead.
Absolutely. This battle's been going all race so far, so... Whoa! Keep that in line, Matt. And P3 is only a couple of seconds behind as well, so... That class has been sorted itself out pretty nicely, you'd have to say.
This is great. Hopefully it's still going in 7 hours' time when we get a last lap. You know, move
Pretty
or...
controversy, you think?
Yeah. Is that for position?
It was. Maybe Keo's on wets or something, and he's just let him have the... Because he's clearly got a fair bit more speed. Yeah, he is. He's going for the wet line on the inside of the straight, so I reckon he's on wets, and he's just gone, we can't race at the moment, you go ahead and give Matty a hard time.
Well, there we go. We could be about to see a change for the Pro-Am class lead. Perhaps only temporary though, if you know, the track does dry out. I mean, as I said before, Tom, it will take a little bit while in these overcast conditions, but how much longer those wet tyres will stay in the operating window, I'll have to wait and see, but Ben, the gap is closed up already.
Yeah, track's still damp, so those dry tyres probably still not really switching on. But yeah, look at just the extra confidence he's got there through turn 2 as swings it around the outside of turn 3. Will he poke his nose up the inside of turn 4? He absolutely will. We'll see if he can pull that one up, and he can. So we've had a change of lead of the Pro-Am split in this race, which is pretty incredible considering we're 5 hours in.
Well, so now the challenge for Ben is how fast can he pull away before he has to pit and put on slicks again.
The track temperature not particularly warm, and there's not a huge amount of wind, so it's going to take a little while for that track to dry out, but I reckon once it dries out it'll ramp up pretty quickly. It always tends to do so. There's a couple of cars serving drive-throughs and pit stops now. We look forward to the battle between Matt Nepris and Matthew Herod, the two Matthews, resuming at some point in the near future. And speaking of battles resuming in the near future, we welcome into the commentary box Damiano Thircolini. I would suggest that's probably the case, otherwise he's being very rude. We'll wait for Damiano to sort out his audio, but we're just having a quick look again down the field. That track looking a lot drier now. The headlights still causing a bit of reflection, but no real spray coming off the back of the cars, so pretty hard to see those wet tyres really making too much of an impact from this point forward.
Yeah, the weather's just changed as well. It's gone from, I guess, full cloud, overcast conditions to only partially cloudy.
There he is, Damiano. Welcome, mate.
G'day guys, Damiano here. How are we all?
Very well, mate. Very well. You've just turned up in time for the track to dry out, and we'll see some crossover between these cars that chose wets and dries.
Excellent. Our team, car number 500, we went on wets as soon as the rain came down, because that was exactly the moment my stint timer ended, so it was perfect timing for us.
That's mighty convenient.
Yeah, when stuff like that happens.
Yeah, it's no worse than having it happen mid-stint, so you've got to throw your strategy out the window. But no, it's definitely looking sunny out there. Track temperature will start to climb up. How's your race going, Damiano? Is there anything exciting happening for you guys, or are you just sort of settling into your rhythm and doing your own thing?
We got tapped at the first corner, which happens, put us back a few places. And then the rest was pretty much event-free.
Very good, very good. As watching Ben Keogh here lapping the 91 car, the Bentley, who unfortunately had a disconnect a couple of hours ago, so making up those laps that they would have lost, unfortunately. I really should have been paying attention. I didn't look at that gap between.
That's a big shame, having a disconnect.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
nothing worse in ACC than a disconnect because it costs you so much time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that there's no, I guess, better way to handle it. The AI can't sort of just drive around the track for you until you rejoin, or teammate can't suddenly just take control. You have to all leave and then all rejoin again.
Not F1, is it?
No, and I guess the unfortunate thing is there's, I guess, been that many sim racing games over the last 10 or so years now. None of them have really put everything together. Each one of them does some things really well, but they don't learn from each other. They're all very isolated.
Yeah, the competition's not quite working, is it?
No, fortunately. I mean, how long has it been? We've been saying, oh, it'd be great to have a more detailed timing board. The ACC. I feel like I said that in the first Bathurst 12-hour event, or whatever it was we did when I was commentating with Mullock.
All those years ago, hey?
Yeah, all those years.
Yeah, sorry guys, I've got to change rooms. My internet's really sketchy here. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Sorry to abandon you. But racing's looking really good. See, the headlights are still on though. Getting dark.
It's definitely looking a lot brighter now. We'll await your return eagerly, Damiano. The crossover to dry tyres. The track's gone greasy, so that crossover is probably happening now. And Bender, your cursors are getting shorter and shorter, I reckon. After you had that race at Paul Ricard where it was wet the entire 8 hours.
Oh,
You're just starting to lose your touch a little bit, I reckon.
that was a glorious 8-hour event. That's the only time you could, the only way you could convince me to drive Paul Ricard is make it rain for 8 solid hours.
And rain it did. Yeah, no, there's definitely some sunshine now. This track's going to dry out, so that gap between Morella and Yilin, I think Morella will be hoping that it's starting to get in the range of 40 plus seconds, because otherwise there's going to be a bit of work to do over the next 6 and 9/10 of an hour to make that gap back up. The gap looking at about 38.5 seconds now, so it's a lot of work to do, but there's some pretty speedy drivers in that 89 car, Philippa Bakita and Jake Baldwin as well, so plenty of time for them to make that gap back up.
They've done well in terms of extending the lead still. I think you said it was 24 or 25 seconds when the rain stopped. That would have been maybe 15 minutes ago now, so...
Yeah, just looking there, dry tyre runners are starting to do sub-40s, so that gap will probably start to close down a little bit. But it's also worth mentioning that, you know, there's 2 Astons in the top 4, and it's been a long time since we can say that there have been 2 Aston Martins in the top 4. They are actually line astern at that, but the low fuel motorsport balanced performance that we're running sort of bringing that car back into contention.
It's been a while, unfortunately, with real life and everything getting in the way and people's availability. Since I've been able to get in the car and do a race. What's, I guess, the rough pecking order, or I guess meta cars, if you like, at the moment?
So I guess in the endurance channel in the OOR Discord, if you're not a member of that, you should join up. There is a balance of performance, and you can sort of see what weight they've added to cars. Like the McLaren copped 18 kilos, the Ferrari copped a pretty hefty whack of about 30 or something. So the McLaren and Ferrari tended to be the 2 stronger cars across most of the tracks. The Lamborghini as well. So those newer cars, funnily enough, tended to be the more powerful cars in ACC. Welcome back, Damiano. Hopefully everything's a bit better sorted.
Hey guys, Damiano back again. How are we all?
Very well. Watching Luke Johnson here in front of Ben Floyd. Luke Johnson struggling to really make a lot of apexes at the moment. I wonder if he's on wets and those tyres are starting to cry enough. So we're coming up through some laps traffic as well. One of the Red Rebel Racing cars with that really fantastic cell-shaded livery getting out of the way. And there's a Porsche hanging out behind these 2 as well as they duke it out coming through turn 3 here up into turn 4. And Marina Morella has boxed and put on dries. And that's dropped them back into P4 at least. I wonder if it's still Marino driving. No, it's Philippa back in the car to try and stem some of that bleeding from that extra pit stop that they completed. It should really sort of climb out nicely for them for the rest of the race. 6 hours 50 to go. Split that up into 5 or 6 more stops, and they'll be golden.
Yeah, I don't think
So
we're at the
coming
point.
up to half distance.
Yeah, I don't think we're at a point where anyone can make one less stop just yet. Need a bit more time off the clock first.
These guys are going to keep fighting on for track P2, probably net P3. Well, actually, it is net P2 because of that little pit stop shuffle we've done. So Luke Johnson doing a sterling job keeping Ben Floyd behind him. And we're on board with a Porsche on the right-hand side of your screen. Not sure what this battle's for, but it's close. P6. There you go. Connor Hine defending for his life in that very, very wide McLaren from the Porsche of Jake Brown. 2 milk cars going at it. It's always gone well when 2 milk cars are fighting, hasn't it, Bender?
Oh yes, always gone well.
Hopefully no spilt milk to cry over.
Yes, exactly.
And then these two in the shootout last night were in opposite positions. So the Porsche was in front of the Ferrari from last night's shootout.
Probably.
Where both teams had awkward laps. One, I think, for Connor had an awkward preparation lap. He got sideways, and the Porsche, driven by Brad Cook, had a bit of an understeer moment and got a track limit on the second run. So both cars didn't get their best qualifying.
No, but that's what shootouts do. They can make you do some weird things on track with that pressure. So
it's a bit of an Aston move happening into turn 1 on the outside, making it stick into turn 2. Easy mode. Good job done.
Ben Floyd making that fantastic livery on the car now in P2 with the really well blended bird meme on the side. Shout out to Mitch Hobbs for that spectacular artwork. We're still following Jake Brown as well, who is hunting down kind of Hind. That'll be a bit of a battle that'll keep going on. I think we're absolutely in dry tyres. The wants to be on track is now Optimum. So if you're still on wets now, that is not the right thing to do. Time to get in the pit lane and swap on some dryers.
But like we say it, at least maybe I say it every event, but somehow, some way, people always find another extra detail or have this ability to make deliveries even better than the last event every time. So shout out to all the livery creators out there. Thank you for making our viewing a much more pleasurable experience.
Absolutely, and if there's anyone in the YouTube chat which I'm monitoring, there's also Twitch chat as well. Anyone of you guys that have put a little Easter egg on your liveries, which is always a fun little thing to do, let us know, because we'd love to go and find them, because it's always worth a laugh to have a look for those things. You know, some people like to put little in-jokes or shopping lists inside of their cars or little bits and pieces like that. So if you've got a car number and tell us where to look, we'll go hunting down and give everyone a bit of a smile.
Well, I got a few on car 500 that we've done, which was done by Mike Crick. Thank you very much, Mike. Good job on the artwork.
We'll wait for our broadcaster to swap over to car 500. You can let us know where to look. Oh yeah, we'll have a look at the replay of this little battle here. Johnson goes defensive, and Floyd goes, that doesn't matter. I'm just going to go around the outside completely. That is a pretty spectacular move, all things considered. That's amazing.
That's good, yeah. Same tyres, different tyres? I couldn't tell.
Same tyres.
Wow, good job.
So Johnson's not going to let Floyd run away too fast. He's still pretty close on the tail of him. He's only about a second up the road. And there's a lapped Porsche there keeping itself relevant by sort of waiting for Johnson to pass through lap traffic as well. And Bakita is really coming up to 4 seconds behind this little battle as well. So she's really bringing that BMW back into it after not an unscheduled pit stop, but a different strategy decision that sort of cost them a bit of track position.
Oh, here we go.
Car 500, looking a bit dirty.
Yep. Okay, just behind. Yeah, it does. On the front left, we have the Totoro Cat. The Totoro Cat bus. Yep. And a little bit further back on the same side, we have the Black Cat. Just in front of the 500 and the front wheel. On the
just behind the...
Oh, no.
There it is.
Very good.
Sneaky cat. What's we got some words on the not the A pillar, but the A pillar at the back. We've got some words there. And on the end plates, you can see my old cat logo from the my sprint race. So that's my Discord icon. And And same on the other end plate. It's my co-driver, Sean. I can't remember his surname. It's
Ribblecone.
somewhere. That's him. I know he was Sean.
Not even knowing your own co-driver's name, Damiano. What are you doing?
It keeps changing it on me. It's awful. What else? At the exhaust, you can't really tell, but behind the exhaust there's some flowers. The exhaust is on behind the front right wheel on the BMW.
Good old side exit exhausts. You love to
Yeah,
see
I know,
it.
it's so crazy. You might be digging in a little bit. It's there. It's there. Trust me, it's there. There's some flowers there behind it. You have to get right in. You can tell when it's less dirty. Oh, no, you can't do it. No, other side, at the front, a bit more right.
On the front side of the car.
Yeah.
You can see. You can see the mark.
Oh, this car's hard. You can just make out some flowers coming out of the exhaust. So, it's supposed to be eco-friendly car. Was the joke that I was going to say.
Bitten out flowers.
And that's pretty. There's some other words on the car. There's a Damiano here and a Sean here too. Oh no! Showing off my car. We lost a move. Apologies, stream.
That's right, that's what we're here for. All the cool little details. I mean, not to get too far sidetracked, but it's actually interesting when you look at breakdown of electric vehicles and so on, and how long you'd need to use one compared to a petrol or diesel powered car for it to actually cause less harm to the environment than a petrol powered car, and it's remarkable. It's actually disgusting that it takes so long.
Yeah, as the knowledge increases, the awareness increases, and then you can make a comparison as much as easier. Still early days. So what? What's that? 100.
We're going to grab a quick replay of Philippa's overtake here. Gets that car set up nicely through turn 4. The front end of that BMW working way better than the front end on that Aston Martin. She's going to set him up on the exit of 6 here. Keeps the throttle pinned. Johnson hasn't even got time to really work his way to the inside before Philippa's already got her nose alongside. And very, very easily done in the end by the BMW. The Aston Martin going for a little bit of a switchback, but unfortunately the following corner is not really in the right direction for that to work. We get some blue flag traffic as well. Nicely done. You'd expect no less from a professional like her.
Definitely looked well under control. That's the impressive part of it all for me. The top drivers get the power down so quickly, the overtaking moves so smoothly. It makes it look so easy. Yeah, definitely not.
Not at all. Luke Johnson for Rockets Evolved running P4. And you'd have to say Ben Floyd has got Philippa right on his backside now. So the BS competition car heading for P2 at a very rapid rate of knots and hunting down and has made that pass happen. So certainly making up for lost time is the 89 BMW.
Definitely on a charge there. And one thing I'm noticing in the timing tower, the pros, the pro-ams, and the ams are all stacked together. Unfortunately, we just need Grant Begg to improve a couple of positions. It'll be a nice ordered chart.
Absolutely. Matt Nipris in the 700 car with a bit of breathing room over Matty Herod now. That gap's grown out to 2 seconds. Herod obviously couldn't find a way through. He's backed off a little bit. So that battle will continue on for another couple of hours. We'll keep following Luke Johnson around, just having a look down the tower to see if there's any other battles of note. Brown also has dropped off the back of Connor Hind, so the milk cars have managed to not come into contact with each other.
Always a good thing.
Oh, we've got an
No one
important,
wants contact.
we've got an important announcement here from head steward Alex Ime. The ACC servers are currently down, so please do not leave the server. So if you're driving or you're spectating your teammate, please do not leave the server. It's not an issue if you're in the server. You are fine. However, you won't be able to find them for a while. Hopefully it's not down for long.
They're having a shocker at the moment. They've been down every day for the past 4 or 5 days. It's yeah. Obviously it's night time over initially, so, but yeah.
Less than ideal.
Suboptimal.
I like that. Suboptimal. Yep.
Okay, that really ringing the neck of that BMW.
Was that within track limits?
Just.
When we saw we had to cut it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It tends to be the red and white curbing. Tends to be a really good guide for where the track limits are. As long as a bit of your tyres touching it, you tend to be okay. Yeah. There's obviously some exceptions to that, but that BMW's front end just really responding to it, just absolutely launching it into turn 13. She's on the move. That gap to Yilin down to 7 and a bit seconds, so still plenty of action to go in this race with 6.5 hours to go.
And as you say that, leader pits and Petita takes the lead of the race. Car 89 leading.
There you go. But, so we're going to have a pretty late resolution to this race as well, because obviously we're on now some very, very heavily split strategies. So we might not know what the final order really is until very, very late in the game, until everyone's finished their stops and everyone's sort of sorted themselves out. It'll be dark, it might be wet. Ben will be very happy if that's the case.
Oh no.
Yes.
And we'll have something to cheer about as this race comes to an end.
Oh no, I hope not raining in the last 2 hours, because that's I'm finishing the race for my team.
Oh, please.
You double stinted.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be incredible.
Yeah, we've only got just me and Sean the car. Yeah, it's definitely going to rain for sure. Yeah, it's me and Sean. We're going through double stinting until the end.
Fair enough. We're following JP Sonicus, the double-barreled first name. I think it's the only double-barreled first name on the grid at the moment. If anyone's got any advice to the contrary. John Sonicus, esteemed brother of JP, saying that 101 can't make it home on the optimal strap. They will have to make an extra stop. So there's going to be plenty to think about coming towards the end of this race.
Yeah, so getting back to what I was saying before about double stinting, I believe it was in the Suzuka race. Was it Philippa? She quadrupled or triple stinted at the end of that race.
Yeah, that was nuts. That was absolutely nuts. I'm usually cooked after an hour and 10 minutes, let alone 2 hours. Let alone 3, let alone 4. So
yeah, and kept the pace up. That was the most impressive part about being the pro driver. She kept that pace up the entire time.
Following JP Sonicus, who is hunting down Jake Brown in the 400 car. The purple car, obviously they didn't take wets, and this stint's really starting to come back to JP here. He's making up time on Jake pretty quickly here. We'd expect to start seeing the potential for a move coming up. Obviously that stint will also probably be coming to an end pretty soon, but that car's full of some pretty 3 people, so the 400 car under a little bit of threat right now.
I'm really enjoying the build-up of the middle part of the race as the rain comes. There may or may not be more rain coming, and it's going to be, as you were saying earlier, the last 1 hour, the last 2 hours of the race, it's all going to come together, and then we'll get an idea of who can win. And even then, in the last hour, someone might need to do a 5-minute stint timer reset or splash and dash. This race could be anybody's right to the very end.
Absolutely. That Philippa has managed to pull out 7 seconds on Ben Floyd the couple of laps since she passed him, which is absurd pace. I think the battle for 2, 3, 4, 5 is absolutely on here.
Just to correct you there, Damiano, there won't be any 5-minute stint timer resets or splashes and dashes. Everyone will be pitting for wet tyres with 30 minutes to go. It's just started raining.
How can
Are
you
you going to put money on that prediction, Bender?
Oh, I'll always put money on it raining.
Damiano made a very generous donation last night, even though he got it wrong.
Yeah, I was encouraging my teammate, or one of the greater teammates, Connor. It's yeah, I think I put him off.
Well, if I can pass on the buck for the commentator's curse to you, even though you weren't commentating, then I will absolutely do that. Thank you very much.
Oh, no worries. Helping out the stream and everything, keeping everything running is great. So Bender, would you like a wager?
Well, I don't normally do wages. Even though I said I'll put money on anything, no, I don't normally do wages on stream.
Oh, okay.
No better time than now to start.
The rain at the last half hour. Gambling is not encouraged. It's an either or statement. If it doesn't rain, I'll pay up. If it rains, you pay up.
We really need to go back to Twitch where we had all those points. I collected so many points. I wiped out Diabol's one time. I bet on Paquita taking pole position, which is a pretty safe bet. But I think it was like Mercedes versus, I don't know, something else. And she was the only one in Mercedes, and there were 3 or 4 other people in another car. A Honda maybe, I think it was. And that was a good one to win.
Oh, really cool. Yeah, or it's like betting on your favourite sports team. You bet against them, so your team either wins or you get the payout. Yeah, it's a win-win. Expensive way of doing it, though. So we have car in position 5, 102, making a pit.
That is also going to struggle to make it on a standard bunch of stops until the end. There'll be one awkward short stint in the middle from my very, very poor mental maths. So we'll see where Ethan Chan comes out. You'd have to say it's probably in front of these guys, but they've got it's a long old pit lane that just seems to keep going and going after the garages stop. So we'll wait and see where that comes out. They're moving. So as long as they've got their pit limiter right, I reckon they're comfy.
Yeah, I nearly let the limiter go on my pit stop as I passed that little gantry at the end there. I didn't do it, so I trundled down to the end of the pit lane and got going, but the reflex was there. You go, that looks like the right spot, surely it's got to be it. I did practice at least 2 pit stops before.
It's a nasty little sting now if you do the wrong thing in the pit lane. No longer converting them to 10 seconds. It's
I'm normally a big fan of attacking the lane. Yeah, it's very costly. I'm normally quite a fan of attacking the pit line on the entry, but there's a whole second gap now.
Brad Grant coming in chat saying, just finished exams. I hope they went well, mate. Exams are a rough part of life for everyone, so hopefully they went well. We're looking forward to seeing you for hopefully the next event, which is the Spark 24 Hours in early December, which which will be a really, really exciting little thing that OOR is doing. So looking forward to seeing you there, mate.
It would be an exciting race. Any advanced forecast there, Bender?
Yes, rain.
No, not at
That's the
Spa.
rain, right?
No, not at Spa. No, absolutely not. What are we doing?
Not
Here
over
we go.
24 hours either. You're not going to get any change to weather.
That will never happen.
God, imagine the absolute scenes if it rains for like 20 out of the 24 hours. Oh my God.
Oh no.
Oh, it'd be absolutely incredible.
There'd be no excuse for you not to race if there was even the chance of that happening, would there?
Racing in that one.
You are?
It's,
What if it's a
it's
mixture
on
of
the
like
weekend.
full card and
Yeah, those will work good with the rain. Another.
You're not going to race, or you are?
I am. It's on the last weekend of school year.
Very good.
So school finishes on the Friday, that's the last day of term, and then the race is on the Saturday and Sunday, so I'm in.
Perfect, and no need to take a day off on Monday.
Exactly.
one of the Sonokai. There's a Jean-Pierre having a look at Jake Brown. Didn't make the move stick, but very close behind. So I think it's going to be a matter of time before the move is made.
Gets his nose right up the inside at turn 8. And it'll be a bit of a drag race between the British McLaren and the German Volkswagen Beetle. We wait to see who's going to come out ahead at the kink here. You'd have to think here Jake would have to back out. You're not going to go around the outside of this little kink here. And he pretty wisely does. Pokes the nose at the inside of turn 13, but nothing doing. It's a handy little overtake there from JP. Pushes the purple car up into P7. And they'll keep making moves towards Dylan Hsu in P6.
Yeah, it was a very good move. Both drivers gave each other enough respect and space, and no one had any significant issues of being cut off or pushed off. It was good driving, I think.
Yeah, good little display for anyone who's new to racing. And Brad, it's like riding a bike, mate. You'll get back up to speed way faster than you think you will. We're very excited to have you back when that time might come. Worth pointing out as well that OOR are running a couple of little spec series coming into the end of the year. There's going to be on Wednesday nights a little 5-round series where every race is using a different car across the entire field. That have been voted on by a very highly valued Patreons that we have here at OOR supporting financially. So get ready for some wacky cars like the GTR and the Jaguar to be seen across the series. Leo Dreyer joins us in the box. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Very, very well.
Can you hear me okay? Sorry, I'm just in between 3 different chats at the moment.
No stress, mate. We can hear you just fine. So good to have you. How's your race going?
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. I really enjoyed the splash of water. That's always makes things fun. We were caught in between 2 strategies. We had no choice to stay out on dry, so luckily it didn't last too long. But we've had a few track cuts. We've had drive-throughs already, so it's hanging on a thread, really. To be honest, it's Misano is. I love the track, but it's relentless. There's no let up, so yeah. George is the moment in the car. He's doing a double stint, so he'll be probably smashed at the end of this. He's just done his stop now, so we're a bit offset, I think, on strategy as well with some of the others. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out at the end. But it's genuinely, our pace is okay, I would say, but not. We're not setting anything on fire, that's for sure. How about yourself, Tom?
It's obviously we had a pretty unfortunate first lap, but you know we're coming back up to P7 now. JP's done a pretty spectacular stint with that changeable weather, so Shady will be jumping in the car in the very near future, and looking forward to seeing what he can do without sort of some traffic in front of him.
We saw Jay Sonicus just fly by us, and then like for a couple of laps later, it's 13 seconds up the road. So I don't know how he mastered that dry tires through the wet. It was incredible to see.
Maybe he worked out that little shortcut without getting disqualified.
With that, lads, I'm going to love you all and leave you. Look forward to catching up with you guys the rest of the race, and good luck if you're jumping about the car.
See ya, man. Have a good one.
That's it, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Yes, we're almost halfway, guys. Incredible.
Almost. Half an hour to go. Yeah, we
Yeah, it's-
kicked over 200 laps not long ago.
Yeah, it's definitely been an entertaining one. It's always good when there's a bit of changing weather, you know, just to spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, because the circuit started out green, didn't it, on the race?
Yeah, I was in the car in the beginning. It was really difficult because it felt like, I think it was actually, I wouldn't say it was damp, it was greasy. So it was like driving on ice on the initial, and the tires took a while to get up to temp. So it was tricky that first couple of laps, and obviously everyone's quite close by. So yeah, that was quite interesting. But yeah, then it kind of settled down, to be honest. It's been really good, the racing. I think the blue flags as well, just want to do a shout out. You know, everybody so far has been generally been really good, so it's always good to see respect out on the track.
Yeah, it's always good with that. You don't want to hold someone up, you know, you don't want to ruin someone else's race, but you've got your own race to do, so it's really challenging.
So how's the battles going, guys, for AM and Pro-Am and things like that? Have we been keeping a close eye on it? Like, what is it shaping up to be towards the back?
It's hard to say at this stage. We think the 89 car is in the lead overall. I mean, they're head on track. It looks like everyone's roughly on the same strategy, just in terms of offset. There'll be 20 or 30 minutes between stops perhaps towards the end, so there might be a shorter stint at the back end. But the Pro-Am class is a pretty close three-way battle. Nipris and Herod got it, and then I think it's Young. They were on the wet, so they got ahead. Obviously, they had to pit to put the slicks back on, so it dropped back a little bit. But all three of them were running and battling with each other during the last 30 or so minutes. Not a nice battle there.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think
in the
did
class.
Bukita did they pit for wets when the rain came out?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, so they will be. So is everybody around them on the similar strategy? Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up because I wasn't aware of where what's going on at the front of the field.
I think they were the only ones at the front of like the top 5 that pitted for wets. I think all the others stayed on the slicks or had a small difference.
Yeah, I think it would have worked out for a lot of teams really nicely, because I think if they were extending their stints to call it like 68 minutes or so, I think that just fell at the right time. So those who could kind of put wets on. Drive through for number 400. We were actually racing them a little bit earlier, so it'll be interesting to see where they come out. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it looked like Jake's got some, as the tyres are wearing down, or he's got the Porsche tyre movement happening. Those last couple of fast corners at the back straight, the last couple of laps he had some issues there, getting a bit understeering.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with all the Porsches actually in the race so far. It looks like they've generally been quite good, especially the 400 car.
Yeah, they're doing an excellent job. They've been a lead Porsche car, and not too far behind them we got Young and also Herod. They're in P11 and 13, and collectively second and third in class, second and fourth in class. Excellent running by the Porsche cars. I haven't seen any crazy Porsche spins, so it's been really good for it.
Yeah, it's always tricky to keep the Porsche going forward, pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, I did some practice laps in the Porsche last couple of weeks ago. At the end of that main straight with that second kinkiest, I think I turn 13 or 12. Yeah, I'm always sideways through there. Oh, what?
Oh, Damiano!
I got penalty for what? What? How? I'm not even in the car.
Your race is going so well, mate. You're up here, you've been speeding in the commentary box, saying too many words a minute, and you've been given a penalty.
Slow it down, mate.
Unbelievable. What did I do?
I reckon you can protest that one with the stewards and see if they'll listen to you.
It's mistaken identity. I don't know who that Damiano is. It's a fake one.
You've been given a fair whack there.
I
Tom
do.
Maloney got one before. His was only 5 seconds though. Yours is 10.
I'm actually thinking back to my stint. I don't remember hitting anybody because I entered the pits with 0 damage. So I'm going, okay, how did I do that? Oh dear. And that was an hour ago? No, not an hour ago. So we look at it, so like if we get to an hour, we're going, okay, we're immune. The replay file is gone, so any pens will be after the race.
Is that the cutoff point? Is it? Can you change that, or is that?
It's what the steward said. The race director said at the beginning of the race. If you're going to protest anything, do it quickly because the replay file only lasts for an hour.
Oh, there you go. Fresh from press.
Yeah, I've never stewarded, so I don't know if it's like a rolling hour or 1 hour at a time. So
I think it's a rolling hour.
I think it's pretty unfair that I got a pen over an hour ago. Because I came out the car 40 minutes ago? Yeah, it could have been within my stint. I don't remember hitting anybody. No. I'm concerned now. I'm concerned.
Oh, well, it's more content to discuss later.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm going to head off for a short while. Gents, have a good call, and I'll see you all again soon.
Too easy, David. Have a good one, mate. We'll catch you later.
See you later.
So just looking up and down the field to kind of see if there's any close battles. It looks like probably the only one out there is 16, 17, 18. It looks like there's 3 guys quite close in the Pro-Am, a car 500 and 512. This is probably the closest one out on track at the moment.
Yeah, it's my car 500 with my pen.
How's the race been for you guys, other than the penalty you just got?
We got one drive-through. I did 2 stints with 3 track limits, and I kept it within the lines. But for some reason, my pace has dropped off. I'm half a second slower than all the practice I've done. So performance anxiety on stream, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like, we were actually thinking we'll probably put on our next livery for Spa. We'll put all the people's names and show all the strikes for all the track cuts that they've caused. They, like showing. Because it's tough when you jump in the car and the team is already on 3 and you're being pushed from behind. It's like, wow.
Oh yeah. I defended for a little while. Rockford, I think it was. Yeah, so I didn't block excessively. We didn't have contact, but 0.3 behind me for quite a few laps. It was on 3 limits as well. Yeah, very challenging. So I just drove within myself. But yeah, I'm expecting. I had during the shootout stream. I said lap 4 was first drive-through. It didn't happen until after the first hour, I think.
Oh, wow.
First drive-through coming through. So everyone's done very, very well. And I actually haven't seen as many drive-throughs as what I thought there would be.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know. I found that the first stint was very difficult because it was quite there's a replay. Oh, no.
It's a cutscene.
Yeah, it's a
bit of
rookie era in the combox. All good.
I'm carefully watching this Aston now. I enjoy watching the exhaust flame come out. Yeah, there was one just before. He's coming up the car 500. Slow down there. Slow down.
Must be one of the prettiest cars, generally speaking. And they definitely have it easy in this first sector. You know, they can definitely ride these curbs a lot easier. Like we're in the McLaren, and yeah, it's just this first sector can be a little bit tricky. Whereas these cars just run over it like it's nothing. It's good livery on that, except it's got a few scratches as well. Some battle scars.
Or is that hard delivery?
I don't know. It looks like it's got a bit of damage on the right, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think it is damaged, but there's been a few car liveries that have had damage on them already before they even start. So you're kind of wondering, really? You're starting the race with already got damage? And how's that work? So it worked on me.
Yeah, we've got the South African and New Zealand game on our car, obviously from the Rugby World Cup, and it's funny because George was bruising the Springboks on the wall, on the pit wall. He's like trying to get rid of it on the side of the car, taking off the mirrors and scraping along the walls. So he said he's going to try his best to get it off the car. So George is being a Kiwi, obviously, and I'm the South African, so he kind of lost the bet, and it was like agreed that we'll run in each other's liveries depending on who loses. So yeah, it must be tough, but yeah, I thought there's damage on that 991. That's fair old whack.
Any Easter eggs on that one? Can we see? From the does the loss of paint increase the speed because of the weight reduction? Does it work that way?
I don't think that works. Not yet. Maybe in the next version. I do like that livery. That's really nice.
The Aston whoever's do all the Aston ones, they do a good job. Brakes you will use. It is a Yoda. I thought it was Yoda.
So Damiano, are you quite keen on building liveries, or do you guys kind of outsource it to some pros, or
we have Mike Crick who does all our team liveries, so he did like about six of them. So the MRT cars, the ones that are in the hundreds, they're basically the same base livery and just modified for each car. I do my own liveries. I find it very hard to do straight lines, so I make it more artistic than straight line livery.
Yep.
As you might know, last season split. What was it driving? Green car 844 in the Porsche. So that was my livery. Spent a lot of time doing it. I enjoyed it.
Do you use Blender out of interest, or do you do the 2D ones?
I was using GIMP. Really hard work to line things up, and I'll need to learn how to use Blender.
Yeah, the 3D modeling is definitely a little bit easier. There's a few tricks to get used to that program, I've got to say. So it took me a bit of time as well, but it's definitely a lot easier. I wish we had a GT7. Sorry, go for it.
No, go. GT7.
Yeah, no, the GT7 livery editor was always really easy to use, and it's probably something they lack a little bit in ACC, but there's still a way to get good liveries out, and there's some really good ones out there on track as well today. So I was very impressed with Connor and the Team 600 today, because they obviously didn't have. I think they were behind us as well at some stage, but they've just been slicing through the field as well today, up to P5 at the moment. That's really good effort.
Yeah, they qualify after shit. My memory escapes me at the moment. It's run away. It's P6 or P7. So they've managed to hold position in regards to that. Got a little bit of a gap to the car behind. I think it's looking like about 9 seconds. We need some second times for the car in front.
See, Muriel's just got a drive through. I don't know if that's a new one or an old one. Car 446, probably track limits as well. Has there been any stop-go 30s for speeding in the pit lane today?
That one I don't know. Sorry. comments
Yeah,
from
no.
the pit lane reporters? Because there was one early in the race.
It's always
Yeah, our
it's
pit
always a
lane
thing.
reporter. But,
Only one? That's really good, actually.
sorry.
Um,
Yeah, when
yeah.
everyone got warned, it's like I think everyone just went white faced, went, "Whoa!" The stop go
Yeah.
30.
The only thing worse than a drive-through on track cuts is getting a stop go 30 because speeding on the pit lane. And if you do that when you're serving a drive-through, like that's just the bee's knees. So yeah, hopefully won't see too many of those today.
It certainly makes it interesting because you've got some drivers that are very, very good at attacking the pit entry, and there's room here on the pit entry line to have two cars side by side. So there's an opportunity to go in.
Seconds to be gained. It's funny, you try and get it squeeze out a tenth every single lap, but you can make up 2 or 3 tenths just on the entry into the pit lane. So yeah, I think it's. But here you can hit the wall as well on your way in, which I've done more than once before.
Yeah, there's a couple of nasty circuits for that. I think this one's pretty bad. The Spa one's pretty nasty for the entry. JC
here in the Bentley. I love to see the Bentley out on track. That's good with a new pop. It's always good to see a couple of the older cars coming back. I don't know how competitive the car is, but JC typically makes any car work. So
yeah, I think in the first stint we were behind JC and looked a bit squirrely at the end of the first stint, so maybe pushing really hard in the early laps has cost him in the later half of the race. Couldn't say, but the car was very squirrely for the last 15 minutes of that stint, first stint. Oh, nice
Pixel Racers livery there. There's a lot of purple liveries. Yeah.
Can you see any Easter eggs? Looking, we are checking. I wonder if it says Bentley. Didn't someone have one of the cars that was passing me? It looked like they had you get your luggage and you got stickers from different countries you put on there. I swear that's what I saw on the rear diffuser.
Been around the world.
They drive so fast. They cover everything. That's a good looking livery.
Yeah. I do like the play on some of these liveries with 2 different colors, and they try and blend them across. Like that's really nice. That purple and the light blue is beautiful. The driver just behind them, Tonkin, I don't know how their race has been, but he's been quite impressive in the GT3 Cup as well. Like he was one of the new stars, but we were talking about it earlier, like he's normally always in a Mac, now he's driving in a Ferrari with probably a team, so he's been thrown a bone.
A little different. Is it easier? Is it faster? I don't know. Yeah. Well, when the Ferrari first came out, doing my laps, and then we were trying to choose a car, and I jump in a Ferrari, within 5 laps I'm on the pace. It's a nice, easy car to drive. I don't know what it's like now with the extra weight.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. But I mean, like I know Tawfiq and his team 711, they're doing fairly well. They're up in P8 in the Ferrari, so it can't be too bad. I don't think it's OP on this new pop, but I know that it's safe. Like you can typically get away with like TC6, I think, and still have really fast times. So it's a very safe car.
The other one I heard on that as well with the Ferrari was it doesn't have. It's kind of crazy. It doesn't have high top speed, but it's got really good aero, which helps the top speed. So it's like a self-referencing benefit.
One of the things that's always intrigued me from Kunos, specifically with this ACC game, is they're always trying to get it as realistic as possible, and like trying to scope all their designs on the back of the what's happening in the real world. And I think that Ferrari, when it came out, the 286 was designed like that with a good aero and with a turbo as opposed to. So yeah, it's interesting that it kind of makes its way into the game, but it was very OP when it just launched on. I think it was version 1.9.5 or whatever it was, but it's still a good car. I do like it, but it can be a bit boring.
Yeah. Like we're driving a BMW. People say, "Oh, that's really boring." I find it. To me, it still sounds like a race car. and the other comments were, well, you should hear it on track if you like it.
Ooh,
It's,
big news. P1.
oh,
So is that their first ping for the race? Only took 6 hours, so that's been pretty good, I've got to say. If you can get 6 hours with your first drive-through, that's good. But this, I think this will put them back maybe to P2. What was the gap to P2? Was about 20 seconds.
I'm not sure. I remember when P2 did pit a little while ago, Philippo pulled out 22 seconds. So, our drive-through is equivalent to about 30 seconds for the 2 laps in the deltas.
I thought it was probably a bit more. Is it maybe like closer to 40 seconds? I don't know.
I timed it last night, so it's 30 seconds. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was more. Oh, that's really good. Okay. So that's my license. I can get away with another one with a team.
Yeah. My team are working on game theory. Sean's very quick. He's about half a second to a second a lap faster than me on average. So I'm just going, so if you do a drive-through for 2 stints, but you're a second a lap faster, but you don't slow it down, we're going to have a net gain. He said, I'm not doing maths while I'm driving.
There's something you don't see often. Look at the tower. We've got the pros in the top 10, Pro-Am next 10, and then the AMs. That's
finally.
Wow.
Grant Begg in the car 900 was P22 for the so he's finally done his job. He worked his way up.
Yeah, I think Muriel had their drive-through, so they dropped back.
Convoy. Is that a drive-through for the convoy?
It is indeed.
Yes. I think it's getting close to the end of his stint, because I remember in the first two, I was mentioning the tyres were getting a bit sketchy. You could just see the car still a bit more. It's a shame. They'll push him further back, or they'll lose the position for that too. I don't know if Berg will get out in front or not. As Convoy serves it. Where are they going to go? And just a slight weather update. It's cloudy and 19 degrees. It was sunny for a moment, I think, but it's cloudy now. The next half hour staying cloudy. So we'll see if there's more.
Do you reckon we'll see some more rain? I wonder if we need to put a poll up. Do you reckon?
You can do a poll? I don't have the skill set for the poll. My estimating there'll be, I could probably one more shower. And probably the last 3 hours. One more shower. That's what I'm predicting.
There is a question in the chat that I'm just seeing there. They're saying, sorry to ask here, but how do you do Patreon for OOR now? Has it changed? So I don't know if you got any information on that.
In the top of the Discord channel, I think there's a link in the table set that says Patreon, and also on the YouTube page, when you go look at the description of the video, there's a YouTube, a Patreon link there. I can double check for that one.
Yeah, they only had an issue with the PayPal payments earlier, but that's all been sorted as well. So yeah, for those of you who's interested to support the series, it'll always be good to get the support in. I mean, there's a lot of volunteers to try and make these events happen. So feel free to join, and if you're a Patreon, you don't have to pay entry fees for the endurance races. So that's another little benefit there.
So right, there's no link to the Patreon page in the YouTube. I will find the location for it in the Discord.
There's also another question just there about how long the race between each driver. It really kind of is up to the team. There was a time where you had minimum and maximum drive times, but when you've got a team of 3, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you just got to make sure everybody has at least a stint, and a stint maximum is 70 minutes. So that's kind of how that works. So the stints, you can break it up how you want. You can do like double stinting, so you leave the same driver in, or you could put a different driver in for the next stint. And it's got inside of the car like a stint countdown, so you can kind of see how much time you've still got left. So it's fairly flexible.
regarding the Patreon, I'm going to have to defer that. I do have the Patreon link in Discord, but I don't know if it was there because I am a Patreon or because it's there by default. So apologies, chat. I can't give a good answer there. But I can talk about the stint times. Yes, you're right there. Each driver needs to drive at least one lap, and that can be counted as a stint. The game does get a bit weird with the maximum driving time that you can do. For the last race it was a 6-hour race, but the maximum driving time was 8 hours. But for this race, the setting is 70 minutes driving time between pit stops, and you can have multiple sessions in a row. So one driver could drive literally 11 hours straight, and if there's two drivers, the second driver can drive the last hour or the last lap.
Oh, the 716 Bentley has just received a stop go 30. That's the second one of the day, and that is really horrible luck for that Bentley. Well, I think Convoy just came in to the pit, so I don't know if that was on the entry or the exit, but that's gonna hurt.
That's a bit nasty because Convoy had a drive-through for track limits, I believe. Must have gone in, done it, then pitted, got the stop go.
It comes in threes, unfortunately, so hopefully that's a third one. So they're going to have to unfortunately come through the pit again. So that will definitely drop them down. That's really unfortunate for them. We'll see where they still have the race left, so hopefully they can claw back some of that time.
That's a lap, isn't it? All that. Stop go 30 and a drive-through.
Oh, that's hardcore. That's hardcore.
Because unlapping yourself, the car in front does not need to let you through. It's probably wiser to let you through. You can ruin your race if you're defending. But yeah, the car unlapping as the stop go 30 is going to be executed.
We can maybe have a look at the car 147 at some stage. They were the pro, but not the pro, the AM class leaders at the moment. Sykes 147.
Oh, another good delivery. Look at that. That's another good delivery. Yeah, I must say, I don't like liveries that are not symmetrical, so I'm kind of enjoying the symmetrical livery. Front to back, different, sure, but left to right, like the milk one. It's a good art. I do appreciate the effort, and I do like it, but if I was choosing, it'd be more symmetrical.
Yeah, no, it's can be quite tricky, gotta say. There's only one of two Mercs, I think, in the race.
Yeah,
so,
used to be car of choice not long ago.
Yeah, that's right. And it's weird because in real life they do a lot better, right? The AMGs are just like killing people in the, in real life in the series. So it's interesting that the car here is not so good.
Yeah, doing very well. From what I hear, there's a lot of issues with liftoff over steer. I guess that will make it very difficult to drive. And that's what it looks like inside the car. Very artistic. Big console. Could fit a horse in there. That's what I was doing with my teammate. I was cracking jokes, and I'd always crack a joke in the braking zone. So he asked me to mute for a couple of laps.
Yeah, we've got this thing where you're not allowed to talk in T1 or not talk in the first sector or not make a joke in the first sector. Sorry, because we tend to always crack a joke when somebody is trying to navigate a very complex couple of corners.
Oh.
There's an interesting battle here. We've got 900 Beg, obviously Pro-Am, and Sykes really chasing down on me at the moment. So as an AM class driver, so this is it's really good, really interesting battle.
Yes. I will have a shout out to Greg. Greg Beg, sorry. He won his first race in the last sprint series, so a very
congrats to him.
driver.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where they started, but yeah, we've seen them on track a little bit today. It's still going around nicely, 19th, but definitely under a bit of a pressure here from Sykes. He was doing a really good job. I think just saw the pop up there. He's 30 seconds ahead of Muriel, 31 seconds I think. So leading by quite some margin in the AM class.
It's like he's definitely putting under pressure.
Looking for the undercut there is so difficult through there because the chance of doing an overtake in this final corner is almost impossible, and he's under pressure. Maybe I don't know if that's somebody trying to unlap himself in the back or maybe a faster driver.
I think it's an AM in the Ferrari, judging by the number panel. Yeah, so the white Ferrari there is well down. That was the one that had either a disconnect or I'm not sure. Anyhow, that white Ferrari is a few laps down on this battle here, so
yeah, it's a tricky situation to be in when you're down so many laps and people are fighting ahead of you and you've got more pace, and you kind of have to just be patient and just sit there. It's he's going for a move here now.
It's getting pretty close at turn 8. Didn't pull it off and drop back a little bit, which puts him under pressure from the unlapping car. In a quite a sketchy place to be trying to overtake. I'm always gritting my teeth driving through this section. The barest margins.
This was very tricky in the wet with the dry tires. I was laughing at Cook. He was having a real tough time getting the car turning in there. So it's nasty in the dry. So in wet with slick tires, that is definitely.
Yeah.
But Sykes is really good in this third sector. That Merc definitely works well. I saw him in the previous lap as well. He got a lot of speed through that last 2 corners. And lost a bit on exit there.
Very close to have a little tap there.
Oh. He's reading the number plate, serial number, that's for sure.
Oh, yes. Checking out for any extra livery memes and Easter eggs. But Mercedes not so good through turns 3 and 4. Interesting.
Yeah, the Ferrari behind him definitely has speed over these two ahead, so looking for the inside move there, but thinking wiser of it.
Oh, Grant's around. The pressure's got was that contact? I don't think it was. We're looking at the Mercedes there, and it's all Grant was sideways.
Yeah, that was odd.
Yeah, I don't think Grant was so close that he got tapped by the car. I think that might have been a self-spinneroonie. What do they call it? A Seb spin. Oh, he's gone off again. Oh, doesn't have a puncher, does he? Does he have the car looks weird. It's like the handling's ill, and it's.
It almost looks like he's got a puncture.
I think so. He's pitting. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, if you look at the right rear paneling, even the right rear paneling looks a bit off.
Yeah, that looks very odd. I wonder what happened there.
Well, the left rear really suffers going around the circuit. And yeah, like even some of the people that were doing long runs and commenting on what the car was like after, they're saying that the left rear was really suffering.
Yeah, that was definitely an unplanned stop, so that will compromise their strategy maybe a little bit as well, a bit later on.
Replay coming up. Okay, Grant's coming through. The next corner is the right-hander. Going to be under a lot of stress. And turning. Oh yeah,
probably got onto the throttle a bit early there.
I think the tyre gave way.
Yeah. You do not see that often, guys. That's a bit unlucky for Mr. Begg.
Unfortunately, luckily before the pits, and not after.
Yes, we got
Is that
our
right?
rain maestro joining us in the comment box as well. Peach, I saw you speeding past us a little bit earlier. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It was good fun. Dry tires in the wet is always a bit of a challenge, but yeah, not too bad. Not the best overtake I've ever done, but it was quite tricky to get the car slowed down.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We were like, no, he's gonna send it. Just leave him room. He's gonna send it, and then you didn't make the apex. It was like, oof, that's unfortunate. But you had so much pace, man. You were like flying.
Yeah, it's my one of my favorite parts of the game is those sort of changing weathers and
Conditions, yeah, mixing things up.
Exactly, driving on the wrong tires and the wrong weather and stuff like that. So, but yeah, Shady is in a nice little battle at the moment with Gafur. Tried an overtake on the previous lap and it didn't quite come off, but it's been a race. It's been a long 6 hours already.
Only halfway.
Still 6 hours to go. So.
Yeah.
Yes. Keep going. Keep on trucking. And with that, hello Pete. JP, sorry. I'm looking at your logo. It's confusing me very easily, as it always does when I commentate for you guys. I am always so sorry when I get you and JP and Peach, like I'm doing now.
I'm JP. I'm JP. I'm the handsome one,
you,
also known as Peach.
Okay.
Is that what they call you, the Peach? Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Shady was looking for a move there. He's, all over the back of him at the moment, trying to unsettle him through those corners there.
Well, I've got to skedaddle, so enjoy your rest of the session. And I've got to go. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy.
Catch you later, mate. See ya.
And there, Gafur got a very poor exit there out of 6, and Shady was able to get through there.
That's P8 for you guys. That's a really good recovery drive so far.
Yeah, the battle continues. It's the same thing that happened in Nürburgring, and it's part of the fun, I guess, is trying to recover after. That's a good thing about the length of the races, is you do have time to recover, but sometimes it would be nicer to not have to. But anyway, still, as you said, almost 6 hours to go, and quite a lot of racing to go. I'm very impressed with the way Bakira and them have come back and sort of just absolutely walked away again somehow. I'm not sure exactly how they managed to build such a big gap again.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I think they stopped there. They literally just came in when the rain came out, so they had that. They put the wets on, and they had like 5-6 seconds on people, and then I think that just is what created the change. They were on a different strategy then, but that's what I think. I could be wrong, because they were in P4 before the rain came, and just think the timing just worked out for them. We were compromised personally. We couldn't stop, so putting the wets on, we had to stay with the slicks, a bit like you, I think.
Yeah, we were the same. Yeah, we were. Yeah. I think we 1 or 2 laps after you then. So yeah, I think the good thing was we had at least 5 or 6 laps on like clean running on an optimum track before it started raining, so we could at least get something out of the tires. But my tires towards the end of the stint, they were just absolutely grained at 27.3, 27.4 all around them. Braking for the hairpin, which is already a challenge in the McLaren. It doesn't have the best brakes. It just did not want to slow down. I missed the apex about 9 out of 10 times.
Those the last combo, I found the last corner specifically in the McLaren, it just doesn't want to turn in. It just understeers a lot through there. I've just noticed it's all cloudy. I wonder if there's more rain coming.
Very much potentially on the cards. It's clouding over. That'll certainly spice things up a little bit more again. But yeah, hopefully this time the timing works a little bit better for us. And Mike Prick with a drive-through. So I think, how many is that for them now? That's 2nd or 3rd? 3rd, yeah. And then I think 718 is leading the charge in terms of drive-throughs. I think they've got 3 or 4 already.
Yeah, it's been a long afternoon already for them. I thought the same.
And I saw Gibbons and them, the Pixel Racer boys. JC just had an absolute mare of a time a couple of laps ago when he got a drive-through for track limits and then a stop-go for speeding in pit lane as well, which is not what you want to do. I mean, one of them is fine, but doing both within about 3 laps of each other, not ideal, I would say.
Yeah, I think they were lucky though. The gaps behind them is like laps. There's laps between the people, between P23, 24, and 25. So they didn't actually lose too many positions. Weirdly, we thought that they were going to drop down quite a bit, but it, yeah, I think they were 21st and they came out back in 22nd. So didn't lose too many positions.
Yeah, I noticed even quite early in the race, the gaps sort of widened fairly quickly. Like the field spread was quite significant early on. And obviously that will just continue growing as Ben Keogh also has a drive-through. Yeah,
they were very quick a little bit earlier in the race. They've been battling up as well.
Yeah, and they're a team that I think David Bartlett wasn't able to qualify due to being on a holiday, so they had to take like a default time and lost quite a few positions because of that.
Oh yeah, that's
so they started further back as well. But yeah, they've been very quick. We were battling with Carpenter in the first stint. Both of us had 25 seconds of damage, and we were just running next to each other the whole stint, basically. But yeah, this is going to be a change for the Pro-Am lead, as Glenn pointed out there. Murphy and them 19 seconds behind, and Ricciuti only 8 seconds behind that. So these guys probably coming out in about P13, I would say. Or maybe even behind Pepperbridge, given the gap's only 10 seconds there. So yeah, this could be quite painful.
Yeah, I think Damiano said earlier it's probably about 30. Ooh, as he ran wide there and came back on the track.
I think pit reversal here is about 48 seconds or something like that. It's quite a long pit lane.
Yeah, I thought it was about 42, but I think Damiano said they timed it was only 30 for the drive-through. But either way, they will definitely lose 2 spots. Like you said, probably a third.
Yep, we see Gafua and Brown in pit lane as well. So a couple of the drivers starting to... So there's going to be a couple of people who are going to be out of sequence in terms of who stopped for wets and then got back on the dries. So it's going to be a very confusing final 5 hours.
We were trying to work out as well who we are racing, and we were like, just give up, just try and stick to times, because yeah, everybody is on different strategies now.
Just wait for the final hour and then we'll have a better idea.
Yeah, when there's 69 minutes on the clock, we'll know where we're at.
That was about 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Pit reversal there for Keogh. So where on track are Murphy and they should be ahead?
Yeah.
Well ahead. Not too far. Yeah, Ricciuti not too far ahead, but Murphy and them another 8 seconds up the road. So now it's time to start chasing again and try and chase down Ricciuti while Ricciuti is trying to chase down Murphy. So I think we still have a lot that can change in this Pro-Am battle towards the end of this race.
Yeah, with 5 hours and 40 minutes on the clock, I suppose there's every chance there will be quite a few more drive-throughs, so I'm sure they're not the only ones. It's actually nice when you do your drive-through, because then it's clean slate and you can send it again.
Yeah, but the problem is it's so quick to gather warnings again that you send it for 2 laps and then you're back on 3 warnings.
Exactly.
You're stressed for the rest of the race. I mean, I got 2 in my first stint, and then Shady got 1, and John, as is tradition in our team, he normally gets the car with 3 warnings and then gets a warning fairly quickly.
We do the same to Graham. It's almost like a thing now, you know, like if we do an endurance and he doesn't get the car with 3, it's almost weird. The poor guy has to just battle all the elements.
Did he just get another drive-through? He just got another drive. Okay. That's a very effective way of throwing away the Pro-Am lead. That is very unfortunate. I'm not sure what happened there. I saw on the lap before he served his first drive-through, he went wide at the hairpin, before the hairpin. And that would have been another warning 100%. But getting another 3 warnings on your outlap.
But do you think he possibly didn't serve the drive-through through the pit lane properly, maybe, somehow? That's very odd.
It's unusual. I mean, it's cleared at this time, so...
But yeah, that's... That's making the afternoon definitely a bit longer.
Absolutely. So now they've lost position to Petty Bridge as well. So that's one more car to try and chase down, and Petty Bridge is a long way down the road going onto the back straight now. So yeah, that's going to be an uphill climb for the Convicts and Colonials there. But the drivers ahead of him won't be complaining. It's always nice to get some free positions. So it looks as though Baldwin has jumped into the 89 car, and they're about a second behind the Sweet car, although I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, Corey Sweet is in the he's in the car. Yeah, 209 at the moment.
Ah, okay, the DT was for driver stint times. Okay. So he had to serve the drive-through, I guess, and then ran out of stint time because of that. So in that case, would it make sense to do your pit stop first, change the driver, and then the other driver just does the drive-through on their first lap, I guess?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other way to do that. That's not something will happen often, but yeah, good little
And
tip
he's
there.
back into pit lane. At least he's getting very good at these pit entries, because he's getting enough practice with them.
It's like I've had enough. I'm handing over the car to somebody else.
Stop! He's already dead. It's just
Quit while you're ahead.
that was not a happy time for Mr. Kia there. But let's see who jumps in the car. Maybe Carpenter at this stage. It might be Bartlett. I think Carpenter will be about 1 a.m. in the morning now. I think they're somewhere in the States. So yeah, we see Baldwin here, just behind Sweet and them. You mean Baldwin and them? Yeah, you just took over from Akira. The Sweet and them will need to stop, and Albert and them will need to stop again. So these are still your provisional leaders, I would say?
Yeah, I think they're just out of sequence now, the pit stops.
Yeah, the problem is, like, even when everybody's running in sequence, my baboon rugby brain doesn't quite figure out what's going on. And then you add weather and alternate pit stop strategies into it, and then I just completely feel like you're asking me to do nuclear physics. And I don't understand what's happening. Oh, Ramesh Samuel there, 991.
Yeah, I saw that as well, yeah. But talking of a rugby brain, I just saw a nice little trophy on top of that other car, so...
was it a William Webb Alice trophy? One of them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's nice. I think
we actually tried to put this score on it as well, not to rub it in, but Cook did lose the bet, so we had to, just make it extra special for him, driving around in the book van, so,
Yeah, it would have been nice if you could make your number like 1112. That would have been nice if we could do 4 numbers. But yeah, it's been a bitter week for some people, but
very salty, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And that is unfortunate because it kind of takes away from, I don't understand any sport like that, like even in racing, if after the fact it's just too much of controversy and, overturning of this and people, it kind of takes away the, the element of what the game's all about, so that is a bit unfortunate. But I suppose they take it seriously, then it comes around once in 4 years, so,
I'm sure Glenn will have some opinions.
Yeah, I'm live at the moment. Can I just jump in? We're going to swap over to part 2 on YouTube, so that we don't run out of time on our first feed here. We've got a part 1 and a part 2. We've been streaming on part 1. We're going to go to part 2, and that should be live any moment. So you'll all need to, all of you YouTube fans, need to jump over to the news stream.
Okay, well, we'll see you soon for round
you just
number
keep
2.
going.
Perfect, yeah, part 2 coming up. Just click on the OOR channel and then just look for the next part.
Yep, it'll be live now.
Okay, and Baldwin is all over the back of Corey Sweet here.